A dream so real that it gave me the creeps, in which a small boy stood surrounded by dead birds that kept falling and falling from the dark sky. Just as the hero began to wonder if the monster that killed these birds was really him, the sound of an alarm clock sounded and snapped him out of the nightmare. The dark-haired guy opened his eyes, but he still couldn't get back to reality, because all his thoughts were in that strange dream that still wouldn't let go of him. It was still dark outside the window, and this did nothing to encourage the young man. He felt very tired and did not want to get out of bed. The scars on his body told many stories that could have taken the life of the one who received them, but he managed to survive and move on. Another alarm went off, but all our hero could think about was that he was constantly being haunted by the same strange dream, with those dead birds in the dark sky. It was several interminably long seconds before he finally turned off that nasty, disturbing sound. Deciding that a warm shower should put his thoughts in order, the young man went to the bathroom to wake up a little. As the drops dripped down his scarred body, he asked Siri to call Andrea. The girl was sniffing peacefully under the warm blanket when the sharp sound of the phone ringing broke the silence, which seemed to be getting more insistent by the second. When she woke up, she immediately reached for the phone and saw that it was Yang Ning, who had been longing to hear her voice since morning. Burying her head under the covers, the girl answered, but her sleepy voice betrayed that she hadn't gotten out of bed yet, so the guy said that it was already 7 in the morning and you need to get up. With a plaintive moan, she said that she was very tired and asked Yang to let her sleep a little more. The young man, displeased, asked if she really stayed up late again, because today she had a lecture with Professor Wang. Andrea brightened up a bit only when she remembered something. She told the guy that a girl from their university had died on Chengxi Road yesterday. Yanking on a dark t-shirt, he asked her why she was interested in this, since it wasn't her business at all. While she was talking about how it concerned her because she was a student at the biology department and looking at the photos was sure that it was impossible to tear the body so much, the guy urged her on and told her to get ready faster. Listening to all these conversations, our hero said that he would soon bring Andrea breakfast. And during the time while she was telling him about the tragedy, he managed to completely gather himself and leave the house. While talking on the phone, some memories suddenly surfaced in our hero's head, which echoed warmly inside him. He took a lot of photos of the red-haired girl, trying to capture her every emotion and interpret every smile that definitely meant something. Andrea was used to controlling her emotions and never forgot to smile politely. Sometimes, in order not to forget about it, she even left herself small reminders that brought her back to reality. At some point, our hero thought that he, too, often needs to remember that his sullenness could scare people away. So his face stretched into a polite smile that immediately softened his features and made him even more attractive. In fact, when he thought of the red-haired beauty, his face was already stretched into a smile because he wanted to look at her constantly and admire her every look. Don't stop thinking about it. Before he knew it, he had already reached Yingzhou University. It was spring, and the air was full of teenage love, which was everywhere. Couples in love talking sweetly and laughing all the time, looking at each other. Their eyes were locked on each other, and their expressions spoke of the pure adoration they felt for their partners. There were also those who were very annoyed by all this idle. Some single girls believed that Valentine's Day was over, which means the lovers had to disappear. A single beauty told her friend that Yang Ning was free, and maybe she should try her luck with him, but she had no idea who she was talking about. A girl who was passing by with her hands tightly bandaged heard snatches of conversation about how Yang Ning was a very popular beauty from the sociology department. The friends laughed, and the blonde girl said that the person they were discussing was just nearby. She suggested that they go up to him and say hello. The boy was surprised when strange girls began to approach him and greet him with a smile. He did not understand what was happening. Having decided to remember that you need to be friendly and smile with people so that they do not find you rude, our hero did so, and also wished the girls a good morning. The blonde was absolutely delighted with this, said that she couldn't believe that they crossed paths with him. She even said that they would have a happy day because of this. Looking at the small box in the guy's hands, the students thought that someone had given him a gift, but they found the packaging too dark and gloomy. It seemed that Yang Ning had only just remembered that there was something in his hands, so he was a little confused and looked down at the box. He didn't know how to explain what he had in his hands to the students, so he decided to give them another sweet smile, after which he said that honestly, he doesn't remember who gave him this box at all. His companions did not find this strange, because they believed that he received a lot of gifts from different people. They even clarified whether he really accepts them all. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ian said that he was in a hurry, so he waved to the girls and said that they might see each other again sometime. Now the blonde's friend was also in awe of Ian. She thought he was unrealistically hot and was now convinced that he was a really nice guy. But now her friend wasn't quite as enthusiastic, and she said she was probably just imagining things, but there was something odd about his behavior. This guy seemed friendlier to her than most people, but when she saw his smile, she couldn't help but get a nervous shiver that told her to stay away from this man. He didn't look sincere to her, as if he put on and off a mask as soon as it was necessary and chose the right one for each company. While the girls were discussing it, our hero had already managed to get to the residential complex he needed, which met him with cozy, clean courtyards. There lived the same red-haired Andrea, who, unlike Jan, had been going for much longer and now just went to take a shower. As soon as the guy entered the apartment, he immediately announced his presence so as not to frighten the girl. When Ian entered the main room, he didn't find the hostess, so he immediately assumed that she was in the bathroom. So he said louder that he had brought breakfast and Andrea could go eat. No one answered his call, so he couldn't help but wonder where his red-haired beast had gone. And she had just turned off the water, which prevented her from hearing that someone had entered the apartment and brought her breakfast. Hearing quite persistent screams, the girl reported that she had just finished washing. Yang Ning said that she needed to hurry up because there was something he needed to show her, and to do that, she should at least get out of the bathroom. The door opened abruptly, and Andrea stood before him, slightly wet from her shower, smelling incredibly of flowers and looking like a dream girl. The heroes were riveted to this beauty because her beauty was difficult to describe in words, and inside the guy there was some kind of awe at the sight of her. Don't pay attention to his looks, Andrea asked if they were having any problems again. She knew that if Ian showed up at her apartment, then nothing good could be expected. These words brought the young man to his senses a little, but he still could not immediately find an answer. He decided to shame his girlfriend a little by saying that nice girls shouldn't put on a free show, so she should wear something decent before she catches a cold. The tense girl listened to the fact that if she got sick, no one would help Ian with his affairs, even though he mentioned that he could easily ask another biology student. The last sentence literally annoyed her, so the young lady slammed the door with a deafening crash and ordered the guy to get out of here immediately. Finally, Andrea tidied herself up and moved into the bedroom, saying that the items she examined were exactly the same as the previous ones. It was about chocolates that looked incredibly beautiful, were of different shapes and colors. The student claimed that they did not contain any poison. Carefully examining them through a microscope, the girl said that they were made from high-quality ingredients, but still there was something unusual about them. Twirling the round candy in her hands, the red-haired beauty reported that traces of human blood were found in them, and the blood was not mixed with the ingredients. From this, it could be inferred that someone had made the chocolate and then sprayed it with blood. The girl said that the purpose of the giver of these sweets was not to force the guy to eat chocolate. She asked if he still gets them every Monday, and Jan answered yes. Every Monday, as soon as he opened his front door, there was a small black box with these candies inside. There were never any notes in this gift, and the janitor never saw who the giver was, which means that this person is well aware of the staff's schedule. That alone would explain why he knew exactly when to leave the box under the door in order to remain incognito. All these events were terribly straining for our hero, because he had no idea who left him candy with blood and why he did it. Seeing the thoughtful expression on her friend's face, Andrea tensed herself, because this situation was incredibly strange to her. But she didn't want to get lost in sad thoughts, so she reached out to give him a little support. Grabbing his cheeks, she told him that she wouldn't let him be in such a disgusting mood, because it suited him so well to smile. And then the red-haired beauty reminded her friend that he should not show this look of despair, because then they could ruin all the work that they had done during this time. Continuing to tug at his cheeks, Andrea said that she didn't want to see that look on his face again, so he should get a grip on himself and start controlling his life and emotions. Suddenly, she decided to see what time it was, and when she found that she was already critically late, she abruptly jumped up from her seat and began to get ready. While collecting the candy, our hero told Andrea to wait a little while until he left the room, but it seemed that she absolutely did not care if he stayed or not. Finally getting ready, the girl said that they should hurry because they didn't have time at all, but the guy reminded that he needed to throw something away. I wasn't quite sure why he was making such a big deal out of it, but I'd already come to terms with that strange interest. When the heavy footsteps of the guy subsided, other female, light ones were heard, which were heading exactly where the candy was thrown. A girl, also red-haired and very petite, was approaching the trash can. Her arm was bandaged and the wounds were clearly causing her great discomfort, but even so, she reached for the candy box and took it out. Each time she found candy in the trash can, and each time she had the same reaction: tears, not accepting the situation, and not understanding why everything happened this way. As she ate these same candies, she only said one name, Yang Ning, over and over again. As she ate the candy more actively, her eyes began to burn with some kind of crazy fire. She couldn't understand why the guy rejected everything that she did for him. Let's go back to the past, to memories of childhood, a time that many people remembered with warmth in their hearts in notes of nostalgia. However, this time was not pleasant for everyone. Some children did not feel happy, They were rejected by their peers and preferred to spend time alone, somewhere in secluded places. Once, the shelter of such a lonely boy was found by a girl who came running here to pick up a ball that had rolled too far. So the little girl discovered the hidden boy. She was very active and sociable, so she immediately asked who he was. When she didn't get an answer, she asked another question, wondering why the boy was sitting here alone. But all she heard was a growl and saw the boy clutching a rebar. However, the cheerful brown-eyed girl was not afraid. She still wanted to meet and even offered to play together. The girl's name was Andrea Chen. Now, having returned to the present, we knew the story of the acquaintance of these two heroes who remained inseparable. At the Department of Sociology today, there were very active conversations about the fact that this year there were a lot of cute first-year students. Some guys even bragged that they had already asked for the phone number of the new girls they liked the most. It was a little strange for our hero to listen to all these conversations because he knew that these guys were girls, but despite this, they did not neglect the company of others. And when they were reminded that it wasn't very nice to do this, they just said that they didn't have anything serious with those young ladies. This kind of moral teaching was very annoying for the guys, and they did not want to listen to anything that could somehow awaken their conscience. A guy named Sherman claimed that college years are a time for dating lots of girls, and the more you seduce, the better. And he also reminded Ian that Andrea wasn't the only girl at the university. Sherman dated a girl named Lily, and he said they weren't kids anymore, and he was sure she would understand and not hold a grudge against him. However, he forgot about the well-known fact that there is no creature more dangerous than a woman whose feelings were hurt, and it was not worth joking with such things. In this state, many girls were ready for anything, and now Lilia was kissing a strange black card with a hysterical expression on her face. After that, she mercilessly tore up the map. Her hands didn't shake, but her skin took on a strange, earthy hue. With a sinister smile, the girl wished her ex-boyfriend Sherman Cheng and his new girlfriend all the best, but the evil glint in her eyes said something else entirely. Meanwhile, Sherman didn't know anything about it. He was glad that his new passion wrote first and even asked him out on a date. He dreamed of a beautiful blonde girl, a relationship that would develop just fine. He wanted the kind of love that was written about in books. For the sake of a date with such a beauty, he even decided to skip classes today because the professor was not particularly strict and Ian could easily cover for him. Of course, Yang Ning didn't approve of such behavior, but everyone had the right to make their own choices, so he didn't stop his friend from making his own. The guy turned around and began to quickly leave. Do not pay attention to the fact that his neck began to itch strangely. He did not know that a round mark appeared there. But our hero was more attentive, because when he looked after his friend, he immediately noticed a small golden circle, which was now on his neck. Looking at this mark, he realized that it hadn't been there yesterday, so he began to wonder when Sherman had managed to get a tattoo. It looked very strange. There were pictures of a girl and a guy, whose faces were separated by intricate symbolic images. Looking at these symbols, Ian realized that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where exactly. Without giving it any special meaning, our hero turned around and went to work, realizing that this label was absolutely not his business. When he entered the classroom, the pair had already started, and the professor was talking about how memory was a combination of external behavior and internal actions of the organs. The teacher said that McConnell believed that everything that is not tested is not an object of psychology, excluding all categories related to consciousness. Being a diligent student, our hero took notes on every word, while other students could just sleep at their workplace. He ignored the general boredom because he knew perfectly well that these words might be useful to him in future tests of knowledge. Looking at the student's diligence, the professor approached him after the class and said that he admired the fact that despite the fact that his subject may be a little dry, the guy has been studying it for 2 years. Smiling broadly, the young man replied that he didn't think praxeology was boring at all. In fact, he was really interested in studying this subject. Chuckling, the man explained that he had been studying praxeology for 20 years and usually could understand a lot about a person at the first meeting. However, he was very confused by the fact that they had known Ian for 2 years and he still hadn't been able to read it. Looking carefully at the wary guy, the professor said that he reminded him of someone. To our hero's surprise, he compared it to a complex and very logical mechanism that moved with extreme accuracy. These words made Ian's eyes widen because he hadn't expected to hear such a description of himself. He was immediately reminded of all the times when Andrea had told him how to react to this or that event, so as not to seem strange. Laughing awkwardly, our hero put on a carefree mask and asked why the professor thinks so. He softened his tone and said that the guy should not worry. The man said that such an analysis of people has already become his habit, but as a professor, he wanted to give the boy one piece of advice. According to him, people were simple. Their lives were filled with happiness, sadness, love, and hate, and this was normal. So Ian could just relax and it could make him happier. These words made the guy think because everything really was much easier than he had always imagined. It all sounded so easy, as if happiness, sadness, love, and hate were all really primitive. An image of Andrea immediately popped up in his mind, and for some reason he thought she might be just like him. Maybe that was what the professor was hinting at. Meanwhile, the girl stared intently at her phone. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, but she continued to stubbornly wait for something. Ian finally showed up and asked with a smile why the girl wanted to meet today, but without looking up, she noticed that her friend was more punctual than the alarm clock. Laughing, the guy explained that as soon as he read her message that she had an urgent matter, he immediately came by bike. Holding out her hand to the guy, she ordered him to immediately give something, but our hero did not understand at all what was being said. Displeased looking at her friend, the red-haired beast told him not to play dumb because it was about her birthday present. The guy was more reliable than the computer, so he cannot pretend that he forgot. Laughing, Yana said that the girl can't be fooled, and then said that he had reserved a table for them at a restaurant nearby. Andrea was interested in what he would give her this year. The guy chose a very cozy restaurant. On the tables, there were already flowers and glasses with something sparkling and fragrant. And on the table, the girl was waiting for a gift, a neat light box, where a beautiful, soft pink dress was placed. She was, to put it mildly, not very happy about this gift because she expected something like this. Since that year she was also given a dress, the guy awkwardly asked if she liked it. Her anger spilled out and she screamed, reminding her that she was 19, which meant she definitely wasn't going to wear the pink dress from the children's section. Hearing this, the young man was upset because he had been choosing a gift for ages and was sure that this cute pink dress would fit Andrea. The girl looked at Ian carefully. They had known each other for ages, but sometimes it seemed that they had only known each other for a day, and he did not know her tastes at all. Biting her lip, she accepted this trait of her friend, so she directly said that she wanted to replace this gift with something else. Ian wasn't offended at all. On the contrary, he was grateful for the fact that the girl directly stated her wishes and didn't make him guess what she already needed. After that, Andrea suddenly clung to him and hugged him tightly, which made our hero extremely confused and freeze in place, not understanding what was happening. He was so surprised by this turn of events that his eyes widened as much as possible. Holding him close, Andrea told him that her birthday was coming up soon, which meant that he had to fulfill her wishes and couldn't refuse anything. The boy's eyes sparkled with warmth for this beautiful girl. He didn't know what she wanted from him, but he was ready to trust her completely. Enjoying the closeness of Andrea, he said that he would definitely comply with any request that occurred to her. The girl suddenly became quiet and then said that tomorrow she would be 20 years old, but she still didn't know what it was like to be in a real relationship. Looking straight into her friend's eyes, she asked if he could at least pretend to just kiss her today, and for the first couple of seconds, the guy just didn't believe what he was hearing. But Andrea was adamant and insisted that he kiss her on the mouth. And Jan reminded her that she was convinced that you can only kiss people you really like. After saying this, an unexpected thought occurred to him that completely baffled him, and he decided to find out if the girl really liked him. Lowering her eyes, she nervously began to say that he was asking too many questions and not doing enough. Deciding to take the lead, Andrea grabbed our hero and pulled him even closer, telling him to just keep quiet. Snuggling closer to the young man, she kissed him on the lips. It seemed that at that moment the world around her froze, and all attention was focused only on this couple. It all happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Ian just froze and didn't even know what to do with his hands, which so desperately wanted to hug the girl. Her lips were softly touching his, and he felt so warm inside that he wanted to scream with happiness. The overabundance of emotions was so strong that Ian decided to just close his eyes and enjoy the moment, which could be interrupted at any moment and remain only a memory. It seems that Ian wasn't the only one who was feeling too much, because when he opened his eyes, you saw that Andrea was fighting back tears. As she continued to kiss him, she cried and asked him why he was the only person who turned out to be like this. But now the boy was not thinking straight, so he did not understand the meaning of these words. The moment seemed perfect, but the guys didn't know that someone had violated their privacy and photographed such a touching moment on their phone. They were standing close to the window, so the unknown girl was able to capture this moment and see everything in great detail. Going back in time, you can find out that there were some problems with Ian. The person who adopted him thought that something was wrong with him because he behaved completely differently from other children. The one who sheltered him was very worried because the boy lived with them under the same roof, and there were worries about whether he would have a bad influence on his own daughter. After carefully examining the medical report, the doctor said that the boy had contracted a very rare disease. The little girl who was listening under the doctor's office suddenly found out that Ian had a severe emotional flaw. There have been suggestions that the boy is simply incapable of experiencing normal human emotions, such as happiness, anger, compassion, and excitement. Everything that seemed ordinary to ordinary people for him was a luxury that he could never know. Noticing that his stepsister was eavesdropping on adults, our hero asked a girl named Andrea what disease he was suffering from. Hugging the boy, whom she thought was her own brother, Andrea said that he did not have any diseases. In addition, she promised that she would always be there for him, no matter what happened. Many years had passed since that moment, but our hero remembered every minute of those anxious hours that he spent in the hospital. But with Andrea around, he forgot everything, especially now that she was drunk and he had to take her home because she could barely move her legs. She laughed and talked about how one bottle couldn't crush her mind, and then she said that a lot of involuntary things happen in adult life. And then the girl said a very unexpected thing. Andrea began to assume that if one day she starts dating someone, she will no longer be able to spend every day with her friend. She suddenly became worse and began to lean even more heavily on the shoulder of Ian, who was already supporting her with all his strength. In order to somehow cheer up her friend, our hero said that if one day she meets a good and worthy person, he will only wish them all the best. In addition, he even suggested that she go on a date with someone. The girl first fell silent and then asked if not today, when else would he say something like this to her? What she heard clearly did not like, because she began to push her friend away and try to walk on her own. Despite the fact that she was very shaky, she asked not to touch her. Of course, Yang Ning did not understand this reaction, because as we remember, he had quite serious problems with understanding emotions. So he didn't understand at all why the girl was acting like this, and claiming that he didn't need to take care of her anymore. Turning to her friend, the red-haired girl said with tears in her eyes that he was still the same as before, but it was not clear whether this was good or bad. She was even a little sad that he had grown up, because if he had remained the same little boy, it would have been much easier to communicate with him. All these words confused the young man so much that he did not understand at all what was happening and how to act. He was so concerned about what was happening that at first he didn't even notice that the phone in his pocket was vibrating violently. But then he decided to answer the incoming call because someone was calling him too insistently. When he finally realized who was bothering him again, his voice became increasingly rough and he told the man to leave him alone. The person who called him was surprised at how quickly the guy finished the call. It was Sherman, who couldn't believe that his friend had actually hung up on him because he'd never done that before or been so rude to him. It was the morning of the next day that Yang Ning met in his apartment. As soon as he woke up, he tried to call Andrea, but the answering machine always told him that the number was disconnected and he should try calling back later. Although quite a long time had passed, the guy still did not understand anything. The girl seemed to him a real mystery, which was simply impossible to solve. But then there was a sudden knock on his door, and Yan immediately thought that it was Andrea who had come to explain to him what had happened yesterday and why she was angry with him even today. The door opened, and the young man froze in anticipation, going through all sorts of different versions of their conversation in his head. However, it wasn't Andrea who was standing in front of him at all, but a smiling Sherman who was waving at him and looked like he was in the biggest surprise that everyone on this planet was expecting. When Sherman realized that his friend was not expecting him at all, he began to question him about who was supposed to come to his room. He wanted to go into Ian's room, but Ian didn't want to because there were a lot of pictures of Andrea hanging on the door, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. Suddenly, I started explaining the reasons why he came. First, yesterday, he thought I was in a terrible mood. And secondly, he wanted to celebrate their official relationship with a new girl named Mei Mei. Embarrassed, our hero began to apologize for yesterday's behavior, saying that he had some annoying factors that affected his mood. His friend just nodded his head indifferently and said that it didn't matter because the guy did it every time he planned something. He said that he wanted to invite our hero to an event where his favorite Andrea from the biology department will be. Unable to resist, Ian grabbed his friend's arm so tightly that the latter was about to recoil and move away. But his friend began to smile cheerfully and ask where to go and when this event would take place. Because he would be happy to attend it, Sherman said that they would meet at 8 o'clock that evening. So very soon we heard joyful laughter and the clink of beer glasses, which the guys actively replenished with new drinks. The guys started talking about their romantic relationships and were surprised that I still hadn't found true love, so Sherwood suggested that his friends get him drunk today. While they were discussing that their mutual acquaintance was a weirdo who always showed up too late and was terribly punctual, our hero just arrived at the meeting place at exactly 8 in the evening. He walked through the crowded streets and kept checking his phone, hoping that Andrea would text him and their silence would finally end. However, this did not happen and he did not understand what the problem of this girl was. The guy also remembered that she was talking to herself all the time, which looked extremely strange. Approaching the club where they had agreed to meet with friends, the young man noticed a girl in front of whom there was a lot of booze, and in her teeth was a cigarette. From the back, she looked very familiar, but this girl was muttering some strange phrases about how the kite would catch fire very soon. Looking closely at the female figure, Ian realized that he recognized her as the ex-girlfriend of his friend Sherman, with whom he broke up as a freshman. She was staring off into the distance, smoking distantly, and whispering about how everything around her would turn to ash. This sight seemed quite creepy to the guy, because one could only guess what emotions this young lady was experiencing due to the fact that she was abandoned by someone she loved. When he had already passed through it, the sound of terrible laughter suddenly cut through the space, followed by the words that it was necessary to bring a sacrifice to the altar. Trying to get away from that strange girl and her grief as soon as possible, our hero approached the institution where they were supposed to meet with friends. It was crowded, and there was always laughter and lively conversation among the young people who occupied most of the empty seats. As he approached the table where his friends were sitting, our hero heard snatches of conversation about how one of them was proving that maybe he really was a telepath. Of course, these words belonged to Sherman. He had always been a dreamer, but now he was seriously proving that he also heard the sounds of a voice that others did not hear, but only laughed at him. As Ian approached, he immediately greeted all of his friends, and Sherman was obviously happy to see him as a smile played across his face. The boys immediately started telling him that Sherman was proving that he and his girlfriend could sense each other's thoughts, which they all thought was scientifically impossible. These words only caused a wave of indignation inside Sherman. Yes, for him too. It was all surprising, but he did not lie. Such oddities really happened to him and his girlfriend. Abruptly jumping up from his seat, the boy said that he had just heard the thoughts of his newly minted passion again, and now it was definitely not his imagination. While everyone was listening intently and looking at him like he was a fool, he was absolutely certain that his girlfriend was standing right outside the door that was behind them. He wasn't joking, but began to name the distance she was at, and everyone turned around in surprise, trying to figure out if he was making up all sorts of stories. As the guy talked about how many meters were left before the girl entered this door, the surrounding people really began to hear approaching footsteps. Everyone stared at the door with interest, trying to figure out how this was even possible because it just seemed absurd. However, a few seconds later, the door opened and a blonde girl entered. Apparently, one of them was Sherman's new passion. When the girl actually entered the restaurant, everyone opened their mouths in shock because no one expected such a turn of events. The opinions of the guys were immediately divided. Some began to ask the guy how he did it, while others expressed their doubts and said that the whole show was planned in advance. Only Ian was silent, trying to breathe in what he had just seen, wondering if this was really true love and the connection that people like to talk about in books. Sherman just said smugly that he knew his new girlfriend was made for him and that the voice in his brain was a signal from God himself. The newly arrived girl was clearly dissatisfied with the fact that her boyfriend told his friends about this oddity, but he only asked her not to be shy because others should also learn what true love is. The disgruntled blonde clearly wanted to say some kind of expletive to Sherman, but something interrupted her and she abruptly stopped. However, our hero was not interested in this at all because he saw her, Andrea, who had carefully avoided his presence all this time. Now that they had finally collided and she had nowhere to run, Ian only hoped that they would eventually be able to talk properly and sort out their relationship. Smiling, he realized that all his worries were in vain because the girl was clearly all right and she was alive and well. Of course, Andrea immediately noticed John in the crowd. He did not remain without attention of other girls who came with her. Her friends immediately began to chatter about how they would like to meet a guy. She didn't like it very much, and they weren't in a relationship, but just thinking about another girl touching him made her feel bad. The boy was already waving at her in greeting, but she didn't know how to react to it because the storm inside her hadn't yet subsided and she couldn't calmly communicate with him. But looking at his smile made her feel better because this guy seemed so familiar, so warm, and so native, except that she didn't feel ready to face him right now because the memories of last night kept popping up in her head. She was so embarrassed that she decided to abruptly turn around and walk away, leaving the guy in complete disbelief. He could not think of what he did wrong and what caused such a strong anger. Looking at his friend who was completely confused, Sherman immediately approached him and began to ask what had happened with Andrea because he clearly felt something strange between them. Sherman immediately suggested that Jan and Andrea were together because they have known each other since childhood, and it would be strange if there was no spark between them. Believing that he was a true master of love affairs, Sherman advised his friend to simply confess his feelings to the girl and announce that they were a couple, and then they could go on a steamy date. Andrea's friends also suspected something was wrong, so they let the girl leave, and Sherman shouted that the most beautiful girl and the most attractive guy should be together. She did not like all this talk, so she advised the children not to listen to gossip and not to take it seriously. None of the friends even suspected that their conversation was not completely confidential because someone was eavesdropping on them right now. The girl, who was used to hiding in the shadows, thought with annoyance why this Andrea was always bothering Ian. It really annoyed her. This strange stranger moved away from the door and began to whisper that it didn't matter if they were alive or dead. And then suddenly black smoke began to swirl around her. and a strange map appeared in her hands, the picture on which was cut out, leaving only the inscription, "Kill my love." She fell silent as Sherman's loud voice rang out in the audience, calling urgently for his friend Mei Mei. The guy showed a huge bouquet of red roses, saying that in honor of the anniversary, he wanted to give his beautiful girlfriend these flowers, which were not as beautiful as she was. However, his romantic speech was interrupted. One of the friends said worriedly that Sherman had something flickering on his neck, some picture that had not been there before. At that moment, our hero compared all the oddities and realized that they must be somehow connected with each other, which caused him a strong, uneasy feeling. It wasn't clear where this glittering symbol that wasn't on his friend's neck before came from, but there was a powerful energy that could be felt from it. While he was thinking about it, Sherman managed to tell his new girlfriend that he loved her immensely, and the fact that they could hear each other's thoughts only confirmed this. The boy even said that she was the only gift that he always wanted so much, because not everyone was lucky enough to meet true love. Mamie's eyes were burning with an overabundance of emotions. She couldn't believe that this guy actually fell in love with her so much. The boy's eyes were filled with adoration for his new love, and as he walked, his hands trembled as he handed her the bouquet. And then something happened that no one expected. The strange mark on the boy's neck glittered even more now, not with a faint light, but with a bright red light from which the rays were coming. The beams that were aimed directly at Mei Mei. Poor Sherman did not understand what was happening. He only heard a strange crackling sound, and did not know that in the next second, his life would be divided in two, before and after. Mamie also couldn't understand what was going on, because suddenly a black entity appeared in front of her, coming straight at her, and then a terrible thing happened. The girl's eyes widened in horror, and no one thought that such a thing could happen. At this second, the red rose petals resembled drops of thick blood. Looking at the whole nightmare, some of them screamed loudly, while others covered their mouths with their hands so as not to give out a cry of horror. It was absolutely obvious that something completely unnatural had happened, something that went against the laws of nature. Poor Mei Mei screamed in pain, and the bouquet that should have brought her joy and the realization that she was loved was now lying on the floor like a bloody pile. It was very difficult to describe what happened, because everyone present saw something like this for the first time in their lives. While Ian's entire attention was focused on this terrifying scene, he didn't notice that the exact same mark as Sherman's had appeared on his neck. Following that, a blue screen appeared in his mind, which greeted the player Yang Ning in the game called Kill My Love. Around the place where friends gathered, a real fuss began. People ran out of the building and shouted that they should call the police because someone died inside. Everyone wanted to get out of the place as soon as possible, where something very terrible had happened, something that couldn't even be imagined in a nightmare. While everyone was running away, Andrea, on the contrary, wanted to get to the place where the victim was lying so that she could understand what had happened. They thought she was crazy. However, the girl did not pay attention to this and continued to run against the crowd, which tried to get away from here. But as it turned out, the girl was not interested in the victim at all. She lost sight of Ian, which means that he was still in danger there. Looking at the fact that the guy literally froze in place and couldn't move, Andrea screamed, asking what he was doing. Our hero was in shock, trying to sort out what had happened, but he didn't understand why Sherman was dead. And then the blue screen suddenly sent a warning that he and his beloved were very close to danger. The sound, the blue screen, and the whole situation turned out to be so absurd that the young man even thought that he had fallen into some terrible dream from which he could not free himself. The beeping continued, and the system persistently warned about something, but it didn't say anything about the danger in direct text. The strange sound reminded Ian that his friend had told him that he and May heard the same sounds, which meant that they were meant for each other, and it was their blessing. But you could argue with the phrase about God's blessing, because now everyone saw how Sherman finished. Now he thought in fear that the next target of this paranormal attack was him and the girl he had felt some feelings for so long. He was snapped out of his thoughts by Andrea's displeased voice, telling him to get out of here immediately instead of standing still. But the guy didn't move. It was hard for him to imagine that he could just calmly walk past what was left of his friend. However, he was still able to collect his thoughts and overcome the whole spectrum of feelings and emotions that kept him standing in one place. Each step was given to him with difficulty. It seemed that he was not walking a few meters, but overcoming a huge distance, which at the moment seemed simply endless. As soon as he got closer to Andrea, the system gave out that nasty sound that warned him of danger. Sherman's ex-girlfriend, whose name was Lily, was watching all this carefully, laughing and saying that the guy forced her to take such a step. Our hero immediately noticed her. He immediately realized that this was the same ex-girlfriend that his friend had left the day before in order to be with a pretty freshman. He didn't know what she was doing or why she was here, but her appearance suggested that she was either already mad or on the verge of losing her mind. Looking at her, The young man realized that all these oddities must be somehow connected. It was only necessary to figure out how. Our hero remembered that he met her in an alley, where she strangely whispered some incomprehensible phrases while smoking a cigarette. And then what could be called a real nightmare happened. Perhaps the reason for what happened to the unfortunate Sherman was precisely the words or actions that his ex-girlfriend did. The idea was so crazy that Ian thought he was starting to get a little crazy himself from what he saw. But it seemed as if a puzzle was slowly forming in his head, and then he suddenly froze in horror, because if all this was because of the tattoo, then now he and Andrea were in danger. He didn't feel sorry for himself at all, but if something happened to his beautiful red-haired girlfriend, he would never forgive it. Apparently, the girl was tired of waiting for her friend to come to meet her for so long, so she took a step forward and began to approach quickly. All this was carefully observed by the same strange girl who sent our hero sweets. For some reason, her face stretched out in a satisfied smile. That enigmatic expression on her face made me wonder if she had anything to do with all the horror that had just occurred in the establishment. Meanwhile, Andrea continued to approach our hero, but with each step, her confidence evaporated because she felt something strange. The system beeped so loudly that it was unpleasant for the ears, and on the necks of the guys there were now identical symbols that were highlighted in red. But while they didn't know anything, because in all the confusion, they didn't even notice that a light magical touch tickled their skin, the girl again asked why her friend was standing still. She ordered him to come to her immediately, but when she raised her hand, she found that it was trembling slightly. And then some kind of glowing magic line appeared on it, which served as a kind of mark. Yang Ning noticed this amazing thread, and then it immediately became clear to him that the girl he was connected to through the strange mark was Andrea. The red-haired beauty, on the other hand, did not suspect anything, all the time coming closer to her friend, until he shouted that she should stop on the spot and stop moving in his direction. He asked for this very timely, because the magic power was already activated, and so far only threw the young man back, and did not tear him into particles like Sherman. Watching Ian break the window and run away from her like she was a leper, Andrea wondered what she'd done to make the guy run away. As soon as he moved away, a strange glowing mark caught the girl's eye, because before there were no scratches on her index finger, but now there was something strange there. As she examined her finger, she wondered when she cut herself, but then decided that it wasn't strange, because in all the commotion, it could have happened anywhere. Outside, the sky was getting darker, and the stars were contrasting more strongly and seemed to twinkle even brighter. Despite the falling snow and cold, a strange girl stood in a light dress, reading aloud intricate poems. Her feet were cold in her red summer shoes, the heels of which left small footprints in the snow. When the door to the roof where the young lady was staying opened, she immediately thought that Yang Ning, who was occupying all her thoughts, had come to see her. Surprisingly, it really was him. The guy looked ahead uncertainly and did not hurry to get out of the shadow, which it turned out protected him. While the stranger was happy that he had come, the guy tried to assess the situation because everything around him seemed too strange. There was no joy in his eyes at all, as he had only recently learned that the only person he was attracted to was now a deadly threat to him. The young man approached the girl, leaving footprints in the snow, while the beauty chattered about how insanely glad that he came to her. This stranger was a real beauty, with long brown hair, warm chocolate eyes, and everything about her that screamed that she was safe and cute. However, our hero was extremely cold to her. His voice was completely emotionless when he asked if she really wanted to meet him here. Hearing this question, the young lady beamed that she had previously hesitated to meet a guy, but today was a special day when she allowed herself to make this move. Her face flushed a little and her mouth curved into a smile as she said that as of today, Ian was no longer related to Andrea. The young man's gaze became extremely cold and serious. He said that he had guessed that this meeting would be somehow connected with his girlfriend. Now he was interested in who was standing in front of him and how she was connected with what happened. For some reason, all these questions caused the girl to have a fit of light laughter, which could well be called a little crazy. With a smile on her face, she said that she really could be credited with starting the game. And looking at her bandaged hands, it was obvious that she was the one who sent the candy to the young man. After Ian got a little closer, she backed away from the partition and said that she was finally ready to turn into ashes. Except that if she did, she and Andrea would be the ones who could never be together, causing each other unimaginable pain. Twirling around in her light pale dress, the stranger intoned that Jan and Andrea would only be victims of the big game she was playing. Our hero did not understand anything. He wanted to find out what victims they were talking about and why they called him that at all, if it was all about those strange marks that appeared on their necks. Then the girl said that any ritual requires sacrifices. Alarm bells appeared in Ian's head, so he asked if this meant that he and his friend could die at any moment, like Sherman. Laughing enthusiastically, the stranger said that the guy was very smart, since he made such correct conclusions based on the information received. Clapping her injured hands together, the young lady informed him that if he approached Andrea after the game started, something irreparable might happen. To be more specific, one of the guys will be cut into small pieces as soon as he gets close to the person with whom he was connected by the label. Needless to say, this news did not please our hero at all, who was not going to just give up his close friend like that. As he got closer and closer, he finally decided to ask if the girl in front of him had sent him all those strange blood sweets. He also said that he hadn't talked to any of the girls from the university, except for Andrea, so he asked if the stranger didn't think she was doing a very bad thing. When the young lady heard that her actions were considered unreasonable and vicious, her eyes widened in surprise and indignation. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, because she did not share his opinion at all, and in her picture of the world, everything was completely different. The stranger didn't understand why Ian thought that, and she was very upset that he really seemed to have forgotten the story from the past that connected them. Many, many years ago, when she was still a little battered girl who was saved by Ian, she made a promise that when she grew up, she would definitely repay the guy for what he did. Now she was an adult and could fend for herself on her own, but she had not forgotten the promise she made as a child, and now she was ready to pay off our hero. Despite all these words and confessions, the young man said that if this game can really cut a person into pieces, like Sherman, then he really thought her actions were meaningless. Hearing that Yang Ning really thought that she was crazy, something inside the girl snapped, because she thought that he would appreciate her action. Her smile instantly disappeared from her face, pursing her lips. An old acquaintance of our hero tried her best to hold back a sob. She claimed that the guy didn't understand anything, and then for some reason said that people can't live forever, and their death is just a matter of time. Saying all these words, she behaved quite creepy, because she was smiling and catching snowflakes with her hands, while the girl was standing almost on the edge of the roof. Catching another snowflake in her palm, she said that her destiny was to die, melting in someone's hands. No one could save her from certain death, because as soon as the snowflake feels a little warmth, it will immediately disappear. Pressing her injured palms to her chest, the girl said that Yang Ning was the only source of warmth for her, like the snowflake that was placed in her hands. She compared herself to the snow, which was so hungry for warmth to finally melt away, while she was getting closer to the edge. Our hero was completely confused. All this new information came to him so unexpectedly that now he simply did not understand what this stranger was talking about. The girl said that her love was to give, and she was ready to burn for the sake of her beloved. Her words stated that Andrea's love was worthless compared to how much she loved. Jumping off the roof, she shouted that she would do anything for the guy and give everything, including herself, without a trace. Everything happened so fast that the young man didn't even have time to react. He only realized what was happening when he couldn't help anymore. Yang Ning rushed to help too late, and his hand didn't have time to grab the girl's palm to hold her in place. Falling from the roof, the stranger smiled and said that Andrea could not have done this, and then humbly said goodbye to the one who once saved her. All the guy could do was watch in shock as this crazy girl fell down. He still didn't understand her motives. Everything seemed too crazy. Today had been too much of a shock, and for a moment John thought he was going to go crazy himself, because it was too much to witness 2 deaths in one day. While the young man was pondering who this girl was, someone below had already noticed that a person had fallen from the roof, and he was afraid that he might be blamed for this. Looking at the bloodied body of the victim, our hero tried to understand what game she was talking about all the time, and how to make sure that he and Andrea did not harm each other. As soon as the hero got home, the first thing he did was sit down at the computer and try to find at least some information about the girl he had just met. It turned out that her name was Shelley Yu. She was 18 years old. She studied in the literature department and went to the same university with them. Ian immediately realized that he didn't know and had never met this girl. He couldn't even remember ever hearing her name from any of his friends. He didn't understand how anyone in their right mind could play games like this for a stranger. That's how much he remembered that the girl looked at him with such adoration, as if she had known him all her life, or most of it. It was hard to explain. The last words she'd said to him were running through his head, and there were phrases about ashes, sacrifice, and death that didn't fit in his head at all. Despite the fatigue and absolute lack of understanding of the situation, our hero decided to continue his search on the internet and began to actively enter something on the keyboard. He began to come across articles about the horror happening in the city of Nandu. For some reason, it interested him. So by pressing the key, he decided to check what was written in this article. Perhaps this information could somehow be useful to him. For the query death in Nandu City, the search engine knocked out more than 150,000 results. This topic seemed blatantly cruel and scary to the young man, but the interest was stronger, and he decided to look at this news. It was already deep into the night, but he was still staring at his laptop screen, trying to make sense of everything that was going on. And for a moment, he thought he was finally beginning to understand something, but he didn't like what he was learning at all. Meanwhile, events take us to the stadium, which was located in the courtyard of the university, where our hero and his friends studied. It was there that a girl named Ellie was standing, and a guy approached her and asked her how she was feeling. This guy's name was Jack, and it looked like he was a good friend of hers, because she told him quite frankly that she couldn't live like this anymore and wanted to die. The red-haired guy was very surprised by these words and said that death was not an option. He begged Ellie to just be patient for a while, but she did not see the point of living in eternal suffering. The girl screamed with inner pain and suffering, saying that she no longer sees any sense to exist on this planet because life brought her only pain. This suffering was due to the fact that she sees Jack every day, but they could not be together, and she was already fighting a life and death struggle at once. She begged the red-haired guy to just let her leave this world and get rid of the eternal misery that haunted her day and night. She was in so much pain that Jack didn't even know how to help his dear Ellie and convince her that life was worth it so that she wouldn't lose it. However, as soon as he took a step towards her, the system would emit this annoying beeping sound that warned that the lovers were at a dangerous distance. The boy's eyes widened as he realized that they had received a new assignment, something that hadn't happened before, so it intrigued both of them. Suddenly, the girl smiled, something that hadn't happened in a very long time, and Jack was a little relieved to see his precious Ellie smile again. The green-eyed beauty with a square of hair was glad of this task, because the hope was kindled inside her that if they completed it, they could be together. This hope was also transmitted to the guy who could only dream that one day he would be able to hug his beloved girl. With an evil grin, Jack said that this time their opponents were inexperienced beginners, so they were very lucky, and he could compete for the right to love Ellie from a distance. He was sure that this time he would kill anyone the system pointed out, because only then would there be even the slightest chance that he and Ellie would be able to touch each other. Meanwhile, Andrea had been trying to dial the same number for several minutes straight, but each time the operator said that this caller was unavailable. The girl sighed in displeasure and looked at her mobile phone. She didn't understand what happened to Yang Ning and why he stopped answering her. Her friend urged her on, saying they were already late, but Andrea couldn't help but think that something had happened to the guy, especially after he'd run away from her last night. She hadn't seen him this nervous in a long time, and when he yelled at her to stay where she was, he looked like they were going to die if she even took a step in his direction. She thought that she would never see her friend like this again, but his expression yesterday reminded her of someone else. The same Ian from before, who was grinning at everyone around him and was ready to use rebar as soon as danger approached him. Andrea really didn't want to believe that Ian, who had been isolated from the world, had returned again, and all the work on emotions had been done for nothing. It was terrifying to imagine that the guy had once again shackled himself in impenetrable armor, and his heart was covered with ice that no one could melt. Many philosophers of this world have tried to understand what love is. Some have thought that it is like hate and made people vulnerable to the manipulation of others. People became more sensitive, easily offended and resentful, which made them weaker. In this state, they actively demonstrated their fear and aggression, and then abruptly turned to kindness, followed by cruelty. Some people thought that humans were nothing more than a joke, because even after thousands of years of evolution, they were still not much different from animals. After all, they couldn't even restrain their breeding instinct, which they themselves vaguely called pleasant feelings. There were those who considered all this a meaningless masquerade, which only interferes with living a high-quality life. So those who could not overcome all these animal instincts, such people considered those who can only be victims on the altar. But let's get back to the main story, which now leads us to the university's laboratory number 2. Some students couldn't stand this kind of training anymore and couldn't bear to look at what was right in front of them because only a couple of days ago they were cutting frogs, but now it was clearly too much. They were forced to take scalpels in their hands and do what they had to do despite the blood spatter. Andrea put all her emotions on the back burner and did what was required, namely dissecting a white furry animal that lay on what looked like an operating table. She looked at her classmates with undisguised annoyance and said that if they had time to chat, they should spend it on the autopsy, because they might not even think about leaving until they finish their report. These harsh words brought the girls back to the reality that they so actively wanted to ignore, but now they had no choice, so they excused themselves and hurried back to work. No one understood why Andrea was so angry and annoyed today. They assumed that she was not going through the best period, so it was better not to touch her. The girl was really not in the best mood, but no one even suspected the reasons, because they were connected with one particular guy who decided to disappear from her life. She had already written Ian a bunch of messages, wanting to know if everything was all right and if something terrible had happened, but he still did not answer all these questions and remained silent. All this was so disturbing and painful that the girl did not stop checking her phone and felt incredibly angry with her friend because he put her in this state. Little did she know that someone was actively watching her right now, someone whose system beeped loudly as he approached her. Surveillance was carried out from afar, using binoculars. This man clearly did not want anyone to reveal his presence and interest in the girl's life. The system informed this person that Kill My Love's hunting mode had been activated, but since he was a newbie, information about opponents was unavailable. The red-haired girl was literally in the crosshairs and didn't even know what strange events were unfolding right behind her. And all because of the mark on her neck that had appeared after the terrible evening when Sherman had passed away. Now those who were capable of loving had to try to survive. Of course, Yang Ning's surveillance to make sure that there was a mark on his girlfriend's neck as well, and now he absolutely knew that it was all about her. As he put the binoculars away, he noticed that his hands were shaking slightly, apparently because he just didn't know what to do next and how to explain his absence from her life to Andrea. When the students started to leave the university, it was already getting dark, and lights were slowly starting to come on in the windows of the houses. Tired students slowly walked home, replaying in their heads everything that had happened to them during this difficult day. So did Andrea. She was walking through a quiet neighborhood and completely lost in her thoughts. Only she was not thinking about work or school, but about where her close person, with whom she had been since childhood, had disappeared so abruptly. She was so lost in her vigilance that she didn't even notice that there was a man following her footsteps, who was literally drilling her back with his gaze. This stalker clearly didn't want his identity to be revealed, so he took the trouble to put a mask on his face and covered the remaining areas with the visor of his cap. The red-haired beast was so angry with Ian that she decided that it was better for the guy not to catch her eye, because she would tell him absolutely everything that she thinks about his behavior. Because of this guy, she could lose her reputation, because she immediately remembered the group mates who whispered behind her back about how unrestrained she was today. She decided that it would be better if her friend hid well and did not get caught in her eyes. Just at that moment, her pursuer deliberately made a sound to give away his presence. The girl immediately noticed this and turned sharply, asking who was following her. However, she did not see or hear anything but the emptiness of silence. The silence so ringing and frightening that goosebumps ran over the red-haired heroine's skin. She clearly had a premonition of something bad. For a few seconds, she just stood there and stared into the darkness, and then finally thought that maybe she was just imagining it, because she was already quite tired and it could have been. However, all her instincts screamed that there was danger nearby, and she wanted to get to her home in a safe place as soon as possible. There were footsteps at last, and Andrea realized that her instincts were right, because soon she saw men's running shoes. Coming out of the shadows, the strange guy who was holding a knife tightly in his hand said that he didn't expect Andrea to be his first assignment. There was a strange determination in his eyes, and she could only wonder what he had dared to do and what she had to do with it all. Not giving in to fear, the heroine calmly asked who was standing in front of her and how he knew her name. She understood that if she showed her fear, she would sign a death sentence for herself. Her questions went unanswered because the stalker said that it didn't matter, because unfortunately, he came here only to kill her. Needless to say, this admission caused a surge of fear and incomprehension inside Andrea. She asked if this was a real madman standing in front of her. Tightening his grip on the knife, the guy said that obviously his victim didn't know anything, but he didn't think it was something terrible, because in this case, ignorance was good. But anyway, now she was in the game. Coming closer and closer, he asked the girl not to blame him, because he did not do it for any personal reasons, just because of the circumstances. After these words, the pursuer rushed straight at the heroine, brandishing a knife and shouting that she should die now. Fear completely engulfed Andrea's body, which couldn't even move from the spot, because everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that her brain just didn't seem to have time to react. There was real animal fear in her eyes. For the first time in her life, there was a situation where she was on the verge of death. She couldn't see anything but the knife that was in the hands of the guy who was so desperate to kill her for some reason of his own. The sound of a struggle, then all was silent for a moment, followed by loud, mad laughter. The knife was dripping blood, just as his pursuer had intended, and today his weapon felt the warmth of the red liquid that dripped down the thin blade. But the blood wasn't his victim's, it was his own. And he said, touching the deep cut on his cheek, that he must have underestimated Andrea. This was indeed the case. A frail-looking girl took the initiative in the battle, and now the weapon was in her hands, after which she said that it was not worth contacting a biology student. Then the guy told her that he wasn't crazy, but she obviously still didn't understand that she was already in a game that was very difficult to find a way out of. Looking down at his bloodied hand, he asked her if she hadn't heard anything about the so-called hints or the Kill My Love game. However, for Andrea, this was all just an empty sound. She did not understand what game her stalker was playing, but she absolutely understood that he had just tried to kill her, and this was a crime. For some reason, these words caused the guy to burst out laughing. It seemed that he felt absolutely unpunished and was not afraid of responsibility. Now he clearly understood that the girl did not know anything, so he decided to tell her about how he would be rewarded for her murder. The stranger asked if she had heard about the people she tore apart. According to him, all these victims had boys or girls whom they loved madly and had the most sincere feelings for them. But there was a huge problem. As soon as they got close to each other, one of them crumbled to pieces right in front of his lover. In other words, not only could the lovers not even touch their loved one, they could literally kill them just by their presence at any moment. The only way to get out of the game is to complete the task. Listening to all this nonsense, Andrea realized only one thing. The man who was standing right in front of her was ready to kill her for his girlfriend without any qualms. Slapping the red-haired heroine across the face with all his might, Jack screamed that in order for him and Ellie to be together, Andrea had to die. The impact sent her flying back a few meters and landing hard, and she hit her head and the pain reverberated in every part of her body. Then there was another blow that knocked all the air out of her lungs and made her groan in pain. Coughing on her own blood, Andrea realized that this wasn't some stupid joke or practical joke, that they really wanted to take her life. Moving closer to his victim, Jack said with a touch of sadness in his voice that it wasn't his fault and he didn't want her dead. His only wish was to live a happy life with the woman he loved. Raising the knife to aim and deliver the final blow, the guy said that she should only blame the system and the game for all this. He had already seen the trajectory of the blow and was ready to make it so that this nightmare would finally end and he could take his beloved Ellie by the hand. Closing her eyes, Andrea thought back to her childhood, when she was the most vulnerable girl who was bullied. But it was much worse for the boy who the other guys called a monster and wanted to check if he really didn't hurt at all. A small but very stubborn girl, she ordered her peers to get out of here immediately and not harm anyone else. However, no one listened to her. The guys from the yard continued to mock Ian, saying that he was a dumb monster who didn't feel any pain at all. They threatened to destroy the boy because he, according to them, dared to stand in their way. In the eyes of little Andrea shone tears because she did not know how to help her friend and felt just pathetic and helpless. Ian had always been protective of her, but at this moment, more than anything, she wanted him to be as far away as possible and not get hurt at the hands of these guys. Right now, she felt just as defenseless, with an enemy standing over her that she was powerless to face, but right now, no one was saving her. She thought so exactly until the moment when she saw that a bottle was flying in the direction of her enemy, which appeared as if out of nowhere. The bottle hit home and knocked the knife out of Jack's hand, which he was about to use. The guy was horrified because there was someone who was able to thwart his plan and move him away from the goal. Andrea was not even surprised. Her psyche was so exhausted that it seemed that she stopped feeling anything. Another man whose sneakers seemed too familiar to the heroine began to come out of the shadows. The figure also seemed almost familiar, all because Yang Ning, who had now completely stepped out of the shadows, was walking towards them. Jack immediately noticed that they were no longer alone in this alley. He needed to deal with the guy first and then get back to his task. Our hero didn't need to be told about the game because he knew even more than he would have liked, so he perfectly understood what he had to face. When Andrea realized that Ian had come to her rescue again, as he had when she was a child, her eyes widened in shock because she clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. Even so, she managed to force out a question about what her friend was doing in this alley, as if it was the most important thing to her right now. As she got to her feet, she asked indignantly if the guy had known all along about the game her stalker had told her about. While Jack was standing there in shock, the girl attacked her friend with questions and claims that she couldn't find him all day. Grinning, Jack said that it turns out that the players numbered 163 and 164 are Andrea and Yang Ning. Jack said that our hero was very smart because he couldn't find him and didn't expect the guy to be following Andrea all this time. Our hero was interested in who was behind all this, but Jack didn't know that, and what he knew for sure was exactly how he and Ellie would get out of this game. In order to finally live a peaceful and happy life with his beloved, Jack had to make sure that either Andrea or John went to the other world. The red-haired girl still didn't understand what they were facing, so she said that she would call the police right now because they tried to kill her. She was so naive that Jack laughed out loud, indicating that he was absolutely certain that he would get away with it. While she was trying to control her shaking hands and dial the police number, the guy asked if she was really that stupid or naive. After all, if the police could have done anything about this game, it wouldn't have come to this and no one would have had to die. Both the girl and Yang Ning listened with despair in their eyes, saying that they would be surprised if they knew how powerful and terrifying the game they were playing was. Turning around, Jack abruptly started to leave, saying that he couldn't do anything today anyway. So he waved to the guys and said that they would see each other another time. But our hero did not want to let go of his enemy so easily, because he did not even know who was standing in front of him. he did not get an answer because Jack said that they would see each other again very soon anyway. Andrea didn't even know how to comment on all this. The initial shock had passed, and now there were too many questions in her head. She just didn't say anything until her friend decided to come a little closer and ask the girl to stop being mad at him. Ian explained that he wasn't trying to avoid her. It was just that everything had happened so quickly, and there were a few things that he had to check because they still didn't know much. Holding a strange carbine in his hands, the young man said that at least they know that they are in a game called Kill My Love. For all the other people, it was a normal evening. Lanterns were lit and everything was calm, but our heroes were faced with the fact that they could no longer even approach each other. Now they were doomed to sit a few meters apart just to talk, and Ian said he didn't know much, but he did find out something. I had to dig through a lot of sources of information to have even the slightest idea of what kind of game this is. The guy said that he was pretty sure that the girl had heard about mysterious deaths on the news, where people died in a rather strange way. The victims were cut to pieces by some supernatural force. Andrea knew about it, and when she told Ian, he thought it was just an urban legend. He thought so until he saw Sherman's death with his own eyes. It turned out that the distance played a key role, and if it was reduced too much, then one of the partners fell to pieces and died. Unfortunately, they got caught up in this game because a woman named Shelley forced them into it. Now that Andrea was really scared, she decided to ask him if he meant that there were two people in the game, he and she. Nodding his head, our hero said that a strange girl believed that they were not just friends, but a couple, and now they were doomed to this suffering. Andrea's eyes widened in horror, and it was hard to process all this new information, which sounded like something crazy. It all seemed too absurd to her, since they weren't a couple, but that was exactly what Ian was saying. They were being pushed into this game completely unfairly. And then his red-haired friend remembered what the news had said about the girl who jumped off the roof, and Ian said that she was the one who had condemned them to this misery. After thinking about what she had heard, Andrea said that it was very strange that Shelley had just lost her life for Ian. The guy himself thought a lot about it, but did not come to any conclusions, because he did not remember that stranger at all. And the young man was very confused about one point, why his girlfriend did not look worried at all. On the contrary, she turned out to be extremely calm to him. It was because she knew perfectly well that she and Ian weren't a couple. She didn't know about the others, but she was pretty sure that if the guy got close to her, nothing would happen. However, our hero knew absolutely clearly that everything was not as simple as she thinks, so it was pointless to test her theory. Ian said that it was impossible to understand the game logically, and this was proved by the guy who tried to kill Andrea 5 minutes ago. Turning his head, he talked about his suggestions that the game might add new rules to the terms and conditions. He thought that she might become more dangerous as they went along, so if she was afraid, they might just disappear from each other's lives. After a little thought, Andrea admitted that she wasn't afraid, because as long as Jan was with her, everything was fine for her, as it was then, in her distant childhood. This confession made our hero freeze in place. He did not expect to hear something like this, but these words were very pleasant to him. Andrea continued by saying that even when they were kids, she always knew that as long as he was on her side, everything would be fine, and now nothing has changed. She said that since they were participants in this cruel game, they could overcome everything together if they did not give up. Even after she left, her words echoed in Ian's ears. He thought that his girlfriend would agree to just not get close to each other, but that wasn't the case. She wanted to fight, which meant that Ian couldn't refuse someone who had long been a part of his heart and soul. The morning of the next day came, which did not start very pleasantly for all the students, because something terrible happened on the territory of the university. New people came up who didn't understand why the courtyard was so crowded, and they were told that the entrance to the library was closed because there was a new murder there. This news surprised everyone, because over the past 2 months, there have been more and more strange deaths, and this is seriously frightening. Some people were annoyed by this and said that the university was definitely cursed, and it was worth considering giving up studying here. The man with a cigarette in his mouth was taking a critical look around and turned his head to Dean Lee to ask if he found anything interesting. Officer Luo was informed that this case was not unique. Everything was the same as in previous times, so no new data was received. Another victim died mysteriously right in front of everyone. There were many witnesses, but no one could explain the cause of death. No matter how hard the law enforcement agencies tried, no one was able to find any clues or solutions to this problem with unexpected mysterious deaths. The officer said that he had never seen anything like it in his entire life. These words alerted the dean, who already did not know what to do. With his head down, the dean of the university begged the officer to help them, because if this continued, they would lose a lot of students who would simply get scared. Looking at the sun, Mr. Luo said that he was an atheist, but he had to admit that such murders were completely impossible for a human. So he had to apologize to Deca Lee and tell him that there was nothing he could do to help him because he was completely powerless in this situation. The corridors, which were usually filled with loud laughter and lively conversations, were now empty and eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Ellie sat there, completely focused on her phone, as if her whole life was there. The girl asked her lover if he really failed. Because she did not hear the game notification about the completed stage, he admitted that Andrea's boyfriend prevented him. Ellie asked who their enemy was, and Jack told her that his name was Yang Ning, and that he was an ordinary student in the Department of Sociology, but he had some strange feelings. This struck his girlfriend as odd, so she questioned him further, and Jack admitted that Ian had just made him feel something, which was the best description he could come up with. All of this really bothered Ellie, because if they were prevented from completing their mission, they would be separated forever. Meanwhile, our hero went to the gym for training, to at least a little distract from disturbing thoughts, replacing them with physical activity. He just wanted to ignore the situation they were in, and the only thing that could help was the strain on his body, which would shift the focus of his attention. What he couldn't imagine, even in his nightmares, was that this was where he was going to meet Jack, the same guy who had tried to kill Andrea last night. The encounter was unexpected and extremely unpleasant, but Jack smiled and asked how Ian had managed to find him here. Our hero did not know what to say to this, because he did not understand how they managed to meet here. The university was so large that they could simply not cross paths. With his hands tightly clenched in his pockets, the young man tried to restrain his impulse to pounce on the enemy and beat them to a pulp. And then he decided to hand over the same item that Jack had dropped last night, taking it out of his pocket, and Ian threw it sharply in the direction of the red-haired guy. It was the same carbine that Ian had found on the asphalt yesterday after Jack had finally left him and Andrea alone. Holding this object in his hands, the red-haired guy smiled mysteriously. It seemed that this carbine meant something to him. As Jack approached Ian, he asked him if Ian had come to kill him, but our hero was in no hurry to answer. Then the guy said that he wasn't going to kill anyone right now. He came here to tell Jack two things that were very important to him. For one thing, he and Andrea didn't want to see him again, and for another, he wanted to know what the game was and how to get out of it. The red-haired young man told what he mentioned earlier. The game was called Kill My Love. Its essence was that you either kill your loved one or take the life of someone else, whom the system chooses. He also mentioned that this game can be very dark and confusing. The red-haired guy was well aware that Ian was hoping for the best, but it wasn't a child's play. In order to achieve your goal, you had to be cruel, not for personal reasons, but because you were literally forced to do it. Jack didn't want to stoop to the level of a killer, but as it turned out, he was willing to do a lot to be with his beloved. Besides, Ellie's life was on the line, and there was no way in hell he was going to let her get hurt, let alone die. He thought about how it used to be, and he desperately wanted to kiss her again and hold her close, not afraid that she would be cut to pieces with one extra step. These memories were both a blessing and a curse that kept him awake at night. After all, he still remembered the warmth of her hands, the smell and soft skin that he loved to touch so much. Now it was all inaccessible to him. All this shattered into small pieces, leaving only painful memories of the former happiness that seemed so close and unattainable at the same time. So Jack had to win to be near his beloved again. So no matter how much he wanted to, he just couldn't leave Andrea and Ian alone. Listening carefully to this painful speech, our hero did not take his eyes off the knife that Jack was clutching all the time. He could understand his motives, but he was not going to allow him to do what was planned. Suddenly, our hero smiled and said that there must have been some loophole in any game, so they should have found it and tried to take advantage of it. Jack found the word strange, but he didn't mind trying to think of something, since he didn't want to become a killer either. Our hero continued by saying that they always think that they will either win or lose the game, but what if there were other possibilities that they didn't know about right now? Chuckling, the red-haired guy asked if Ian really wanted to try to find a loophole in the game and find another way to get rid of the system. Nodding his head, Ian confirmed that it was like that. There was no certainty of success, of course, but they might be able to figure something out if they found out more information, while Jack didn't see how it would help them. The guy urged Ian to wake up and not be so naive, because there was no other way to get out of this hellhole. There was only one way Jack could guarantee that he and Ellie would get out of the game, and that was to kill Andrea, and that was it. Patting our hero on the shoulder, the red-haired guy said that this way he can finally win this round, and Ian will return to his normal life. Laughing, the boy confirmed that this option was indeed one of the ways to pass this stage, but he hoped that it was possible to pay a lower price. Recoiling, Jack asked what the guy meant, because he didn't understand the phrase about this lower price at all. As Ian kept his eyes on the sharp knife, he heard Jack ask him to show him something that might interest the boy. Suddenly, the knife moved and swung up sharply, its deadly sharp blade flashing. Blood spurted out, and Ian was already thinking of running away from this man and the place where they met. Scarlet blood began to pool in a small pool around Jack's feet, which he only tightened his fist to squeeze out as much of the liquid as possible. There was a long gash on his arm, but Jack didn't even grimace at the pain, just asked Ian to keep a close eye on what was going to happen next. Our hero focused his attention on the cut as this strange guy asked him to, but so far nothing has happened. Jack ordered the boy not to blink so as not to miss anything, and Ian did so, although he did not understand the meaning of all these actions. But in the next second, he noticed that the cut was beginning to heal and then completely disappeared. Jack's hand was unharmed, even though he had recently bled to death. All this made our hero very surprised because this situation seemed so strange to him that Yan thought that all this was a terrible dream from which he could not wake up. Noticing the shock on his opponent's face, Jack informed him that they might hurt each other and that he should fix this piece of information in his memory. However, they couldn't harm themselves, which meant that they couldn't commit suicide even if they really wanted to. Looking directly into Ian's eyes, his enemy asked if he really thought that a human could have such power. Did the naive Ian still think that he had the strength to fight this? Jack thought that the players were just pawns on this bloody chessboard and the game couldn't be outsmarted. However, our hero was adamant and confidently stated that he still believes that some loophole could be found. Not wanting to get into pointless arguments, Jack said so be it, and then suggested that we see who can get to the top first. If Ian won, then he could ask any question about the game, and the red-haired guy would answer him. You could refuse. However, if the young man still agrees and loses, he will be in trouble. Jack demanded that if he lost, Ian let him kill himself, and that would be the end of the problem. They would pass the stage and Andrea could move on with her life. Looking at the sharp blade that was getting closer and closer to his neck, our hero wondered if all these risks were worth it for him to agree to the guy's offer. But then he laughed lightly and began to pull away from Jack's hand, which was pointing the blade at him, saying that of course he agreed to his terms. While the guys were trying to figure out which of them was faster, some of them spent their morning in a completely different way. The blonde girl named Ellie, whom Jack adored so much, was still lying in her bed, basking in the morning sun. Once upon a time, the red-haired guy liked to sit next to her and watch her sleep, because in these moments, Ellie was so beautiful and calm. She seemed to him the most gentle creature in this universe, and he had a desire to protect her from all the evil that was in this world. Her face was so relaxed and soft that he always wanted to touch her beautiful lips to feel their softness and warmth. And then Ellie showed her nature. When her lover's hand came close to her face, she would quickly bite it with her sharp teeth. While Jack screamed that he was in pain, the girl hugged him from behind and began to ask what he wanted to do to her while she was sleeping. Stretching in bed, the girl said that as an apology she could bring her beloved breakfast, but he was not interested in this, but in the answer to the question he asked, which she never gave. Then Ellie admitted that she was afraid, because they were still at university and their relationship had only just begun, so she couldn't be sure that Jack would still need her when he graduated. He didn't say anything, just smiled as she began to pull at his latches, and there was so much warmth and love in his eyes that it was both an answer for Ellie and an answer to her fears. Looking at his beloved, Jack said that she was a real fool if she thought that she could become uninteresting for him because he was ready to love her for the rest of his life. It seemed like an eternity ago, and now, instead of spending time with his beloved, Jack was forced to compete with some kid he needed to kill. Yang Ning pretended to have no doubts about his own abilities, but in reality, he wasn't sure if he could win the argument. This attitude immediately caught Jack's eye, who just grinned, because he was completely confident in his own abilities and did not mind competing. The red-haired guy filled in his opponent that rock climbing was not for everyone, but the young man said that he did not mind trying and trying his luck. Looking at the height that needed to be conquered, goosebumps ran through our hero's skin, but he did not attach any importance to this and decided that he would do everything to win. As soon as the command to march was given, Ian immediately rushed to climb up. He put all his efforts to get ahead at the very start. However, Jack was able to do it much more easily, so he reminded Ian not to underestimate rock climbing because it required a lot of strength, endurance, and technique. There were several rules in the children's competition. The first one was like this: the winner is the one who first touches the top with his hand. The second rule was that the loser must fulfill the winner's wish, even if the winner demanded his life. Our hero remembered every rule and climbed up with a smile. While he was doing well, with each passing second he was getting closer and closer to the top and moving well. However, at some point the ledges became shallower and harder to catch, so his foot slipped and he almost fell down. At first he held on, but then his arm slipped too, so that the fall was inevitable, and he could only hope that when he landed he wouldn't hurt anything. Watching his opponent fall, Jack realized that he had been right and that it would not be difficult to defeat the boy, and now he only confirmed this thought. In front of him was nothing more than an inexperienced rookie who would have had a chance to win if he hadn't chosen to fight him. This oversight had cost him his life. Our hero sat on the ground and thought about why he accepted this challenge and what he was thinking when he agreed to all this. But then he stood up abruptly and decided that he would still fight for the title of winner because his life and Andrea's survival were at stake. So he came to the start and started climbing again, hoping that the higher powers will help him somehow miraculously reach the top first. Oblivious to the fact that the enemy was far ahead, Ian concentrated on climbing up, hoping that he would be lucky. After a while, he didn't even notice how he started to catch up with Jack, who for some reason was delayed and now took a risk because he could easily lose. Our hero was already literally breathing down his back. It only remained to correctly beat the situation and overtake the enemy, who was confident of his victory. But Ian had completely forgotten that the third rule of the competition said that there were no rules. Unlike him, Jack remembered that very well. After whispering an apology, the young man put his foot on Ian's hand because he simply couldn't let him win, since his and Ellie's happy life was at stake. So he went to this low act without a twinge of conscience, because he was ready to do absolutely everything to quickly take his beloved girl by the hand without worrying that she might die. Pressing harder on Ian's arm, Jack said that they were in a game that didn't allow them to just sit and think about something. Here you had to act and do it decisively. Ian's injured arm started to slip and lose its grip. Looking at this, his opponent said that they were in a life-and-death battle all the time. But Jack didn't expect to meet such a determined and stubborn opponent. Despite the pain and damage, Ian continued to climb up and did not fly down as his enemy expected. The boy forgot about the pain, forgot that his hands were badly damaged. In his memory and head there was only Andrea, for whom he was ready to fight to the very end. Jack made a huge mistake. He underestimated his opponent, thinking that he was just an inexperienced beginner, but the guy showed amazing results and showed tolerance for pain. Rock climbing required a lot of strength from the fingers of the person who was doing it. If the fingers were even slightly damaged, they would no longer be able to rely on them. The red-haired guy knew that he had stepped on his opponent's fingers with such force that his bones should have cracked. Apparently, this did not happen. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Ian was still climbing. Looking at Jack, our hero smiled and asked why he stopped. His opponent could not say anything because he was just shocked by what was happening. Grabbing the rope that was already hanging at arm's length, he decided to end it all once and for all. After looking at Ian carefully, the red-haired man told him not to blame him for what would happen next. Speeding up sharply, Jack said that he really didn't want to kill anyone, but the circumstances were such that he simply didn't have the right to choose. If he wanted to live his happy life, then he would have to send to the next world the one who was affected by the system, and there was nothing he could do about it. Ian was getting pretty tired of hearing Jack talk about how sorry he was, so he focused all his attention on dodging Jack's boot. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he realized that victory was further away than he could have imagined. After all, when he wanted to grab the next ledge, his hands failed him and slipped at the most inopportune moment. So a second fall was inevitable, and this time he would not be able to catch up with his enemy so quickly that he would have a chance to compete for the championship. Jack turned his head just in time to hear the sound of falling, feeling a little sorry, because Poison was a really good opponent. It was only when he noticed that Ian let go of his hands and let his body fall down that 1,000 different questions popped up in his head. It might have been a smart move, but Jack couldn't imagine that after this fall, Ian would be able to continue climbing and catch up with him, which meant that he was winning. But soon he noticed something disturbing up there, something that made him doubt his own abilities. Deciding that it was his imagination, the red-haired guy continued his ascent. I understand that he has very little time left before the final. He was startled when he heard a high-pitched scream, and when he lowered his head down, he saw that his opponent was lying on the ground, completely motionless. His posture was as if he would never be able to move, which made Jack uneasy because he had to kill him himself, so this kind of death wouldn't suit the system. In addition, Jack noticed that somehow Ian had managed to hook him with a rope, and now he, too, was in danger of falling down. Apparently, this happened when Jack kicked his opponent, which meant that he had seen through his plan and was just waiting for the right moment to strike back. It was just like that. Yang Ning was not only agile and fast, but also very smart, so making a plan of action on the go wasn't a problem for him. Snarling in anger, the red-haired boy wanted nothing more than to get at his enemy and strangle him with his own hands. Our hero managed to attach a rope to the enemy's sneaker, which was tightly attached to the carbine. So now there was real fear raging inside Jack, because he had no idea that his enemy would think of doing something like this. As I struggled to my feet, Ian was holding onto the rope and telling me that Jack was right. The boy's eyes glittered with a kind of crazy light as he said that now he finally understood. They were all victims of more than just a game. After these words, Ian began to pull hard on the rope, hoping to do what he had planned beforehand. He did it successfully, because now Jack was moving down at an incredible speed, scraping his hands on the sharp stones that jutted out of the wall everywhere. Jack was really scared, because if he really fell, the game would count it as a poison attack, which meant he wouldn't be able to heal himself. Now he guessed what his opponent's plan was, because Ian had fallen on his own, and the game didn't consider it his attack, but he would be spared such a fate and could be seriously injured. Turning around, the red-haired boy began to shout and ask what his enemy was up to. He wanted to hear confirmation of his guesses, but he never got an answer, because our hero decided to philosophize and said that his opponent was right, and it really didn't make any sense. Keep dragging the enemy down. Ian said it was a life-and-death battle after all, so morale should have taken a back seat. The fall was inevitable, and when Jack's hands let go of the rocks he was holding on to, he realized that Ian had learned something from him after all. As he watched the ground approach inexorably, the red-haired man thought only of how much his dear Ellie would suffer if he did die. Memories of the days when they were still completely unaware of the existence of this cruel game and just lived their happy lives together popped up in his mind. They were planning a wedding, and the guy absolutely knew that the love of his life would be the most beautiful bride. When she first tried on a wedding dress, Jack was only convinced of this. He was so startled by what he saw that he didn't know what to say, and Ellie was annoyed and asked if he had changed his mind about marrying her. While the guy was in a pleasant shock, his bride critically examined her reflection in the mirror and said that she needed to lose a little weight because the dress was too tight. Jack didn't even know how to comment on this because he thought his beloved was the most beautiful girl in the world, and he absolutely didn't see any shortcomings that needed to be changed. Taking her hands in his, he told her that Ellie looked amazing and didn't need to worry about dieting or anything like that. To him, she was the most perfect girl in the world, so this year, after their graduation, they were supposed to get married and tie the knot forever. However, all these dreams were broken in an instant when they found out about this terrible game and became its participants, who were doomed to suffer and suffer. Falling to the ground, the guy screamed in pain, of course, because in addition to hitting the hard surface, he also ran into a knife. Looking at his damaged body, he couldn't figure out where the knife had also come from. And then he realized that it was all set up by Ian, who had originally known it would be like this. Now that the boy was getting closer to him, these thoughts seemed even more convincing. Leaning over poor Jack's body, our hero said that he didn't have to worry, because the blade had pierced him on the right side of his chest so he wouldn't die. Ian's eyes were burning with a strange, crazy light, and his face was stretched into a smile. It was clear that he was glad that his brilliant plan had worked. Looking at his motionless opponent, the boy asked if the conditions were still the same, if he could win if he went up first. At this moment, in another place, no less interesting events were taking place. A girl in massive shoes was climbing the stairs that led to the roof. When she opened the door, she realized that she would not find any privacy there, since this place was already occupied by someone else. As soon as Ellie, who was smoking a cigarette, turned her head, she immediately recognized the one who had disturbed her peace of mind and deprived her of privacy. Standing in front of her was Andrea Chen, who didn't understand how the stranger knew her name. When the red-haired girl came closer to her, Ellie politely offered her a cigarette, but she refused, not wanting to spoil her health. Flicking ash from a cigarette, the blonde introduced herself as Allison C. and also added that she was a player in the game Kill My Love, and she and the guy were their rivals with Ian. Sucking in the bitter smoke, Ellie said the girl could relax. She wouldn't hurt her. She just wanted to talk while the boys tried to kill each other. Looking at the look on Andrea's face, the blonde realized that she didn't know anything. She was jealous that her boyfriend wanted to protect her from all this, but she had to tell him that the guys were currently fighting in the gym. Andrea's eyes widened even more as the puzzle formed in her head, and she realized that the guy who tried to kill her last night was Ellie's lover. After that, the blonde looked into the distance and said that she would like to be as brave as the girl who jumped off this building a couple of days ago. Ellie then asked if her red-haired friend was worried about her boyfriend, and Andrea laughed awkwardly and said that she shouldn't really worry about him. Laughing, the blonde said that she liked Andrea because she also thought that men were disgusting cowards. The red-haired heroine did not understand what was being said, and then the blonde gave her advice, which was that you need to take care of yourself, because for a woman to be part of the game, it's like being in hell. Andrea still didn't understand what Allison meant, so she asked why they should listen to the system and if they couldn't just ignore its tasks. Calling the girl naive, the blonde told her about the theory of the Dark Forest, which was that organizations do not reveal themselves to each other for fear that they will immediately be destroyed if discovered. After that, she added that if you want to survive as a player in this game, you will have to become a killer. That's how things were. Let's get back to the guys who were still in the gym, in pain. Jack lying on the cold floor and having to watch as his enemy was about to win the argument. He was disgusted at the thought that he had so completely believed himself that he had underestimated the enemy and now paid for it with his health and victory. Bleeding profusely, he tried to get to his feet, but his whole body was shaking and failing, so it was extremely difficult to do so. It was the blade that caused him the most agonizing pain, but it still pierced through his body and of course, prevented him from moving. Looking at how Ian was successfully making his way up, the red-haired guy asked if Ian was really that desperate to win. Despite the pain, Jack grabbed the hilt of the blade and began to slowly pull it up, and soon the sharp blade left his body. Following this, he began to do something terrible, namely to beat himself with a knife in various places where his hand could only get. His breathing was ragged, but oddly enough, the guy felt relieved, because from his own blows, regeneration was very fast. So it wasn't long before he was able to get to his feet, and monitor his opponent's elevation from standing on his own 2 feet. The only thing he could do was throw the dagger straight at his enemy's back, which was exactly what Jack did, wanting to land Ian on the ground as soon as possible. Our hero was lucky because he was able to dodge in time and the knife flew past, hitting the stones that were ahead. The blood-stained blade had ricocheted off the wall and was now flying down, heading for the person who threw it. The loud clanging sound indicated that the blade had collided with solid rock, not soft flesh, and that was the biggest disappointment for Jack. But for Ian, this meant only one thing. He could continue on his way despite the fact that one stubborn guy was plotting against him, even from far below. Looking at all this, Jack just couldn't believe that it was going to end like this, and he would never reach the goal he was so eager to achieve. Yes, his opponent had reached the top and was now looking down on him in the truest sense of the word. His knife hadn't hit the guy, but the light switch, and now the gym was dark, except that Jack took it as a definite sign that told him not to give up. To light up the path a little, our hero lit a flashlight on his phone, so that when he was at the top, his enemy could see the light. Ian was so happy with this victory that he decided to announce with his voice that he was at the top, and the one who was plotting against him continued to lie on the ground. The young man's face stretched into a satisfied smile because he really managed to do what initially seemed impossible, but he believed in himself and everything worked out. Jack's eyes were still wide with shock and disbelief that all this was possible, because he was sure that the advantage was on his side. After all, he had chosen the most difficult route in the hall, where there were few climbing hooks and perfect technique was required, so it was impossible to go this way in the dark. It was then that Jack realized that Ian's behavior was completely normal for someone new to the game. His judgment, his decision, his frightening expression, and his incredible memory all indicated that he wasn't human. Now the red-haired guy was really scared because he realized that he and Ellie were dealing not with a naive novice, but with a real predator. It was time to admit that Ian had won, because it was as obvious as if someone had said the gym was dark. Meanwhile, some people were already approaching the gym building. There were quite a lot of people around, but no one knew what was going on inside. No one but Andrea, who was hurrying to her friend who had risked his own life for them. But as she approached the gym, she saw Ian already exiting. The guy was very surprised to see his girlfriend here, so he immediately asked what she was doing here. But the girl did not answer, because she was interested in whether everything was all right with him. He really wanted to go downstairs, but he knew better than to approach the girl. So he replied dryly that everything was fine with him, and then asked who her companion was. Andrea knew it would be stupid to tell her about meeting the enemy, so it was Ellie who answered for her, who introduced herself and asked where Jack was. Our hero immediately realized that this was the same girl that his opponent kept telling him about. She was worried if he was dead, so he told her that Jack was alive and almost healthy. He took a taxi to the hospital. With a sigh of relief, the blonde turned and walked away. And for a moment, Andrea felt so sorry for her that she called out to her. It pained her to look at this poor girl, whose hope had been extinguished right in front of her eyes, and she knew that the blonde was doomed to spend her days alone again. Turning her head to Ian, she said that she really hoped that her friend hadn't killed their enemy, who told her that he was fine, and then asked how Jack's girlfriend had come to want to see Andrea. In fact, the red-haired beauty didn't have much to say, because Ellie just came up to her, not wanting to talk about enemies. The guy said that Jack had clarified the rules of the game to him. Holding up 3 fingers, our hero said that they need to remember only 3 things. First, no one knows how many players there really were, but only one thing is clear. Most of them were couples who loved each other very much. While the girl was trying to say that they weren't a couple, our hero continued by saying that each player has a symbol on the back of their neck at some point. The second point that they needed to remember was that each pair must keep their distance. If one of them gets too close, then one of them will be destroyed. According to his own observations, the limit was about 3.5 meters. If they broke it, one of them would be cut to pieces. And the third rule stated that in addition to maintaining distance, the game had a battle mode in which participants could fight each other. Nodding her head, the girl said that she understood everything, but she was interested in something else, whether there was a way to get out of the game, to which Ian said no. As far as he knew, this game was controlled by some supernatural force that was impossible to defeat or outwit. According to the guy, you couldn't get out of this game. You could only follow the given instructions and kill, which is why he thought it was all extremely strange. Looking at her friend carefully, Andrea asked him what he meant because she didn't quite understand what he was thinking. But what bothered her most was the look on Ian's face, because he didn't look scared or dejected. On the contrary, he seemed like a gambler. However, she decided to convince herself that she was just imagining it. Because they were standing, she was happy with the long distance. Over the years, Ian had mastered all kinds of emotions and their expressions, but he had never shown his girlfriend such a fake smile before. Then the guy continued, saying that if they were in a game with no way out, then the logical thing for Jack's girlfriend to do was kill Andrea. Hearing these words, his girlfriend was seriously frightened because she realized that today the blonde could just look at her closely to understand at what moment it is best to attack. She also couldn't believe that Ian was talking about it so simply. There was no trace of fear in his voice, as if they were discussing something mundane and not her death. Seeing his friend's indignation, he reminded her that he couldn't feel real emotions, so such a display was quite normal. But that didn't change the fact that when it came to protecting his loved ones and surviving, he always knew what to do. So he clearly understood that killing or ignoring Andrea would be the most logical thing for Ellie to do. But she did not do either. And this caused a wave of questions inside our hero, to which he could not find suitable answers. Looking at his friend, he asked her if she didn't think it was strange, because he personally had the feeling that they were being lured into some kind of trap. Realizing that Andrea's face was very sad, he asked what had happened, but the answer was hidden on the surface. This whole nightmare was too frightening for a girl who was not ready for all this. It was all so frightening that I just wanted to believe that it was all a dream and that the guys were about to wake up. However, the dreams were even scarier than the reality. One of the players had a huge claw that was going to pierce his chest. At some point, he thought that it was the same god of the game. At first, Ian was very scared, but then he decided to face his fear, because only this could help him get rid of it. The huge red hand was getting closer and closer, and finally a voice was heard saying that our hero should honor it, like all the next victims. And then, right on the guy's chest, a blood mark appeared, a cross that the same god had placed with his huge claw. After that, an intimidating voice said that he was looking forward to Ian's future actions, because he was a very interesting character. It was at that moment that the alarm clock rang, which pulled our hero out of the dream and forced him to return to the real world. It was 7 in the morning, and he didn't feel like getting up at all, so he turned off the alarm and decided to lie down for a while longer. As he struggled to recover from the nightmare, he decided that touching his own chest to make sure that no mark was there would help him return to reality. However, there was a mark, and this made the young man even more alarmed, because the game was more real than he could have imagined. He was already in the bathroom when the alarm went off again, but he didn't need it now. As soon as the phone reminded him of itself, he immediately decided to call Andrea, because he really wanted to discuss something with her, but she was extremely angry that she was disturbed so early. Our hero wondered if the girl was really angry, because he had never seen her like this. He regretted that he did not have time to photograph her facial expression yesterday in order to analyze it later. While he was thinking about it, his girlfriend shared a story about having a nightmare about a monster last night, and it felt too real. Hearing this, the young man froze for a moment, because if they had the same dream, it was even more strange than he thought before. Putting the phone on speakerphone so as not to miss anything, the guy began to ask his girlfriend the details of the dream. The girl said that she saw a creature that looked like a giant crystal jellyfish. She told her that she was the god of this game. It was extremely difficult to believe what he heard, because our hero assumed that the god of the game was dreamed by him, and now it turns out that there were several of them. How to explain it all and put it in your head, because everything was too incomprehensible and confusing, and also it was frightening that everything was too real. Our hero and his girlfriend clearly felt that someone was watching them all the time, directing them and making them perform certain actions. Washing his face with cold water, the guy wanted to wash away this disgusting feeling, but his girlfriend brought him back to reality by asking if she could have had a nightmare, because she was too nervous. He wanted to say a firm yes, but he couldn't, because the reflection in the mirror clearly showed the mark on his chest, which said that the nightmare had its meaning. Events took us to the hospital where Jack was lying. When the nurse saw that he was already sitting up in bed, she immediately said that he should not do this because the operation was performed only yesterday. But the guy didn't pay any attention to it. He corresponded with Ellie and thanked her for signing his medical documents, but the girl didn't seem to care. She just reminded him that he had to kill Ian today. Jack didn't recognize his beautiful girlfriend, who was always worried about him, and in the past, she wouldn't have acted like this if she knew he was in the hospital after nearly dying. When he said that he wasn't sure that he could kill the guy in his current state, his love ordered him not to be a weakling and asked who he thought should still die out of the 4 of them. The nurse was outraged that no attention was paid to her, so she ordered the guy to immediately put the phone away. Softening his gaze and voice, Jack said that he was already fine and would like the medical staff to start the discharge procedure. The apartment building was just as interesting as the hospital where Jack was lying. The red marker kept drawing on the white canvas, wishing that all the lines and lines would finally merge together. Our hero was determined to thoroughly understand this game, so in order not to miss any details, he wrote everything down on paper and drew a kind of scheme. He didn't understand why the so-called God was involved in a game called Kill My Love, and why he wasn't alone. The fact that he and Andrea had both had a dream about God last night made the situation even more strange. And besides, this supernatural being was able to injure the guy in reality, which meant that logic was completely useless. Standing in front of his schematics, our hero tried to figure out if there really was a God who decided to play with their lives. It was hard to believe that a supernatural being would just have fun playing a game that had no end in sight. He decided that this couldn't be the case, so he had to find a way to ask someone what the final point of the game was. He was also interested in how the game appeared. There was not enough information for him to analyze, which means that there was only one choice: play on. Marking the right places with a marker, the young man only took root in the idea that in order to understand something, you need to become a part of it. After that, he eliminated Jack, as he did not consider him a dangerous opponent to avoid. The guy became his target. This thought did not cause any emotions inside Ian, because he knew very well that he had no choice. To find his target, our hero decided to use the good old navigator and simply track it. The phone pointed him to a place called Lijing Garden. After carefully familiarizing himself with the area he needed to go to, Yang Ning decided that he needed to go there right away. But he didn't even know that the person he had literally cut out of his life was already standing right under his windows. Jack's face was set in an expression of extreme determination, as if he had come to his enemy's house with a specific purpose in mind. And then he called Yang Ning, who did not immediately understand who he was talking to, but the red-haired guy hurried to explain everything to him, and our hero immediately guessed that the enemy was nearby. It was pretty obvious what Jack was here for, so Ian said that there was no need to deny that he was here to kill him, but first he suggested that we find a place to chat. Raising his head up, the red-haired man tried to figure out exactly which apartment Yang Ning was in, because perhaps this information might be useful to him in the future. It didn't seem like Ian was even trying to hide it, as he had come close to the windows when he was on the phone, so that the enemy could see him. Demonstrating his complete carelessness and lack of fear, our hero, in addition to everything else, waved to the guy with a friendly smile. This action was very confusing to Jack, because he realized that his sudden presence did not surprise anyone, much less scare them, so he decided that he would do his best to fix it. Ian decided to call Andrea first, but at first he didn't say anything, just asked if she could ask Professor Wang for the day off. When she asked what all this was for, the guy briefly replied that he needed the girl's help because he couldn't explain anything else. The place where the guys decided to talk was a bridge that passed over a wide highway where many cars drove all the time. Both guys thought that the place was just perfect because it was quite crowded and neither of them could create anything unexpected. Looking at Ian with displeasure, Jack asked what he wanted to talk about. Our hero was wondering if players really can't coexist. Grinning, the red-haired guy asked how his opponent knew that he would want to meet him. Ian said that he wanted to be more careful, so he put a tracking bug in his backpack. This was very clever, so Jack came to the conclusion that suggested itself. As a player, Ian was much better than him, so he wouldn't want to see him as his enemy. But no one gave him a choice, and if he wanted to hug his girlfriend again, then Ian had to die, no matter how sad it may sound. It was at this moment that our hero's phone received the message that he had been waiting for so long. After hearing Jack apologize for killing him in the future, the young man said that they are not in the right relationship to apologize. The red-haired man himself knew that he had nothing to apologize for because he was just a man who wasn't brave enough to just drop everything and walk away. After all, love and survival were things that a person needed. Jack couldn't even imagine who had the power to create such a dark and twisted game. So since they couldn't fight against these higher powers, all they had to do was give the powerful creature what it wants and what it demands. The girls were already getting into the taxi, and Jack was still thinking about what not to think, about what was right and wrong. It was necessary to do as a game about love and survival requires. The red-haired guy admitted that there was so much blood on his and Ellie's hands that he increasingly thought that it would be easier to just die. These words surprised our hero very much. He did not think that Jack repented of what he had done, so he said that he did not understand what his opponent was talking about. Jack continued by saying that he accepts that Ian has a reason for killing him and also hopes that the guy understands perfectly well why he didn't want to die. But all these words seemed to Ian only an empty sound, because his plan was to say goodbye to this guy once and for all. Hearing the words of farewell, Jack Lee widened his eyes in surprise because he never expected that someone would lure him into a trap. All sorts of crazy ideas began to run through his head, but none of them revealed the details of what Ian and Andrea were planning. But then, when the red-haired guy looked down and realized that a lot of cars were passing freely under them, he began to suspect something. And then glowing cuts began to appear on his skin, marking the very places that would fall apart in the future. Meanwhile, the blue car was moving at a rather serious speed, almost at the limit of the allowed speed limit. Looking out the window at the passing buses, Ellie asked her companion why she suddenly wanted to meet her, because the enemies rarely had such a nice conversation. Andrea said that she and Ian owed them money after everything she and Jack had done for them, so her boyfriend recommended that they go to a coffee shop with very good coffee. However, while the red-haired girl was asking Ellie if she liked a macchiato or a latte, Ellie was already getting suspicious. The blonde clearly felt that something terrible was going to happen soon, so tears came to her eyes and she said that her companion had acted very meanly. When they passed under the same bridge, the girl screamed sharply and began to demand that the driver stop the car, but he could not do it in the middle of the highway. Ellie started to get hysterical and demand to stop immediately. Andrea didn't understand what was going on. Because she didn't know anything about Ian's plan, she was really taking the girl to the coffee shop. The blonde girl's pretty face was gone, looking like a wounded animal now, especially when she grinned and said Jack was dead, so Andrea didn't have to play dumb. Andrea's companion was sure that the girl had asked to meet her so that her precious boyfriend could kill Jack. She told her all the most disgusting insults, which Andrea listened to in silence, because she didn't know what to say, because she didn't know anything about her friend's plan. It was also slowly dawning on her that Ian had done all this behind her back, and now one of their opponents was dead. She was immediately reminded of their conversation that morning, when the guy had asked her to do a favor and ask Ellie for a meeting, saying that they needed to talk. He also said that there was a coffee shop called Kamola on University Avenue that would make reservations for them, and the guy said that he wanted Ellie to persuade Jack to stop fighting. After this conversation, our hero immediately went outside, where Jack was waiting for him, smiling affably. He said that now they would go look for a place where they could talk. The crowded pedestrian bridge seemed like the perfect place because there was always someone there and none of the guys would be able to attack their enemy. Only now did Jack realize that he had fallen into an intricate trap and now it was possible to die in a few minutes. To somehow slow down the irreversible process, the red-haired guy decided to use the game rewards that he collected during all this time. As he did so, the glowing cracks slowly began to fade, and in some places even disappeared altogether. Then our hero decided to report that Ellie was in the car that just passed by, but Jack understood this without his prompting, so words were superfluous. The red-haired boy realized that his opponent had only chosen this spot for one reason, so that Ellie could drive under the bridge and deliver the final blow. Ian's plan was both insanely ingenious, because there was just the same distance between the overpass and the passenger in the car that was needed to destroy the enemy. But it didn't matter anymore. And yes, Jack didn't want to lose, but now he was just left with no choice, just like every time before. It was very surprising, but Jack decided to thank his killer, because in fact, he freed him from the huge burden that weighed so heavily on his shoulders. Of course, our hero was surprised by this turn of events, but Jack just smiled and said that he wanted to tell the guy one little story. After going to university, Jack did nothing but fool around and date girls, but that all changed when he met Ellie, who was so innocent and kind that he wanted to protect her from all the evil in the world. While he was with her, he felt like the happiest guy on the planet, while they thought their happiness would last forever. However, that all changed one dark, rainy evening that changed their lives forever. When he went after Ellie to make sure she got home without any problems, he found her bloodied body covered in cuts. A shadow appeared not far from the girl, so he immediately asked who had done this and why his beloved had been so mutilated. The guy saw that this man was still hanging over the unfortunate body of his beloved, so in horror he asked why he was doing this and begged him to stop. The man, whose face was hidden by a shadow, asked why the redhead hadn't come earlier to save his girlfriend number 72. The culprit suggested that Jack just didn't want to be a pile of dead meat, because love and promise were useless in the face of death. Therefore, the man put him in front of a choice. The guy could either save himself or show him how great his love is. Crying, Ellie began to beg for salvation. There were so many feelings and emotions inside Jack that they could literally tear him into small pieces, but the shock prevented him from moving. With an evil grin, the man grabbed the poor girl even more tightly by the throat and said that he thought that at least this time love would prevail, but it did not happen. Pointing the blade directly at the unfortunate girl's eye, the criminal loudly said that he welcomes the guys to the game called Kill My Love. Blood was streaming down Ellie's face, and she couldn't stop screaming and begging Jack to save her because she couldn't take this nightmare anymore. Continuing to cut her beautiful face, the man ordered his victim to remember this pain because love was the most disgusting thing in this world. The pain became so intense and unbearable that the girl began to beg just to kill her and put her out of all this agony and suffering. However, the blood-stained blade didn't stop. It continued to deliver blow after blow, each one feeling even more painful than the previous one. The blood ran down the girl in rivulets, and soon it mixed with the rainwater and turned into real scarlet puddles. Meanwhile, Jack froze and looked at this hellish scene because his psyche simply did not allow him to move from the spot and come to the rescue. Looking at his beloved girlfriend being slaughtered right in front of his eyes, he felt like he was stuck in the worst nightmare that couldn't even be imagined. After that fateful night, everything changed. Their lives were divided into before and after, and never the same again. The Ellie he knew was gone. Now he was looking at a completely different girl, and this was understandable because she had experienced a real nightmare in reality, which left an imprint on her forever. From now on, his beautiful Ellie was filled with fear and hatred. She had lost all hope and was desperately trying to destroy herself. She was stuck in the nightmare that now haunted her every night and shadowed her, which was incredibly difficult to learn to live with. Jack had always wanted to see her in a white wedding dress, but the blood trail she carried made it difficult to make that dream come true. After all, now the girl was not much different from a zombie, of course. The guy understood that part of the blame lies with me, because at the most critical moment, he chickened out and did not protect her. But now it's all over. Jack will no longer be able to take care of his beloved, and perhaps she will feel relieved because their torment has come to an end. Finally, the blue car reached its destination and a girl jumped out of it. Looking at Ian for the last time, Jack gave him advice not to use all the game rewards at once. He revealed that Ian and Andrea will receive a reward for this round, which will cancel the lethal effect of breaking the limit for 3 hours. Jack admitted that he just used the last half hour of his reward. These might have been the last words Jack would ever say, but he also had a request, begging Ian to kill the player with the knife scar on his face in his memory. Meeting his gaze, our hero said that he could not guarantee anything, but would definitely kill him if he threatened his life. Meanwhile, Ellie was already very close. She could see the silhouette of her boyfriend, who was standing on the bridge that she had just passed. Looking at his beloved, Jack realized that she was all he needed to get through his last half hour in peace. After saying goodbye to his enemy, the red-haired guy said that he was going to see Ellie, and then wished him luck in this difficult game. She ran to him as fast as she could, wanting to at least look him in the eye before he fell apart into small pieces. She wasn't aware of anything around her, so at one point she tripped and fell, losing precious time that she could have spent with her boyfriend. Only then did strong hands grab her and stop her from falling to the asphalt, and she found herself in the arms of the one she loved most in the world. Holding her fragile body close, Jack said that from now on, she should be as careful as possible because he would not be able to protect her anymore. His eyes seemed to sparkle brighter than the sunset that was right behind him. This guy seemed to Ellie more beautiful than anything in the world. She really didn't want to lose him. The crying girl smiled madly and begged Jack to tell her that he was going to be fine and that she just didn't think she'd done him any intentional harm. Snuggling up to his beloved, he breathed in her pleasant scent one last time, whispering words about how very nice it was to be able to hold her. Stroking her silky hair, he humbly said that he was only a useless coward, so he was glad that their enemies had not targeted Ellie. He begged her not to cry, because today this nightmare would finally end, and she would be able to live in peace, without fear of dying. Hugging her even tighter, the guy asked her to think about his death as if it was the last gift he made for her. It was at this moment, for the first time in a long time, that he was truly happy, because he knew that he would soon find peace in the arms of his beloved. When he felt that he had very little time left, he whispered goodbye to his beautiful Ellie, who will always remain in his heart. After these words, the girl felt like the beloved, whom she held so tightly, was falling apart. She pressed harder and harder, hoping to hold him, but it was impossible. Jack was gone. Alia could feel it when the warmth of him, the smell of him, the feel of his solid body next to hers disappeared, and it was as if the whole world had ceased to exist for her. She held what was left of him in her hands and couldn't believe that this was her reality now, and she needed to move on without him. It was hard for her to believe that this was true. They had avoided the worst possible outcome for so long that she already believed that they could be together again someday. Kissing what was left of her loved one, she confessed her love for him and said that she was very sorry because everything could have been different if she hadn't forced him to do terrible things. This was the first time Yang Ning had seen such strong negative emotions. These dead eyes full of despair, understanding of loss, but refusing to accept reality. Our hero took a picture of the girl to remember her emotions. Even a person who couldn't show emotion understood the full range of pain Ellie was going through, so he decided that he would find the person with the scarred face and fulfill Jack's last request. Andrea looked up at her friend, her eyes dark with anger, and asked if he really had set this up and manipulated their lives and even their deaths. The sun was just sinking below the horizon when an ambulance arrived to collect the case of poor Jack Lee, who had died one of those strange, mysterious deaths. The red-haired girl overheard the conversation and found out that Ellie had completely lost her mind, and her family came to pick her up from the university. Everyone was very sympathetic to her. Just then, Andrea saw a pop-up notification that congratulated her on completing the first kill mode. As a reward, he and Ian received 3 hours of lifting the death limit. The reward hours could be divided into 30-minute intervals. For just 3 hours, they could live a normal life, forget for 3 hours that they were participants in a bloodthirsty game that could take their lives at any moment. She thought about what they could do in that time: watch 2 movies, have lunch together. But the worst part was that they had earned this award by killing 2 whole people. Ellie dropped out of university because she had severe schizophrenia, and Andrea saw her leave university looking like she was an empty shell without a soul. She knew perfectly well that the blonde's heart had died with Jack, and that she was now plunged into a deep abyss of pain and despair from which there was no escape. To calm her nerves, Andrea collected smooth rocks on the beach and wondered what kind of monster could have created a game like Kill My Love. As she picked up the stones and held them in her hands, all she could think about was what would happen to them in the future, whether they would also turn into monsters that put their survival first. It would take them a while to find out the answer to that question, but she didn't want more blood on their hands. Despair and helplessness weighed so heavily on her that she threw the rock away as if her problems would go with it. Smooth Stone drowned in the clear water and began to slowly sink to the bottom, but he could not take with him all the sorrows and worries of the girl. After a walk along the coast, it was decided to visit the People's Hospital to see someone there. When Andrea approached one of the nurses and asked which room Shelley Yu from Yeju University was in, the woman immediately realized that she was talking about a student who had thrown herself off a building. Because of this, she fell into a vegetative state. Now in room 13, the visitor was told to go straight down the first-floor corridor and turn right. The nurse asked if she was a family member, because even after being admitted to the hospital, only teachers and classmates visited her, and her parents never came. This information surprised Andrea, but she didn't know what else to say other than that she was just a classmate. When she got to the right room, she immediately opened the window to let in some light because the room was too gloomy. Thanks to this, Andrea felt like she was able to let in at least some of the life that came with the sun's rays. However, the girl lying on the bed, it did not help in any way. It was obvious that she did not care where she was and whether there was a light here. Looking at the poor girl, or wondering if Shelley Yu knew what she had done, or if she knew that she had pushed her and Ian into a living hell that was almost impossible to escape. Our red-haired heroine's eyes lit up with anger because she guessed that Shelley knew all this very well and deliberately ruined their lives. It was obvious that Shelley didn't care what happened next as long as she dragged them down. Andrea and Ian had grown up together, but neither of them remembered this girl. The heroine had no idea how Shelley knew Ian, but she decided that she would definitely find out, and maybe this would reveal some truths to her. Opening the cabinet of personal items that were in the room, Andrea found a box with the name Shelley Yu on it and began sorting through what was in it. Almost immediately, she found a mobile phone there, which could be full of information related to the game or the personal life of this girl. Meanwhile, no less interesting events were taking place in the huge multi-story building. With their cards spread out in front of them, some men were talking about how the words cold and imposing were the perfect description of the concept of rules. After all, they helped to enter the space of the mind and understand all the truths that were hidden until a certain moment. But after some realizations, everything was laid out literally on the shelves, and invisible threads were connected to a single source of information. When the download was completed, the system welcomed back its game master, who was very eager to learn the results of the round. The blonde-haired man couldn't wait to find out how the new players who had just been added to his wonderful game were doing. The system reported that the 13th round of the kill mode was completed, 24 teams remained, 2 participants each, and 32 people died. Noticing that one of the players got as many as 3 points, the game master was impressed and immediately wanted to know which team was able to do it. He was given the information that these players' names were Yang Ning and Andrea Chen, and they had excellent judgment because the guys had guessed to use the rules of the game to gain an advantage. When he found out that it was a rookie team that only took part in 1 round and spent 7 days in the game, the man was even more surprised. Laughing out loud, he said that he shouldn't have thought about who it could be, since it was all very obvious if Yang Ning had entered the game. He only wondered if this guy was that talented, or if he was just facing an extremely weak opponent who couldn't fight back properly. Of course, the details of the identity of this mysterious man were not revealed, so the story took us to the house of our hero. The guy was sitting next to his makeshift diagram and trying to figure out what to do next, because if they defeated some enemies, then others should soon appear. All these reflections so tired the poor guy that he did not notice at all that he fell asleep right in the chair in the most uncomfortable position that you can think of. He woke up just in time because as soon as his eyes opened, he immediately heard an insistent knock on the door. This man was clearly not going to leave until he got what he needed. Opening the app on his phone, the guy tracked Andrea's location and realized that she was at her home and not under his door. It was not clear who else might have come to his house, so armed with a kitchen knife, Ian went to open the door to find out who had brought him to visit. Each new knock on the door was more insistent than the previous one. It seemed that the person who was standing outside the door was eager to see the resident of this apartment. Cautiously touching the doorknob, he paused for a moment, wondering what was waiting for him outside. Slowly opening the door, the guy tried to immediately see who came to visit him. Someone may call it cowardice, but he preferred to be careful. Andrea was standing outside the door, looking extremely displeased, and in her peculiar way, she asked why John had taken so long to open the door, if he had just woken up. Needless to say, the young man was extremely surprised to see his girlfriend in front of him, whom he hadn't looked in the eye for a whole week, but now they could spend 3 whole hours together. For a moment, he was confused and wanted to jump back, reminding them to keep their distance, since they were now less than a meter apart. Seeing that her friend was clearly shocked by her arrival, Andrea said that before he said anything, they'd better go inside his apartment. Out of habit, she turned her head to look at the photos that were hanging on the door, showing a variety of emotions. Now something has changed there. In addition to her photos, which were signed with every emotion she felt, there was now a photo of Ellie taken immediately after Jack's death, which I didn't seem to know what to call it, since it was an unsigned photo. The despair that was written on Ellie's face was terrible, because even the photo conveyed her look, which spoke of a complete lack of desire to live on. Even now, Andrea could feel her pain, and it was incredibly sad to know that they were the ones who had caused her terrible loss, because Ellie and Jack should have lived a happy life, but it never happened. Determined to take her mind off these thoughts, the girl handed her friend the black bag she had brought with her. She didn't bother to explain what was inside. The boy didn't understand why she had brought him a gift, so he wanted her to say something. But her friend briefly said that it was for him and he should open it. Inside were sneakers that looked like the map that started it all, and Andrea said that she liked them and decided that these shoes should be suitable for the guy. Deciding to do a fitting later, our hero thanked his girlfriend for the gift and tried to show, with all his appearance, that he was pleased with such a manifestation of her attention. But right now, he was less interested in the sneakers, because he wanted to find out why the girl decided to use her reward time and come to visit him. While she was walking around his apartment, the young man decided to clarify how many hours were applied, because he also had to adjust the following actions. There was no answer. And then Jan said that he doubted that Andrea had come for no reason, so he wanted to know what had happened and what he could do to help. For some reason, this question made the girl lose her temper, and she screamed, and he immediately recognized her angry expression because his image hung right on his door, and he looked at it every day. Then her face suddenly became calm again, her voice even as she said that nothing had happened. She just wanted to see her best friend like it was before. She asked him to relax because she had only used 30 minutes, which meant they didn't need to waste any time, and he should just come over and sit next to her as long as possible. Trying to avoid looking directly at Ian, Andrea said that she had seen the photo of Allison that he had taken, but then lied, saying that before Jack died, he asked to take a picture of his beloved as a souvenir. These words surprised his girlfriend, because she had never seen him so involved in other people's affairs. Our hero decided to change the topic and said that he knew the girl very well and could confidently say that she wanted to tell him something. After that, she said something that surprised Ian very much, because he didn't expect at all that his girlfriend would ask him to give her his hand. She handed him hers and told him that he should do the same, and then they could continue their conversation. When he hesitantly started to reach out, Andrea was the first to touch his skin, and it was something amazing because Jan had completely forgotten how nice it felt. The girl immediately asked if he felt warm and calm. These words caused an even greater wave of confusion inside Ian. He even thought that something was wrong with his girlfriend. Andrea was so outraged by this suggestion that she slapped him on the head and told him not to even say such words again. Lowering his eyes, the young man said that based on human behavior, a person can't just change for no reason. So he assumes that Andrea was very scared of the game and now wants to feel safe again. These words were so accurate and true that the girl did not even know what to add, because everything was exactly as her friend said. Continuing to hold the guy's hand, she admitted that she was really afraid, because they were participants in a game that could well lead to their death. However, she was studying to be a biologist and understood the cycle of life perfectly, so she was not afraid of this, but most of all, she was afraid that the game deprived people of the opportunity to enjoy life and the most important emotions. Take even their opponents, for example. Jack was a kind and sweet guy, but the game turned him into a killer, and Allison would rather go crazy than live in a world without him. What these guys had to go through was much worse than death, because such a fate doomed them not to the end of their life's journey, but to long torment. It was even hard to imagine how perverted the person who created this game was. Andrea admitted that she had accepted the fact that they couldn't leave the game, so she only hoped that if she had to die, she would remain herself. She wanted to be the girl Yang Ning had known since childhood. Well, who didn't lose herself or betray her own values in the pursuit of survival. Trying to avoid her friend's eyes, she asked if Ian understood what she was saying, because he was suspiciously silent and listening too closely. All these emotional matters have always seemed too complicated and incomprehensible to our hero, so now he is a little confused and did not even know what to answer. Andrea said it was okay if he didn't give her an answer, actually. She thought this game was perfect for someone like him. The only thing she asked was that Ian not go back to who he was, which still gave Andrea goosebumps. Looking at what had happened to their opponents, the girl only had one request that her friend had to fulfill if this game was going to change her forever one day. She asked Ian to kill her in case her true identity disappeared, because she wanted to die the way she was. Squeezing her hand, the guy didn't promise to do it yet. So she went on to say that he should at least try to understand her feelings and respect her wishes. Also, the red-haired beauty admitted that she really wanted to see her friend and spend a little time with him, imagining that there was no game and they just met, as they did many times before. Her own words brought tears to her eyes because she knew how sad and doomed she sounded. Catching her eye, Ian suddenly asked if she understood that the rewards were meant to be used, so she didn't do anything wrong by spending 30 minutes with him. And when he suggested that she go out and take a walk in the fresh air, the beauty's face suddenly became more joyful. It was clear that she really missed the usual communication with Ian. Yang Ning was always the kind of person who didn't fixate on things that he couldn't change. He focused on solving the problem. Now that Andrea understood why her friend hadn't been upset when she told him she'd spent their reward, it looked like he was going to do the same. They enjoyed their time together, even going to the horror room, but Ian wasn't afraid at all, even though there were truly terrible things happening there. Next to Ian, the girl forgot everything and realized that she felt the same as before. She still hadn't lost the ability to enjoy life. There were so many emotions that at some point, the heroine realized that she was even a little tired. But her friend already asked which attraction they would go to next. After sitting for a while, Andrea realized that her condition had returned to normal because the attack of tenderness had passed, and she saw next to her the same idiot Yan, who was always making fun of her. The red-haired beauty decided to cool down a little and go for water. Along the way, noticing that there were a lot of people in the park today, perhaps this is due to the fact that it was a day off. Her attention was drawn to a clown in bright clothes who sold a variety of balloons, delighting children whose parents were forced to buy them. Grinning, the girl realized that a brilliant idea had just been born in her head, which she would definitely implement. For a moment, Andrea froze and began to admire the little girl, who was simply delighted with the local environment and asked her mother to go on a roller coaster ride. She wanted to catch a glimpse of that emotion from Ian, so she walked right up to him and showed him her new purchase. Holding out her hand with the balloon to the guy, she wanted to give him this modest gift in the form of the head of Peppa Pig, but the young man did not understand why she was doing this. Andrea understood that the guy had trouble understanding such gestures, so she explained that she was giving him this balloon because he took her out for a walk and helped her feel better. And in this way, she wanted to say thank you. Patting him on the head, the girl ruffled his hair and told him that his friends should stay here and behave, and she would be back soon. I don't understand anything, John listened to her cheerful voice, which slyly said that he looked just lovely. Still perplexed, Yan remained sitting on the same bench, holding a ball in the shape of a pig, waiting for Andrea to come back and explain to him what was going on. However, the girl was still not there, and his company consisted only of this inflatable pig, which seemed to be looking at him with its funny painted eyes. As she walked past the next crowd of people, Andrea noticed with displeasure that she no longer wanted to go shopping because buying things for someone turned out to be more difficult than working in a laboratory. When she was almost at the same bench where she had left Ian, she noticed that a little girl came up to him, holding in her hands an inflatable character from the same cartoon, the heroine of which was in the hands of the guy. At first, Ian's face showed absolutely no emotion, but then he suddenly remembered to be nice and welcoming, and a beautiful smile lit up his face, to which the little girl instantly returned the same. This picture really touched the girl. She knew that Ian does not feel any emotions, but he tried for others, and this was something special. Without commenting on the situation, Andrea simply handed the guy his soda, for which she stood in a kilometer-long queue. The guy thanked him, and his girlfriend began to look at the ice cream, which she didn't see anything special in, so she didn't understand why she was standing in a huge queue for it. She said this out loud, so Ian also noticed the treat in her hands, the dessert consisting of 2 colorful balls. A memory immediately popped up in his mind of the first time he had tasted ice cream. His mother had bought it for him, and she was wondering if he would like it. With a flash of memory, he leaned over to the ice cream Andrea was holding, intending to taste it. The girl did not expect anything like this from her reserved friend, so she froze in anticipation and watched in surprise as his lips touched the colorful ball. Licking his lips, Ian said that the taste of this dessert was different from what he had tasted before, which was probably why there was such a long queue for it. When he didn't get a response or any comment on his remark, the guy looked up and began to carefully look at his girlfriend. He couldn't tell what kind of emotion Andrea was feeling right now, because her face was completely red, and he wondered if she was embarrassed or terribly angry with him. Andrea felt so confused that she started to stutter and couldn't express the complaint that was forming in her head, so she just called her friend a bastard. And when Ian noticed that her face was a fiery red, her embarrassment turned to anger and she blurted out the words that he was just hopeless. With a shrug, and he got up from his seat and started walking away, still holding the pink pig ball in his hands. The girl knew that their time was up, but still called the guy an idiot. He left just in time because after only a couple of seconds, Ian realized that the system was sending him an alert that was beeping insistently in his head. Andrea had heard the same thing, and she was very sorry to accept that a new round of deathmatch was about to begin and that this magical serenity would be gone. The system was telling them that they should try to find the true meaning of life in love and death, and it was with these words that the 14th round began. Events take us to a large building where quite a lot of people were converging. Today there was a competition of swimmers who were already ordered to take their places on the marks and prepare for the decisive jump into the water. People were ecstatic, cheering, clapping, and cheering for the people they were cheering for. And the name of Zhao Julian was the loudest to be heard from the crowd. A special cap for swimmers and water that splashed right next to his ears prevented the guy from hearing how ardently his fans supported him. The sports commentator reported that Zhao Julian, who was competing on the third track, was in the lead, which caused the crowd to clap even harder. The girls were just thrilled that their idol was about to win, not shouting that Julian was an incredibly cool and hot guy, which was true. Standing on the podium, the competition was closely watched by a man named Charles, who, unlike the others, followed everything without too much noise. He was approached by a dark-haired boy who asked why he had come to the pool because he was looking for him, and then said that the captain asked to find him because tomorrow they were going to start training. However, the man was in no hurry to go anywhere. He decided to wait for the final and found out that Julian, on the third track, successfully touched the board first. Soon the sports commentator reported this to all those who weren't paying enough attention and didn't notice the victory of Zhao Julian, the one who became the champion this year. As the crowd chanted the winner's name, a man named Charles and a boy went out into the dark corridor to go to the captain of their team. The young man thought that his friend was not interested in swimming, but he could not help noticing his broad back and uniform, which looked quite good. Noticing that a boy named Lee Bryan wants to take a picture of him from behind, the man reminded that he hates when someone tries to capture him in secret. This made Lee Bryan very uncomfortable because he didn't think that the man would notice this gesture, so he quickly apologized to Charles. However, there was no question of any forgiveness because a red dart was already flying at the boy, aimed directly at his forehead. After that, Lee Bryan fell to the floor. The phone slipped out of his hands and bounced off the floor several times before finally falling. Picking up the phone from the pool of blood that was already beginning to pool around the boy's head, Charles said quietly that he had told him not to do this. While deleting his photo, this mysterious man said that if he ordered not to take pictures of him, then it means that it should have been done, and then nothing would have happened. Meanwhile, the competition has already ended, and the pool is empty. All swimmers have taken their places on the podium, according to achievements. Everyone congratulated Julian on his victory, and some people asked if he really took extra training without telling anyone, because his skills were simply amazing. He was distracted from the conversation by a call that needed to be answered urgently. The guys thought that a girl was calling him, but he did not confirm or deny these claims. Smiling, the guy answered the phone call, which was very long awaited for him. He shared his joy that he became a champion. But the person on the line was not surprised at all, because according to him, he spoke with the most talented member of the team. When the towel fell off his neck a little, you could see the very mark of the game. The guy said that he had just received a notification that a new round had begun. The second person on the line said that he didn't have to worry because he had everything under control. He couldn't wait for the game to start. But Julian wasn't happy. It all scared him. The kid asked them what they would do if they were facing very strong opponents, to which they replied that it would be a good way for them to leave. After all, they had been separated for quite a long time and both missed it very much. As they parted, Zhao Julian confessed that if he had to give up his life for the person he was talking to, he wouldn't have to think twice. He admitted that without any regrets, he will do what is necessary and will do everything possible to save the life of his beloved man, whose name was Charles. To better understand the characters, you need to dig into their past, and Ian's past was so dark that you didn't really want to know about it. His mother's coughing was so frequent and intense that he wanted to hide in a corner and just disappear so that he wouldn't hear it for a few minutes. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that there was a bucket right at his feet that was leaking water. Suddenly, his dream came true and his mother stopped coughing, but the joy was short-lived because the woman said that it looks like she will soon have to leave this world. Turning her head, the sick woman looked at her son and said that she understood perfectly well that he was still very young, but she could no longer be near him. She knew that there was no difference between life and death for the boy, but she still wanted him to be fully aware of what was happening. When she met his eyes, she asked him to try to survive and expressed her hopes that one day he would understand what it means to be truly happy. When she once again told him that he should try to survive, her hand fell limply and almost touched the floor, where an old sandwich lay in the bag. The hungry child realized that his mother would never be able to eat again, so he held her gently in his thin arms and began to eat slowly, trying to make the moment last. He didn't seem to care that his mother was lying dead just a few feet away, but as the woman had said, he didn't know the difference between life and death. But this did not mean that the boy was not sad. Jan knew very well that he would never see his mother again, a beautiful woman who always tried to please him. All of a sudden, his meal was interrupted by people barging into their house and yelling at them to ask what Fiona was doing if she couldn't open the door for them. As soon as they opened the door of the room where our hero was sitting, they winced at the disgusting smell. Going inside, they saw the body of a woman who had already begun to decompose, and next to her sat a small boy. He looked at them with his piercing blue eyes, which were completely devoid of emotion, and it seemed that the presence of a sandwich worried him much more than the fact that his mother was decomposing next to him. The men were so shocked by this picture that they began to beat him up for not doing anything. But just sitting next to him, they told him that it was very difficult for Fiona to raise him alone. When the boy was already lying in a pool of his own blood, the men calmed down and said that it would be better if his mother left him to die on the street because he was a heartless monster. Even now, Yang Ning didn't feel any pain or regret. There was just an all-consuming void inside of him that could protect him from any pain. Since that moment, a lot of time has passed, and our hero has done everything to fulfill the last request of his mother, namely to survive. The events of the story brought us back to Andrea, who decided to visit the university library and get the books she needed for her studies. Since she was a student in the biology department, she now needed to familiarize herself with the anatomy of the eyes and the visual system. A woman, Professor Lee, came out from behind the shelves and asked the heroine why she was choosing books from her department if she was thinking of changing her specialty. With an awkward smile, Andrea said that she just really enjoyed learning something new, and the professor warned that the book she had chosen might be difficult to understand. After some thought, the girl asked the professor if she could ask her a question. Turning her head, the woman said that she would not mind answering it. Trying to formulate her words as correctly as possible, Andrea asked how Ms. Lee thought it was possible to deceive human feelings. The professor thought for a moment, then said that she thought it would be best to ask if a person could see what they were seeing. And if the question sounds exactly like that, she will answer that it is possible because, for example, magicians used illusions to deceive human feelings. The woman believed that, in fact, manipulating their feelings was quite simple. After all, 3D movies and virtual reality glasses were essentially optical illusions, and changes in the nervous system, such as nerve damage, can create the situation mentioned by Andrea. After the heroine heard that different substances can also have a similar effect, she began to seriously think about optical illusions and hallucinogens. So she wondered if what she and Ian had seen last time was something that Professor Lee had listed, and there was some logical explanation for it all. The woman also mentioned that drugs are most often brought to this state, and she couldn't help but notice that Andrea's question was quite specific. From all these thoughts, the girl was distracted by the sound of the system notification, which reminded all players that a new round was about to begin. Within 3 hours, 2 teams of players must arrive at a given location. They will be unmarked, participants can injure each other, and recovery will be prohibited. In order to win, you need to kill all opponents. The starting location was Tianfu Square, and Andrea immediately realized that she needed to move out right now, so she didn't even bother to answer the professor's question about whether she was all right. All she could think about was whether she and Ian would really become the kind of people who would be able to kill all the opponents that threatened them without any qualms. The time was nearing evening, which meant that the fight was going to take place very soon, and it was necessary to arrive at the specified place on time. To take her mind off all the grim events that were about to happen, Andrea decided to listen to some music and calm her thoughts a little. Apart from the fact that it was going to be a bloody mess very soon, this walk could have been a very good one, given the warm weather, despite the clouds that were gathering in the gray skies. But still, the nervousness made itself felt, because the girl's breathing became more and more ragged and heavy, as if some lump prevented her from taking a normal breath. Arriving at the right place, Andrea began to carefully look around, trying to find her friend, but so far he was nowhere to be found. But she didn't have to wait long, and soon Jan called to tell her that he was seeing her, and he asked Andrea not to forget their goal and try to identify the frags as soon as possible. The girl called her friend, and they had a conversation about this, during which she said that it was all just in words. There were too many people in the place where the system ordered them to come, so the search was as difficult as possible because it was simply impossible to examine the neck of every passerby. Ian agreed with his friend that it would be difficult, but he was sure that their opponents were in the same position and were also confused. He knew that either tourists or ordinary citizens came to this place, so Kill My Love players would be no different from others. Time passed, and our heroes could not single out a couple from the crowd who could become their target and start a battle with them, a battle that guarantees victory. All the people seemed completely ordinary. No one stood out. Everyone went about their business, socialized, and enjoyed the day off. Finally, the system announced that the round had started, which meant that they had a limited amount of time to complete the task, namely, find opponents and deal with each of them. Ian told Andrea that the key to winning this round was to determine the opponent's identity by accurately identifying them from the crowd of people, and they could only escape if they attacked before they were recognized. But while the guys were looking for those with whom they would have to fight, they were also the object of the search. And in order to find them among the crowd, the opponents were ready to use any method. There was a loud bang, which was very similar to an explosion, so that passers-by were very scared and began to run in different directions in a panic. Only Jan and Andrea were collected and began to look around the area, wanting to see if their opponents had shown their identities. Our hero did not understand why all the balloons suddenly exploded and people who were within a radius of several meters coughed together. But he couldn't figure out why the strange smoke didn't affect him, because right now he was just pretending to choke and cough like everyone else, so as not to reveal his identity to his enemies. At first, Andrea also pretended that she was ill, but soon she heard a child crying. Turning her head, she found a small boy who was calling for help from his mother. At that moment, she realized that she absolutely did not care whether her identity was revealed or not. She wanted to remain herself, which means that she must help this injured child. John wanted to roar with rage and frustration. It was tear gas, and Andrea had to do what everyone else did. Helping a child didn't fit in with that. While she was rubbing the boy's eyes, she completely lost her guard and did not notice that a man was approaching her, who was slowly creeping up from behind. The heroine was completely oblivious to Ian's words that this was an enemy attack and she needed to do what the others did. She just wanted to do what she had to do. However, she soon realized that a figure was looming over her, which means that all her actions led to the fact that saving the boy, she doomed herself to danger. Turning her head, the girl realized that she had made a fatal mistake, but she did not regret it, because she remained true to herself, even though she doomed herself to certain death. During this time, a man in a clown costume managed to get close to her at a critical distance. The stunned girl noticed how the blade of a knife flashed, which was aimed directly at her. Blood spurted, the battle began, and for some, it had already become bloody. When the blow didn't come, Andrea dared to open her eyes and saw that the other man's knife was still hovering over her head, as if someone had frozen it in time. The stunned heroine fully opened her eyes and saw that the clown was stopped by Ian, who was sitting right next to her, one of his hands holding an armed opponent, and the other stabbed the attacker in the leg. Andrea couldn't take her eyes off the hand that held the knife, knowing full well that it might be the last thing she would see in her life. Her friend knew it too, and to be honest, he was angry with her for taking such a big risk, but he tried to respect her desire to remain herself, even if it guaranteed them the risks. Moving away from the wounded enemy, the heroes listened as the clown said in a mad voice that it was time for a reward, whatever that meant. The clown laughed out loud and said that he had now identified his enemies, who were even easier to find than he had expected, which certainly pleased him. The boys did not yet know that an enemy arrow was already aimed at them, whizzing through the air and inexorably approaching them. Realizing that it was one of the players in front of them, Andrea immediately looked around, trying to figure out when the second person they needed to destroy would appear. It was at that moment that the arrow reached its target and pierced the body of our hero, who did not even have time to move, because everything happened too unexpectedly and quickly. The guy didn't feel the deafening pain that could be made up of sad speeches. On the contrary, there was a screaming emptiness inside him that threatened to devour his consciousness. The clown continued to laugh, an intimidating laugh, saying that this round finally had a winner, so he was happy to say goodbye to the newcomers who were worthless in his eyes. Meanwhile, people continued to walk placidly around the square, as if everyone had already moved away from the explosions and returned to their usual activities of entertainment. It was as if they didn't even notice the archer, who was standing quite close by, even though he was hidden in the shadows. The girl who had fired the arrow whispered softly that this time they were facing two weak opponents, and it was too easy to defeat them. Leaning over her friend, Andrea began calling his name, wanting to get confirmation that he wasn't hurt, but this didn't happen and the girl was getting more and more nervous. When she realized that because of her actions, the person who was currently closest to her in the whole world was injured, an angry fire lit up in her eyes. She couldn't bear to look at the injured Ian, who was bleeding from the wound that was just below his shoulder right now. As the clown danced around them in happiness, the girl quietly promised herself that their enemies would pay for all the harm they had done to her loved one. Her hands tightened on the boy's body, as if she hoped that this way she could transfer her power to him and he would recover. However, this did not happen, and Andrea hissed that right now she would kill the one who dared to harm Ian, who held a special place in her heart. When the girl snatched the knife from Ian's hands, the guy came to his senses for a moment and wanted to stop her, but she ordered him to forget about the existence of opponents. Yan struggled to his feet and said that killing the clown wasn't going to help because right now they needed to hide from the archer's attacks because they were under the gun. The young man admitted that he underestimated the opponents because they were more cunning than he thought. These guys used tear gas to identify them because due to the rules of the game, it can only affect ordinary people. It was quite obvious that these guys still had the upper hand, and if our heroes didn't leave the square right now, they might die on the spot. Meanwhile, people in respirators and dressing gowns have already begun to appear on the streets, apparently trying to sort out the riots that occurred. Seeing the doctor, Andrea immediately started shouting that there was a victim here, pointing at the boy, but for some reason, no one was in a hurry to help them. Noticing that the man in the white coat was perfectly listening to her call for help, the girl decided to be more persistent, so she came closer and decided to tap him on the shoulder. However, she only thought that she was heard because in her head slipped a guess that all these attempts were empty, because it simply could not be heard by other people. After all, if the enemies were able to launch an attack in a crowded square without attracting any attention, then they knew that the system would protect them all from being discovered. At that moment, Andrea realized that the players were like animals in the Colosseum, because the game Kill My Love does not allow anyone or anything to interfere in the course of events. The only way out is to kill or be killed. It seemed that similar thoughts were running through Ian's mind as he froze in place and began to analyze what was happening, because it also seemed strange to him that the enemies attacked them in such a busy place. Other than that, he realized that the square was an ideal hunting ground for an archer who hid in the dark, but they could use the chaos as their advantage. Leaning on his friend, Ian got to his feet and told them that they had to go. Just do it carefully and always try to stay away from the crowd, which could serve as a shield. The heroine wanted to object because she did not understand how her friend would move in such a state, but he did everything so confidently that she simply could not say anything against it. The only thing that made her hesitate was the thought that they might endanger the innocent people who were quite numerous in this place. Ian didn't say anything because he didn't know if players could actually hurt those who didn't know about all these actions, but to be honest, at the moment, he was thinking specifically about their survival. The guy understood only one thing. In this case, everything depended on only one person, the very one who came up with this terrifying, deadly game and its rules. The archer was standing right in the middle of the square, but in a place where it was easy to hide, she was looking for someone to shoot her arrow at. However, as long as she didn't see anyone, there were students walking around, people holding their heads because they were sore from the smoke they released into the crowd, but there was no one who even remotely resembled the players. This was starting to make her extremely angry because she wanted to get it over with as soon as possible and get back to her life, enjoying the bonuses that the system would give them for winning. But right now, she had to analyze the huge crowd of people with her eyes to figure out which one of them should be eliminated. Finally, she saw a couple, a boy and a girl walking together, and the young man didn't even bother to pull out an arrow from his shoulder. She immediately knew that this was her target. As she drew the bowstring, the pink-haired girl realized that at last those she had been searching for so long were caught in her net, and now they would not escape anywhere. After shooting the arrow, she was absolutely sure that it would reach its target, but suddenly a guy appeared in her path, who took all the blow on himself and thereby saved Ian's life. Thus, our heroes realized that other players can hurt ordinary people, but Ian was not upset at all, because people could really serve as a good shield for them. When the bloodied guy with an arrow in his chest fell to the ground, people again began to panic and run screaming, because this time there was not just tear gas, but the first victims appeared. Andrea couldn't believe her eyes. It turns out that their opponents were so rotten people who were willing to attack innocents that they weren't even involved in the game. It was scary to see everyone running away, and no one even rushed to help the injured guy, who might still be saved, but no one even tried. In that moment, she realized what the Kill My Love players really were. They were cold-blooded, ruthless creatures who only cared about winning. They weren't humans, they were monsters, and she really didn't want to associate herself as one of them. Even though she was, it was just that she hadn't discovered her violent side yet. When the archer realized that the enemy was able to avoid her attack and her location could be easily determined, she clenched her teeth in anger. Our hero immediately realized that it was necessary to look for the one who shoots arrows from the bow, but he was too weak to look for this person. Apparently, this cruel girl did not care who died at her hands because she shot arrows one after another, all the time hitting innocent residents of the city who kept falling dead. In fact, it wasn't just that she didn't care. Killing civilians was her plan, because in this way, she removed the shield that blocked her view of the enemies. And finally, when the path was cleared, she released another arrow and realized that this time, her weapon should hit the target directly. But not this time. Our heroes foresaw this turn of events. So at the right moment, they managed to duck, and the arrow flew just over their heads without hitting anyone. When Andrea realized what had happened, she looked in fear at her friend, who asked her not to stop because the crowd was dispersing and they could not keep up with them. Jan asked not to worry about his injury. People were really getting smaller because they were scared first by the explosions and then by the people who kept falling dead from the arrows that hit their bodies. The flow of arrows wasn't going to stop, as the pink-haired girl was determined to win this round. Surprisingly, the guys managed to dodge her attacks all the time. Although they were surprisingly accurate and direct, Ian sometimes wondered that the injury did not stop him from losing his guard. One arrow whizzed so close that he could almost hear it slicing through the air next to him and grazing his hair. The archer hiding in the shadows was just angry because no one had ever managed to dodge her attacks so skillfully before. She was not ready for this. She didn't understand how this was possible because at some point it seemed to her that the guy literally felt exactly where the arrow should hit, and this told him in which direction to move. The girl watched them with open hatred and tried to figure out what tricks they were using to avoid all her arrows. It was absolutely clear that if it wasn't pure luck, then these guys were so smart that they were able to calculate the trajectory of each arrow. Meanwhile, there were no people left in the square at all, and when our heroes realized that they needed to go down the stairs, there was no one who could help them. John's strength was already at its limit, so he asked Andrea to stop right there. The girl was afraid to do this because she knew that they could be chased, and in general, her friend had to hurry to the hospital. Then the guy filled in that, according to the rules of this round, they need to kill the entire team, so they need to identify their opponents as quickly as possible. Looking into the eyes of his bewildered friend, Ian said that now their enemies knew who they were, but they, in turn, did not understand who they were fighting, which meant that if nothing changed, they were in a dead end, and that clown was their only hope of breaking through. Ian had injured him to lure out a partner. However, this idea did not lead to success. The partner did not come out to help the wounded man, so far this round has remained without a winner. It all depended on whether the clown's partner showed up, because this was the only way to determine the identity of the enemies in order to even the chances of winning. The injured player's leg was bleeding profusely because no one had pulled the knife out of the wound, although this could have led to even more bleeding. However, what can I say? Our hero was also badly injured because his eyes bled no less than the enemies. The evil clown, despite all his pain, was glad that he too was able to cause quite serious harm to the one whom he planned to kill in the future. Despite all the pain that permeated his body, Ian was extremely focused, because even now, as it turned out that the battle was over, they were still players who had to be alert at all times. The guy immediately guessed that he needed to track down his opponents, so he asked his friend if she saw someone coming to help the clown. As soon as she got out of her seat, Andrea began to look around, trying to notice even the smallest details, but so far she hadn't seen anyone. She only saw the clown, who had almost left the square, crawling slowly and leaving a long trail of blood on his foot. It was a wonder that the player still hadn't bled out. Approaching her friend, who still had an arrow sticking out of him, the girl began to convince him that he should go to the hospital if he lost too much blood, but Ian wanted to wait for the enemy's partner to appear. After all, he believed that this was the only opportunity to equalize their chances, since the guys faced not just a team, but a couple, and it is unlikely that someone who loves will just let his partner die. However, he didn't take into account that for some, it was just a gamble, and they were only betting their lives. Lowering her eyes, Andrea wondered what had to happen in life for people to start turning into such monsters that didn't value human life at all. And then she did notice something that jerked her out of her philosophical reverie and brought her back to the harsh reality they were in. The girl saw that a car had pulled up to their enemy and someone had deigned to get out. So all they had to do now was look at the identity of the clown's partner. The back door of an expensive car with tinted windows opened, and now a pink-haired girl finally stepped out to the crawling, bloodied clown. John also sat up a little, but could not see anything, and then asked if Andrea had seen the face, but the enemies were too far away and the girl did not remember the features of the face. Then the guy decided to use the phone and use the camera to zoom in on the picture, but he also failed to do this because they were too far away. While the girl was helping her partner to get into the car, our heroes thought that most likely it was the same archer who almost shot Ian. The young man asked his partner to remember as much as possible everything that she saw, height, hair color, clothes, because in the future it could all be useful to them. And then he himself noticed something that caught his eye and was imprinted in his memory. The black earring, which contrasted strongly with the girl's fair skin and was eye-catching, was a distinctive feature that could help them identify the archer from the crowd. After all, such a decoration was a good and informative symbol, so Ian decided that they still had some advantage. After that, the world around him was shaken. The guy lost the ability to focus on a particular picture and realized that his business was bad. The blood loss made itself felt. The young man staggered, almost fell to the ground. All he had time to do was call for Andrea, who already knew that they had to hurry to the hospital. Our hero saw that his girlfriend was looking at him with concern, so he wanted to ask for something, but his tongue was slurred in his mouth and his body did not obey at all. Meanwhile, a dark car with tinted windows was speeding through the streets of the city, leaving behind everything that had just happened. The clown angrily clenched his fists, bandaged his wound, and irritably asked why his partner was in no hurry to pick him up and drove so long, forcing him to crawl all the way to the car. The player's expression made it clear that he was extremely displeased that his partner had almost let him die and didn't lift a finger to help him. Without turning her head, the pink-haired girl said that she had to come back later as their opponents were quite experienced and she didn't want them to see her. These words angered her partner because he believed that they were dealing with ordinary beginners who did not yet understand the rules of the game and did not pose a danger to them. With a nod of her head, her partner said that was probably why they were able to gain an advantage. But their enemy did something that surprised her. Firstly, the guy managed to injure the clown in the leg without killing him. And secondly, he was able to calculate the trajectory of each arrow fired, which helped him dodge all attacks. What's even more terrifying is that he didn't leave the battlefield in a hurry, but wanted to wait for the second enemy to appear. This man was trying to change the situation, even in a desperate situation, which means that he and Julian should be afraid of him. The partner told Julian that they needed to kill him as soon as possible, because if they didn't, they could be in big trouble. Killing has long been something that has become a part of the life of this city, because the game spread like wildfire. Pleas for rescue and requests not to kill became something that was very often heard on the night streets, but they could not help the poor victims in any way. Another unfortunate man begged the man with the beard to let him go, because he had already killed his partner, who left a bloody trail everywhere where her body was. The man with the scarred eye just grinned and said that the person who was right in front of him was a real coward, and such people, in his opinion, did not deserve to live. So he hurried to rid the earth of such a weak person who could not even fight for his own life, or else accept death with dignity. While Ian was unconscious, memories of his childhood began to pop up in his head, namely the moment when his mother told him that she would have to leave. After giving her son a dying look, the woman asked him to survive. Despite how difficult and painful it would be for him, this was her last request. He could hear her words even when her body was already decaying, and her face was vaguely reminiscent of the beautiful woman his mother had been when she was alive. These words rang in his head to this day. He must live no matter what, go through all the difficulties and be a winner who is at the top of the food chain. It was with these words in his head that he got up from the hospital bed, his whole body bandaged, but his mind remained clear. A sharp pain in his chest made him think of what had happened the day before, the arrow wound, and the fight with the enemies who were now hunting them. Picking up his phone, he checked the time and found that it had been about an hour and a half since he lost consciousness. This meant that the opponents might already be halfway there to deal with them once and for all, ending this round with a victory. Now all the footsteps in the corridor seemed hostile to Ian. He could not relax. All his strength was constantly focused on listening for even the slightest rustle. And when he heard that someone was approaching his room and then saw a human silhouette opposite the door, he knew that something was going to happen. So despite his deplorable physical condition, the guy prepared himself because inwardly he understood that the battle could happen even when he was in a hospital bed. They weren't enemies, however, as Andrea entered the room and anxiously asked if Ian was awake and how he was feeling after what he'd been through. With a sigh of relief, the young man said that he was fine, and then realized that his friend had to use the reward time while she was helping him. Andrea said that she did it once, because the guy was in a coma and she had to. Now Jan demanded that they get out of here, and the girl was indignant because the doctor said that he needed care. Picking up his things from the chair, the guy briefly said that they simply did not have time, and in the hospital they were an easy and very accessible target. So no matter how much they wanted to have a little rest and recover, the guys couldn't afford such a luxury. Our hero was right. The enemies had already arrived at the hospital, and despite their own health problems, they were trying to find them in order to finally finish the round. The blonde guy approached the nurse and asked if there was a patient with an arrow wound. She said that the victim's name was Yang Ning, and he was in the 7th ward. Nodding his head, the young man thanked him. His stylish earring caught the eye, which contrasted with his fair skin. It seems that the archer was not a girl at all, but a guy who used a clever deception maneuver. The boy was so good-looking that all the nurses began to whisper and discuss how hot he was, because there weren't many such men in their city. As he walked through the hospital corridors, he scrolled through the enemy's name in his head, trying to figure out how difficult it would be to kill him this time. However, this could only be learned in practice, and he decided that it was time to finally fight this newcomer and show him that the game was much more difficult than you might think. While staying in touch with his partner, he said out loud that it was time to finish this round and come out victorious, as he always did before. Apparently, it was the same Charles who had spoken to Julian on the phone and asked him to attack him while he was on guard. He didn't mind. His lover asked him to kill their opponent as soon as he entered the 7th ward, which the nurse pointed out. It was all so exciting that the guy froze in front of the door for a moment. It was still difficult for him to realize that they were playing with people's lives. Only when he entered the room did he find that all the hospital beds were empty and neatly made, indicating that there had been no patients present in the room for some time. Julian looked around anxiously, wondering if they had fallen into a trap that their opponents had set up, and now they were no longer hunters but victims. However, then he noticed that there was a patient on an IV in the room, and the brunette immediately thought that this was his goal, in which he informed his partner that Andrea was not here, so for now they can only kill the guy. Charles replied that if they killed Ian, there was nothing the girl could do, so he told his partner to act, and Ian took out a lighter. Igniting the incendiary mixture that was in the bottle, the young man quickly threw it in the direction of the one who was under the IV, hoping for a quick result. There was no sign of trouble because the hospital was located in a very quiet and peaceful area of the city. However, now the building was shaking from an unexpected explosion that occurred in one of the wards. Looking at the thick black smoke and the commotion that had begun in the hospital due to the need to evacuate, Charles felt an inner sense of satisfaction because after such a thing, no one could survive. With a faint smile, he realized that the icing on the cake would be a system alert that would let them know that they had passed this round and received their well-deserved bonuses. The explosion was also watched by Ian, who told his girlfriend that their opponents were not only smart, but also very experienced, and they were also willing to do anything to win. The day before, the guy had told his girlfriend that the enemies would come for them as soon as they confirmed their identities, so there was only hope if they split up and left the ward. Putting on a mask, Andrea disappeared and was near the surveillance room. At first, Jan's plan turned out to be crazy for her, but soon she realized that he was right. Until nothing happened, the girl kept wondering what her friend was trying to do, because she didn't understand anything. And then the walls of the building shook with an unexpected explosion, and all the words of her friend and the fear that they might come for them immediately surfaced in her head. The black, thick smoke that was coming straight out of the ward where Ian had been just a few minutes ago was proof that her friend's caution was not in vain. Right after that, our hero called Andrea and said that he was fine, but now he wanted her to do something for him. Shocked and very angry girl was angry because a friend did not tell her about his plans and now even dared to say something like that. However, this anger evaporated, and soon she went to carry out the task that Ian had entrusted to her. This case led her to the observation room. When a knock was heard on the door of the surveillance room immediately after the explosion, the employee was very surprised and seeing a red-haired girl, asked how he could help her. Andrea smiled broadly and realized that she didn't know what to say, so she mumbled something unintelligible and began to come up with a plan as she went. She needed to distract this man, so she made a face of horror, pointed her finger somewhere to the side and told the man to look there, which he did, and Ian took advantage of it. And Andrea did not lag behind, because without remorse, she hit the man right in the point that helped put him out of action for a while. She was even a little shocked that her punch was able to knock the huge man down, so she hesitantly stood in the doorway for a while. After all, she had a conscience, so she began to apologize to the man who was lying unconscious and say that he needed some rest. Then she started doing what her friend wanted her to do, taking a flash drive out of her purse and plugging it into her computer. Ian's plan was for Andrea to break into the surveillance room and download all the camera footage she could find to find out who had set the ward on fire. While the patients were being evacuated, the girl was doing what was supposed to help them discover the enemies who so desperately wanted to kill them. Through the headphones, the guy heard messages that there were no injured people in the hospital, so patients should calmly follow the staff. Julian couldn't understand how this was possible, since he had definitely thrown the combustible mixture directly into the bed with his enemy, but at that moment he didn't think that he could have been deceived. Charles got in touch and said that it had been a long time, but he still hadn't seen their enemies, so they needed to get out of here so as not to be discovered. Of course, he didn't want to do that, so he held his weapon tightly in his hands and wished that he could use it today. Charles knew that his arrow should have penetrated the opponent's lung, which made his injury very dangerous and in some cases even fatal. So he knew that Ian's problem was much more serious than Julian's, so if he kept moving without stopping, he would soon die. They searched all the hospitals, but the guy was nowhere to be found. The only clue was the ward that the guys were attacking. The only logical explanation for this is that Ian knew that they would be hunting him. Charles hadn't expected to face such clever opponents, so he had a growing sense of foreboding that made him very depressed. It seemed to him that Ian's main goal was to find them, and it seems that this guy will stop at nothing until he does what he wants and brings his revenge to life. Well, these guys were right, because right now our hero was getting close to revealing their identities. Jan had been very careful and meticulous in going through all the surveillance footage that Andrea had managed to get. They were in the same hotel room, but in different rooms, so that there was the right distance between them. Our hero asked his friend if she managed to find anything. The girl said that there were 4 people on the recording who met the criteria that Ian highlighted. He asked her to find a man in his 20s and 40s with a wound on his left leg, the main condition being that he enter the hospital an hour before the explosion. Apparently, Andrea really found something interesting, because she promised Ian to send some screenshots right now. It was obvious that their opponents were very cautious, and since they still didn't know what the archer looked like, the clown was their only clue, so they had to identify him to find out more about that girl. Andrea found a man who was the only one among the 4 applicants who was in the emergency department and met all the criteria. They took a look at this guy together and decided that they needed to see if they could still find any clues to reveal his identity. After all, once they could determine who was standing in front of him, it would be easier for them to find the girl. But suddenly, the red-haired beauty said that there was no need to look for anyone. All because she already knew who this man was. The girl said that he was a very popular guy at uni, and most of the students knew him. Our hero was surprised when he heard this information, because he did not expect that their opponents could be those people with whom they could potentially intersect every day at the university. Andrea said that this guy's name was Julian Zhao. He was a senior who studied at the Faculty of International Business, was also the star of the swimming team, and won many championships. He was always a favorite of both teachers and students, looked good and was not vain, did not behave rudely, and was quite polite. However, there was one oddity that had long been discussed in narrow circles and could not understand why this was happening. Despite being so wildly popular in all the 3 years that Julian went to college, he was never seen with a girl, and there were never any rumors that he was in a relationship. This seems strange even to Yang Ning, since any guy who was so popular among the students could easily choose any beauty for himself. Well, our guys were asking the wrong questions, because maybe Julian didn't need girls at all, because he was interested in someone else. It seemed that was exactly what happened. He wasn't in a hurry to go out with some university beauties, because someone he really loved was waiting for him. Charles, who was sitting in the chair, didn't turn his head to ask the guy how it went. He suspected that Andrea didn't have any enemies either. Nodding his head in the affirmative, the dark-haired youth said that right now their enemies were hiding, and it made everything too complicated and delayed the process of their victory. His boyfriend asked him not to be nervous once again. Since the advantage was on their side, the enemies felt this, so they decided not to show themselves, but in any case, they can't hide forever. Julian's voice became even sadder as he asked his lover how much reward time they had left. He wanted to use a little time just once, because without a loved one, life was like hell, which he didn't want to return to again and again. The boy looked into the beautiful purple eyes of his lover and asked if Charles didn't want to hug him, but Charles only gave him a cold expression. Then he turned away and told Julian that they couldn't just use their precious time on a whim if they didn't have to. Then he added that the brunette already knows that if they lose, they will only die, so you need to save the precious reward until a better time. Blushing, Julian blurted out that he would do absolutely anything the person he loved wanted, but he would be lying if he said that those words didn't hurt him. For some reason, all these events brought back memories of his childhood, when he once again returned home beaten up and was asked if Paul Shu and his gang had done this again. Looking down at the floor, little Yang Ning said that he was fine. He didn't want to betray the boys because if he did, the bullying would only increase. However, young Andrea was not going to just accept the situation. She said that her friend could not just ignore this attitude because it would only get worse, so she decided that tomorrow she would teach the bullies a lesson. Ian tried to persuade her not to do it. He tried to convince her that he was really all right and that it was not necessary to make the situation worse because he really wasn't like everyone else. Then the girl's eyes became very serious, and she asked if her friend really felt absolutely nothing. It was hard for her to understand how it was possible not to feel pain, not to cry because of great sadness, not to laugh with happiness and not to rejoice in small things, but Ian said that he really does not feel any emotion. The boy said that he carefully observes the reaction of others to everything that happens to them, how they laugh or cry. It seems that people had feelings for everything that happens to them. He said that he was well aware that bullies like to torment him. He also knew that Andrea took care of him and understood that these were two completely different actions and feelings, but explained that for him, they felt exactly the same. A chill ran through the girl's skin. She was terrified of being put on a par with those who were ready to beat up a person without remorse. She thought that her concern felt different. Even now, he was telling his friend that Andrea shouldn't worry so much about him because he couldn't really understand what she was doing anyway, but that she hadn't listened to him back then, and that she'd hit him a little on the head when he said something like that. That nothing had changed now, that Andrea was stubborn, and that had its charm. As a child, the girl said that these are just emotions, and she can teach the guy to be like everyone else. You just need to show a little patience and care. She asked him to stop thinking of himself as a strange person, like he was worse than the others or didn't deserve to be happy. In the evening, the streets of the city were transformed, becoming brighter, bolder, and more challenging, beckoning with their bright lights and signs. An exasperated Julian was walking down one of these streets, asking his boyfriend how long he still had to go, because he wasn't sure he could handle the long drive with a bad leg. Charles apologized and said that until they could find their enemies, all they had to do was wait for them to show themselves first. The brunette had doubts, because in their place he would prefer to hide and wait for the wounds to show. Then the guy reminded him not to forget that there were only two options in the game. Either end this deadly round with a victory or lose and die. Then he added that their opponents were already exposed, and just hiding for a couple of days would not help them at all, so you just need to wait a little. Charles also expressed his speculation that Julian's identity was now also exposed, so the only way their enemies would be able to determine his identity through a partner right now. Meanwhile, the hotel continued its impromptu search operation, which was already beginning to bear fruit. Just as Charles had suspected, Julian's identity had been revealed, and now Andrea was showing Ian the photos she had found. The boys noticed that he didn't have any photos of him alone with the girls. Interested, Andrea asked if her friend really thought it was Julian. He was the clown Ian had shot in the leg. After thinking for a while, the guy nodded his head and then said that all the teams in the game Kill My Love were pairs, except for them, because they are friends. Based on what they knew, there was a high probability that the clown was really Julian Zhao. But despite the information they found, it looked like he had never had a girlfriend. And if they didn't confirm the second player's identity as soon as possible, they would soon be dead men who would never see victory. With a nervous laugh, Andrea asked if her friend had made such a bad joke because she didn't like the idea of them getting killed. Looking seriously at his friend, Ian said that he wasn't joking because they need to remember the rules of this round, and unlike last time, you need to kill the whole team, not just one player. Last time, Jack and Allison knew who they were, and they only had to kill one of them to win. But this time, the rules were completely different. They had to not only kill two people, but also identify them. And it was not so easy to confirm their identity, because as we can see, players can perfectly hide behind different masks. The enemies already knew their identities, so they can easily find them and trap them, because literally anyone in their environment could kill them at any time. It was as if the boys were just caged animals waiting to die at the hands of those who walked the same corridor as them at the university. Looking at the laptop, our hero tried to understand if Julian was not a participant, then who else could be their enemy, because it seemed that the guy was ideally suited for this role. Right now they were at a dead end, and if this guy really wasn't a threat to them, then this round was simply a dead end. Jan wasn't too worried about himself, but most of all, he was worried about Andrea, who was clearly too kind to take all the measures necessary for her own survival. When she caught her friend's gaze on her, she looked at him too, and sometimes she wanted to get inside his head just once, to see what he was thinking. It had been a long time since she'd seen him look as worried as he did now, but it only made her nervous because it showed the complexity of the situation they were in. She knew perfectly well how difficult it was for a guy to feel anything, so she wondered if right now all his instincts were screaming about impending death and making him feel helpless. I try not to think about such things, but Andrea told herself that she needed to calm down, because extra nerves won't help anyone in such matters. Asking her friend not to despair, the girl said that it wasn't such a serious matter, so she decided to go and get them something to eat and drink, because John needed to take a break since he didn't sleep last night. Our hero did not feel tired, so all these speeches of his girlfriend that he needed to rest turned out to be an empty sound to him, but he did not show it so as not to offend her. By now it was dark outside, and Julian had chosen a remote shop and decided to sit down to rest for a while. having walked too much that night and had a bad leg to work on. He drank water and felt inwardly that he was not alone. He had a good intuition that had never failed him before in his life, so he trusted it. He hadn't noticed anyone for so long, even though he'd been walking around for a very long time, and Charles had claimed that it would pay off, but so far there had been no one. But this didn't last long, because soon Andrea appeared, holding a knife in her hand. She appeared behind the guy and put the blade to his neck. Turning his head slightly, the young man realized that the one he wanted so badly to see had finally appeared, so that he could finally kill and finish the round. Looking at her opponent carefully, the heroine said that she must be talking to Julian Zhao. She said that she only came here to confirm something. Realizing that the voice belonged to a woman, Julian immediately realized that this was the same Andrea Chen who had been so desperate to help her partner. With a relaxed smile, the brunette asked what she wanted to know, and then suggested that we talk without a knife, because without it, it would be more comfortable. However, without the knife, the girl wouldn't feel the power in her hand, so she left the blade and said that the guy didn't need to answer her question. She said his name and seemed to enjoy the sound of her own voice and the fact that she had the power in her hands. Her voice was getting more and more creepy, especially when Julian heard that this place was going to be his grave. Even though Andrea thought they were in a secluded area, they weren't, as they were watching intently from behind the trees. Charles decided that he did not want to leave his partner alone in this situation because it was not clear who might appear and what harm would be done to the already injured Julian. Chuckling, he thought that if Andrea had decided to come here alone, then Jan was more seriously injured than they'd expected, and that was something that pleased him. Only he was very curious to meet Ian, especially considering the way he had acted the day they first met, but now he was being stupid to send his girlfriend here. But Charles also had the idea that the guy had just sacrificed his partner, Andrea, to find out who his enemies were. Putting an arrow in the bow, the shooter aimed directly at the back of our heroine, anticipating how soon she will cry out in incredibly strong pain. Right now, Charles didn't really care if I was injured or just cold-blooded. He would be happy to accept this gift in this form. Meanwhile, the girl whispered that now her partner is very confused and cannot be sure that the clown was Julian. But it did not bother her, because if she kills the guy, then Ian will stop being nervous. The brunette stubbornly pretended that he did not understand what was being said. The cold blade was already touching his exposed neck, and he knew that his partner might not be able to make it. The girl didn't pay attention to all the words that she was crazy, because there was something that she wanted to protect at all costs. At that moment, Julian couldn't stand it. He was afraid that Andrea was really going to cut him down, so he shouted, ordering his partner to shoot immediately. The whoosh of an arrow cut through the air, and it headed straight for where Andrea was standing. It hit her squarely in the back, so that she staggered and almost fell on top of Julian, who was still wary of the knife in her hands. But the pain was nothing compared to the fact that Andrea was finally convinced that my guesses were correct and that there was a gambler sitting in front of her. When the girl fell behind the bench, Julian was instantly blown up and began to limp away, because he had time to really fear for his life. Turning to Andrea, who attacked him, he said that the girl was just crazy, allowed to sacrifice herself just to prove her case. Smiling a crazy smile, the heroine took out her phone and called Ian, telling him that they were right and the clown was really Julian. Despite the inner satisfaction she felt, it was hard enough for her to speak, because there was an arrow sticking out of her back after all. Crawling back, the brunette asked what she was going to do next, because if she died today, her boyfriend wouldn't survive this round either, and here Andrea didn't agree with him. She believed that even if Ian was alone and badly injured, he would be able to turn the situation around so that he could find the enemies and kill them, remaining victorious. Chuckling, Julian asked her to stop bluffing, because he just didn't believe it was even possible. They were strong, and some injured novice wouldn't do anything to them. The boys didn't want to hear anything about Jan, because today it was Andrea who was on the agenda, and they wanted to devote themselves entirely to killing her. The boys wanted to do everything so that they could attack Andrea together and kill her as soon as possible, so that they could move on to planning to kill her partner. The second arrow was already flying towards her, but the girl jerked sharply to the side, and the point of the weapon grazed only the tips of her hair, without injuring her at all. Julian was shocked that his partner was able to miss, because he was quite close and usually always shot straight at the target. But it didn't seem to be that Charles was missing, but that somehow Andrea knew where the arrow was going to go and could dodge. Looking at the fact that the girl was still alive, and in general she was able to return from many attacks without any problems, the guys did not understand how this was possible. The red-haired girl said that her enemies had chosen a good place to attack because the trees provided perfect cover, and then added that judging by the trajectory of the arrows, the archer had been standing behind her for 6 hours, hiding behind the trees. Now it was absolutely clear to everyone that they had underestimated Andrea, because it seemed that she was the one who calculated the trajectory of the arrows, which helped her and Ian not get killed last time. Our heroine loudly said that her partner warned her that the archer hiding in the trees was very careful and it would be difficult to lure her out. However, she didn't think that the word careful was very appropriate for someone who could calmly watch her bloodied partner crawl across the square towards her. It seemed to her that the second player was rather a cruel and selfish character who did not care about his beloved, because the priority was his own survival. Charles was shocked by this turn of events. He realized that they had really underestimated the girl because she had figured out their plan, and now it seemed that she had taken the initiative. Meeting Julian's gaze, Andrea said with a grin that she was very sorry for the guy because he was playing this game with a very unreliable partner. After all, the second player only cared about his own safety, and given that he didn't want to show his face, our heroine was forced to say goodbye to them. Turning around, she said that the only thing anyone could tell from looking at Julian was that he should go home immediately and rest. These words caused a strong anger inside the guy because he himself was very annoyed at the moment that the partner in the game did not care at all about his condition and well-being. As they left this quiet park, Andrea smiled and said that their next meeting would be very soon because now Julian's identity was revealed. But just before she turned around and left, she noticed something interesting, something that caught her attention and made her stop. There was Julian's bag on the bench, and given the fact that he was now lying on the ground and his bad leg probably wouldn't have allowed him to jump up and pick it up, it was tempting. She knew that if she could get it back, she might be able to find out the identity of the second participant in the game, which was now a mystery. She couldn't wait to find out something about this archer who did everything she could to hide her identity as best as possible. Now she knew with absolute certainty that she had to make every effort to get this bag and bring it to Ian. So, without looking at Julian, who looked dumbfounded, she abruptly began to run in the direction of the shop, while the guy froze in place in fear, not understanding what she wanted to do. When he noticed that his bag was still lying on the bench, because he didn't have time to grab it when he abruptly got up, it became clear why the girl decided to return. The guy thought that their opponent really went crazy because she missed the chance to safely leave and again risked her life for some bag. Of course, Charles simply couldn't pass up this opportunity to kill her, so he drew the bowstring again and aimed, wanting to finally shoot the arrow at the target. Julian was well aware that the girl's greed had caught up with her and that she was now risking foolishly exposing herself, even though her discretion and abilities had previously been respected. The whoosh of the arrow cut through the air again, and this time, whoever released it was almost certain that it would reach its target. And so it happened. Andrea really knew that she was taking a risk, and she also knew that she might get hit, but fortunately, the arrow did not hit vital organs, but hit her arm. As she held out her injured hand, she knew that she was almost there, but now it was harder than ever, and she had to try to finish what she had started. When Julian realized that the girl could take his phone, which was in the bag, and find out all about Charles's identity, he began to shout that the partner should not let her leave. Andrea had already grabbed the bag, and when she finally felt its weight in her hand, she felt a little lighter. Exhaling, Charles realized that his privacy was at stake right now, so he couldn't miss, and the girl couldn't get out of this park alive. Another arrow landed squarely on her forearm, and it was obvious that Andrea was in unbearable pain, but she clenched her teeth and didn't stop. The arrows rained down on the girl, and now it was incredibly difficult to calculate the trajectory of each one, so they reached their goals. Walking in this state was simply impossible because the body began to fail and lean to one side so that the girl could not take a step. When she had no strength left, she fell down and realized that unless some miracle happened, Ian would never know who their enemy was, so she couldn't die. It was incredibly sad for her to know that she was going to die halfway through without telling her partner what she had learned. As he got closer and closer to the girl lying on the ground, Julian felt a little sorry for her because she was so close to her goal and almost managed to reveal Charles' identity. As he watched her continue to hold his bag helplessly in her hands, he asked her if she wasn't as cool as she'd originally thought she was. He wanted to end her suffering, but his partner ordered him not to finish off the girl yet because there was a chance that her teammate would appear. Charles' crazy eyes were glittering, and he was smiling when he said that they could play with the girl first and find out where Ian was. It was obvious that he was getting real feelings out of it all. Sitting down next to her, Julian said that if Andrea wanted an easy death that would not bring her pain, then her wish would never come true. Looking at the fact that Andrea's eyes were open, the guy decided to question her and asked her where Ian was, but she kept her mouth shut. To make the girl talk, the young man decided to use a knife, which always made his victims a little more inclined to share information. Above the quiet park, a scream was heard. It was so painful that it was impossible to convey, but no one heard it. Gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, the blade of which was embedded in the girl's body, Julian asked if Ian was really worth all this, and she was willing to die to protect him. The guy thought that Ian was very selfish if he allowed his girlfriend to come to the enemy's lair alone, which now caused her to suffer. So in Julian's opinion, the only cruel and selfish person among them was Ian, who just let his beloved go to her death like that. After these words, the guy continued to beat his victim with a knife, despite the fact that she was already lying motionless and could not even resist. Andrea was still conscious. She could feel the full range of pain that was being inflicted on her, but she didn't give up on her idea and clenched her teeth and decided that she would never betray her friend. Knowing that they were dealing with a rather stubborn victim, Julian wondered when she would crack up and give up the idea of protecting her partner. He took her by the hair and asked her if she had woken up, because if it had seemed that Charles was the real sadist, then Julian was no better than him. Turning his head, the young man told Charles that it looked like she wasn't going to say anything, so he could just kill her, because she wasn't doing any good anyway. He continued to squeeze her hair, lifting her body higher and higher, making her the perfect motionless target for an archer. However, Charles didn't seem to appreciate the gesture at all and wasn't going to do what his partner was hinting at, his face showing no interest at all. It was only later that he realized that Ian didn't seem to care about the girl's life at all, so killing her now seemed like the best thing to do. He decided to give her what she had come for, because if Andrea had decided to take such a step, then she was definitely looking for death. She had found it, because the arrow was already flying straight at the back of her head. In the morning, the park was always a very busy place, with people walking everywhere and children shouting. A father who tried to take his son to school was caught in the eyes of passers-by, who desperately did not want to do this and tried to escape from his hands. The boy tearfully claimed that there were ghosts in the school, so he could die if he crossed the threshold of this terrible place. Listening to these delusional childhood fantasies, the father did not understand how anyone could believe in something like this, so he asked his son to stop talking nonsense and quickly go to school. But the boy continued to struggle. His stubbornness was simply amazing. It seemed that something really scared and worried him, but now was not the time to deal with it. Tears blurred the poor man's eyes, and in that moment, he made a terrible decision inside that made his skin crawl. Escaping from his father's arms, he shouted that he would rather die than go to school. These words shocked the man, so he released his son from his arms and he began to run away. The boy jumped to the very edge of the fence and could have fallen down at any moment. His father, in horror, began to beg him to get down from there quickly. Little John and Andrea watched this terrible scene. They understood that school could be bad, but they did not think that it was better to die than go there. At some point, the girl recognized this boy. It was Todd Jung. He was in the same class with them, and after that, it became even more creepy. She didn't understand what the boy was doing here, or why he was so desperate to jump off the bridge, claiming that school was worse than death. Turning his head, Todd saw someone in the crowd, and after that, it only got worse. His body began to tremble, and his eyes expressed real horror. It seems that this reaction was due to the fact that he saw little Ian, because immediately began to whisper that this kid should stay away from him. After that, the poor boy was convinced that death attracted him much more than life in this world, so he stepped into the abyss and decided his fate once and for all. This action simply shocked Andrea, who could not believe that Todd jumped off, while adults screamed and asked for help because the child jumped into the river. Andrea didn't understand why this was happening, because this boy had always seemed normal to her, and she turned her head to John and asked if he knew what had happened to him. However, I didn't say anything, just turned around and started walking away, saying that they had to go because they were already late for school. Of course, his friend was incredibly sad because she had just seen the death of her classmate, who turns out to have hated their school so much. She knew that some kids liked to bully Ian at school because they thought he was weird. But this semester, everything changed dramatically. These kids either left or transferred to other schools. Todd had also been bullied, and looking at what had happened to him, Andrea wondered what Ian had done to these students. Meanwhile, the life of an adult Andrea was at great risk, because in a split second, there could be a sharp arrow in the back of her head. Suddenly, there was a sharp roar of the engine. It was not clear if someone decided to ride a motorcycle at night. Except this wasn't a random biker who liked such remote and dark places. Right now, it was none other than Ian, who was coming at Julian. He managed literally at the very last moment to snatch his girlfriend from the clutches of the enemy, who was unconscious and did not even understand what was happening. The arrow whizzed past and never found its target, because now Andrea was with John, and for her that meant she would soon be completely safe. Charles reacted quite calmly to this turn of events. He just let out an exasperated sigh and inserted another arrow into the bow. Now it was more difficult to aim because the bike was moving fast, and it was also quite difficult to predict the trajectory of its movement, so it was a very difficult task to hit the guys. As Ian moved through the park, he kept hearing the whoosh of arrows as they flew at a critical distance from his and Andrea's bodies. However, while each time he managed to maneuver and avoid the attacks, even though they were surprisingly accurate, it was clear that the archer had a real talent. It was only then that Julian realized that his bag had been taken after all, because Andrea had been clutching it in her hands until the last moment, and he hadn't bothered to pull it out. When Charles heard that the bag had been taken and his partner's phone number was in it, he froze for a moment. because he realized that they had made a serious mistake and now it would be impossible to hide his identity. His eyes widened in horror because he knew it wasn't just Julian who would be targeted now, and he really didn't want to put his life in danger. It was clear that the situation would soon change dramatically and their opponents would find out their identities. But Charles couldn't help but admire that Ian really put his girlfriend's life on the line to break the deadlock. Soon our heroes returned to the hotel. For some, this evening was quiet and amazing, but not for the guys who risked their lives. When Andrea finally managed to open her eyes, you saw that you were no longer in that creepy park where she thought she was going to die from arrows. Her vision began to clear more and more, so that soon she saw Ian, who was sitting very close to where she was lying. The whole body of the unfortunate Andrea was bandaged because there were so many wounds that simple bandages could not be dispensed with, so it was necessary to take more serious measures. Noticing that the girl was awake, Ian asked her not to move because he had not yet finished bandaging her legs, which were also badly damaged by the knife. Despite the fact that her whole body was aching and she felt unbearably weak, the girl couldn't take her eyes off her friend, who was so caring. He said that he treated all the wounds and put bandages on them so that no infection would get there. Ian also said that the friend needed to move as little as possible because her body had to fully recover from the horror that she had experienced. After that, he added that the girl was too reckless because if not for the tracker that was in her phone, then Ian would not have been able to save her in time. Wanting to be honest with his girlfriend, the young man said that the injuries were serious, but in any case, she will be able to recover when the round is over. He reminded that Jack's girlfriend faced more complex injuries, but was able to recover. His girlfriend didn't even know how to comment on it because she didn't even believe that she could survive after what she had experienced. When the guy came closer to her, Andrea took the opportunity to ask if he really used all the time he had to pay attention to her. As he straightened the blanket, he nodded his head and said that they only had 15 minutes and 35 seconds left. Andrea started to apologize for acting on impulse and without coordination, but her friend didn't feel any anger or annoyance towards her. After all, he thought that the reward time was a real trifle, since the girl did the impossible and figured out the identities of their opponents. So even though she thought her friend would be really angry with her, he was thanking her for being so brave and helping them get off the ground. She didn't expect to hear something like this because she thought that she would forever ruin the relationship with Ian, which she was used to, that everything went according to his clear plan. The exasperated girl asked why her friend had suddenly become so polite, to which the latter replied with a smirk that now that Julian's identity was known, a plan to lure out the archer had appeared in his mind. Then the girl suddenly remembered that she had finally brought Julian's bag and asked if there was anything in it to determine the archer's identity. But Ian said that he did not find anything useful. Even hacking the phone did not help. Taking Julian's hacked phone from the cabinet, our hero wanted Andrea to examine it and make sure that there was nothing useful there. There were various photos, contacts, social networks, but there was no mention of girls anywhere in general, as if he only communicated with guys. It was clear to everyone that this was extremely strange, because the game was supposed to unite him with someone, but there were no hints, which made the situation almost hopeless. However, there was another oddity. In the bag, there was another phone, but it did not belong to Julian at all, but to someone else. It begged the obvious question of who owned the other phone, which was so tempting to be looked at. Our hero said that this phone belonged to Brian Lee, who was in the team of archers. He died a few days ago, and while Ian could not say whether there is any connection in all this, he also revealed that he checked out the archer team. But Julia wasn't close to any of the girls who were there, and Ian was never able to determine how the swimmer was related to the archer team. And then Andrea noticed something that made her eyes go wide, and she asked her friend to rewind the photos a little. When the young man asked why it was necessary, she absently said that she wanted to check something, the witch clearly did not imagine such an important detail. She told her friend to stop at a picture of Julian and a blonde guy, and then Andrea told him to take a closer look. With delight in her voice, the girl said that Julian and Brian had the same person in their photo albums, the same blonde guy. By opening the gallery on the second phone, she only proved her point, because there really was the same guy who flashed next to Julian all the time. After a little thought, our hero began to reflect on who this blonde guy might be, perhaps some mutual friend or acquaintance. But there was something nagging at her, something she couldn't explain, but something that always escaped their scrutiny. She'd been paying attention to the looks that Julian was giving this guy, so she suspected that something was going on between these guys, but she wasn't sure. And then she realized that the puzzle was beginning to take shape in her head because her guess could explain a lot of things. So the girl decided to tell her friend what she thought and asked him if it was possible that Julian didn't like women at all, but men. This sudden suggestion made Ian uneasy because he hadn't even considered the possibility that Julian's partner might be a guy, and they were looking for an archer instead of an archer. In Kill My Love, all teams are supposed to be paired, but the game never mentioned gender, so in theory, it definitely made sense. After looking closely at her friend, Andrea said that Julian was good-looking and popular, so it was very strange that he hadn't dated anyone in the last 3 years, and they couldn't find any information, despite their best efforts. After thinking about it, Yang said that given all these things, it was possible that what they saw in Tianfu Square wasn't a girl at all, but a guy in disguise who wanted to confuse them. Ian now had a clear feeling that he knew who he needed to look for, and this gave him an inner confidence in his own victory. After all, there was only one person who could shoot so accurately, who was the star of the university's archery team, named Charles Luo, the same blonde guy who was in the photo. From these realizations, the events that took place in the hotel further became more and more interesting. Ian told his girlfriend that Charles Luo was a junior at their university and was one of the 3 most popular guys on campus. He managed to become the best archer on the team, a little vain, but generally harmless. It seems that the stolen phones were not as useless as Ian initially claimed. Now that they have revealed the identity of the second opponent, everything has become much easier, and our hero asked Andrea to rest a little because she needed to recover. The guy said that he would definitely find those who hurt her, but the girl was against him doing it alone because he himself had a serious wound after being hit by an arrow. Turning around, Ian said that he didn't have time to wait for all the wounds to heal because they had too little time, and he didn't want to give the enemy the advantage of attacking first. After all, he knew that if they didn't finish everything as soon as possible, there would be consequences that none of them wanted to face in real life. The image of his dying mother immediately surfaced in his mind, asking him to survive no matter what, and our hero was determined to fulfill her last request. Turning around, he said that he would be back soon anyway, but she still didn't want to let him go because she knew that he would face 2 strong opponents at once, and she couldn't help being bedridden. As he left, Ian quietly but confidently stated that this round would end very soon because he would put all his effort and strength that was still left in his body into it. Needless to say, Julian's mind was filled with nothing but thoughts right now, remembering all the time he and Charles had spent together, all the beautiful moments when he could still touch him. He always admired Charles. Beautiful purple eyes, especially when the boy was embarrassed and begged him to stop talking. Now he was finally able to enjoy the touch again, but Julian didn't think they were going to waste the last 30 minutes of their reward time. Charles was so confused and discouraged that he couldn't think of a better strategy than to just stare silently at his beloved, who hadn't touched him in so long. The blonde guy said that he really wanted to spend a little more time with Julian because he looked extremely sad all the time. Laughing, Julian said that he was fine, especially now that he could finally feel his partner again and melt into the kiss. Happiness did not last long, only half an hour. This time flew by so quickly that the guys did not even notice it, and of course, they wanted more. Charles was overtaken by memories of the past. Then he looked different than now, for which he very often received a punch in the face, and from the closest people who, it would seem, should have supported him. His own mother accused him that he was fond of absolutely not the things that a young guy might be interested in, because he was interested in a dress, cosmetics, and beautiful long hair. She kept reminding him that he was a man, so she ordered him to immediately throw away all makeup and women's clothing so that she would never see it again. When his mother left, the guy thought for a long time, is there really something wrong with him? Because he really liked to look like a brutal man did not look. Trying to collect his thoughts, he kept coming back to the same questions. Was he really crazy and different from everyone else? Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw a dark-haired girl with a beautiful figure and dressed in a dress. The guy understood that if he could look like this, then his life would be much easier. He wanted to understand why nature had made such a joke, and he hadn't been born a girl, why everyone thought it was disgusting when a man was attracted to another man. He hid behind masks, behind other identities, wearing wigs and women's clothing, all to hide his true identity and preferences. And Charles also didn't understand if he couldn't be with someone he liked, then what was the point of this life at all, if it didn't bring any pleasure, but only dictated rules and was disappointing. His mother kept telling him that he was now at university, and it was time to start thinking about his future. And she also said that she had recently met a very beautiful girl, so she wanted him to meet her during the break. This cruel woman didn't even want to hear about her son still dressing up in women's clothes. She forced him to think that he should think about marriage and children because he had his own obligation. She didn't accept him and kept asking if he could just try to be normal, because it wouldn't be good if people revealed his secret. The woman pressed her son, saying that she and her father hated it when gossip was spread about them. After such conversations, Charles always felt extremely depressed because he himself wondered if he could ever really become normal like everyone else. He really wanted to be the most ordinary guy, whose hobbies are no different from what others liked, but he was born different from everyone else, and his mother thought it was wrong. Lost in these thoughts, Charles didn't even notice that he was soaking wet in the rain when suddenly someone placed an umbrella over him and said hello sweetly. The young man's eyes widened in fear of being discovered because now he looked like a girl, and after talking to his mother, he especially did not go to be seen by anyone. It was Julian, his beautiful eyes shining with a friendly light, and his sweet face was decorated with a pleasant smile. When Charles saw him, he was stunned because he felt something strange inside himself. Concerned, the brunette asked if the girl was okay, because that's how he saw Charles right now. The guy read that walking in the pouring rain without an umbrella was a very bad idea. At some point, Charles realized that he wanted to say something, but his kind didn't listen. No sensible words would come out. By nature, Julian was a very attentive guy, so he immediately noticed the state of his new acquaintance. Her long hair was dripping with water, which fell directly on the girl's shirt. The feeling of dampness clearly caused goosebumps because it was quite cool outside. Realizing that the poor girls were probably very cold, Julian decided that he needed to help her, and then remembered that he had a towel in his bag and hurried to get it. After giving it to his new friend, he said that she could wipe herself dry with it so as not to catch a cold because it was not warm at all outside. This gesture surprised Charles, so he unconsciously thanked him for his help, and then realized that his gruff voice might give away his real identity and the secret would be revealed. Charles looked at the boy with fear and could only blame himself for letting himself get so screwed up by revealing his real identity, which he was so desperate to hide. While the boy was wondering if his new acquaintance had realized that he wasn't a girl, Julian said that he might let the mysterious stranger down because the rain wasn't going to stop. Without saying a word, Charles started to pull away from the guy because he just wanted to be in the safe space of his room, which would definitely not judge him for who he is. Realizing that his new friend was just going to run away, Julian said that she could keep his umbrella for herself so as not to get even wetter. Hurrying back to his car so as not to get wet too, Julian said that the girl should get home as soon as possible because it looked like the downpour was only getting worse. Such selflessness won Charles over. Because such gestures were never made for him, he wanted to thank him, but did not have time to do this because the old stranger had already disappeared. All Charles could do in disguise was watch as the one person who had shown him real kindness for the first time in a long time ran away, drenched in the rain. Clutching the umbrella Julian had left in his hands, the boy thought that perhaps he shouldn't give up on all people, because as practice shows, some representatives of humanity deserved his attention. Laughing, Charles realized that the dark-haired man was a real idiot for making them both wet, but the cute gesture was forever etched in his memory. The next day, he went to the university as usual, but now it was no longer a burden to him. Charles had not felt so light inside for a long time. He was always told that he had a real talent for archery, and he couldn't help but agree, because in this class, he managed to get every arrow to hit the target. He wanted to shoot a fifth time, but they distracted him by saying that someone had come to see him, and Charles burst out because he liked that now all attention was focused on the target. A boy had reported the unexpected visitor, and Charles decided to ask who it was because he hadn't expected to hear that Zhao Julian, the best swimmer on the varsity team, was here. Charles was taken aback when he saw the handsome dark-haired man with bright red eyes and a wide smile, because he clearly did not think that his identity would be recognized so quickly and could be determined. The guy was in real shock. He wanted to run away somewhere, fail, just to be left alone. He didn't want his secret to be revealed by some stranger, especially such a popular one. Wanting to be alone with Julian, Charles told his teammate that he had to finish training, and if the captain asked where he was, he should tell him that he would be back soon. Trying not to make eye contact with Julian, the blonde man said that his new acquaintance had chosen a completely inappropriate place and they should have talked somewhere outside of the university. Not wanting to argue with the obvious correct approach, the brunette said that he would have no problem agreeing to meet Charles at any other place he chose. The guys decided to meet in a quiet, deserted place that was very close to their school. Both came on time, and honestly, both wanted this conversation. After trapping Charles in his arms, Julian playfully asked if his new acquaintance planned to return the umbrella that had saved the poor man from the previous day's downpour. Trying to look like he didn't understand anything, the blonde asked what umbrella he was talking about. He didn't want to let on that the girl he pretended to be yesterday was his little secret. Julian then asked if the boy had forgotten about that rainy night on Red Star Street where they had first met and he had helped him. Charles was used to people making fun of him for his feminine image all his life, so he got angry and grabbed the brunette by the collar and asked him what he was trying to say. Of course, Julian did not expect such a reaction because he absolutely did not intend to threaten anyone, but the blonde did not calm down and rudely said that he would return the umbrella to him tomorrow. But if information about him got out somewhere, he would take the necessary measures. Clenching his jaw in anger, Charles still couldn't calm down because he couldn't even think that they were from the same university as a dark-haired man and that he would be able to figure him out so easily and quickly. He knew that if even one word came out about his disguise, his parents would know, and they were already making fun of him for who he was. The blonde couldn't let that happen, so he decided that he would do his best to make sure that no one at the university got wind of his secrets, which he had spent his entire life trying to carefully guard. There was real fear in his eyes because he knew that if his secret was found out, the image of a normal guy that he had worked so hard to build up would be completely destroyed. Blushing, Julian realized that he didn't have much time to admit it, so he closed his eyes and blurted out that he liked Charles, and that was the only thing he wanted to say. These words surprised the blonde very much, because he expected to hear anything but this, since he was too used to feeling not as normal as everyone else. When Charles finally started letting Julian go a little, Julian admitted that he had seen him shoot arrows when their team had an open house last year. Back then, the blonde guy had looked really cool because he created the image of such a confident and strong guy that nothing could stop, and from that day on, Julian couldn't stop thinking about him. Blushing even more, Julian said that just recently he saw Charles coming out of the dorm dressed as a girl, and then he thought him incredibly beautiful. All these words brought a nervous smile and laughter to Charles' face, which made the brunette indignant because in fact he confessed his feelings. After listening carefully to what Julian was saying, Charles didn't comment on it, just said that it was time for him to get back because he still had things to do, and then promised to return the umbrella and towel to the guy tomorrow. However, this reaction did not suit the brunette at all. He stopped Charles and asked in confusion what all this means. Is he really not interested in a relationship? To be honest, the blonde didn't even know what to say, because all his adult life he had been taught that he was wrong, and now Charles didn't know if someone like him deserved to be loved. Julian insisted that they could just give it a try, but Charles said that it would only be possible if their relationship was kept as secret as possible. Julian smiled and said that he agreed to this condition, and nothing could come between them. And at that moment, Charles thought that this guy was sent to him by God himself. Andrea had spent that night without sleep, no matter how hard she tried, but she couldn't sleep. Her mind was full of all sorts of thoughts, and they were all extremely disturbing. She stared at the ceiling and prayed to the higher powers that they would protect Ian, that he would be careful and come back to her after all that he was going through. Clutching the blanket in her fist, all she wanted was for her friend to come back to her, so that their two cruel enemies wouldn't ruin him in their fight for survival. Meanwhile, our hero unearthed the number of Charles Luo, and calling him, he said that he would wait for both opponents in the city pool that night. He thought it was time to end this whole nightmare and finally figure out who would survive this round, him and Andrea, or the two guys in love who were so desperate to hide their true identities. Despite the fact that it was already late in the evening, people were still walking around the city pool, and there were quite a large number of them. As soon as Julian arrived at his destination, he immediately called Charles and informed him about it, along with asking what he thought Ian was planning. The blonde was at the third entrance. He thought that it was better not to try to guess other people's plans, but rather focus on the murder. The blonde gunslinger believed that given the severity of Andrea's injuries, it was likely that their enemy would come by himself, but since Ian was also injured, he wouldn't be able to compete strongly with them. It was absolutely obvious that this was the best chance to finish off your enemies, but it was very important to make no mistakes this time, so that everything would go smoothly. Charles assumed that the enemy might be hiding somewhere and waiting for them to appear in ambush, so the guy was very tense and kept looking around, trying to figure out where to expect an attack from. When he noticed the shadow that was standing right on the diving board, he was afraid, because he didn't think that Ian would choose such a place for his enchanting appearance. Both guys were surprised and scared, because neither of them expected that a wounded enemy could appear so spectacularly and even risk catching a few arrows, because he was standing in the perfect place for this. Noticing the stares of the opponents, our hero said nothing, just gave them a bored look that expressed absolutely no emotions. What can we say about excitement or fear? The young man chose such a place not by chance, because from here you had a great view of the entire area where their battle would take place. It was convenient to immediately notice where your enemies were hiding. After regaining consciousness from his daze, Charles immediately inserted an arrow into the bow and aimed, saying that the enemy had given him an unexpected gift because he did not hide as he and his partner expected. Realizing that everything was too simple, Charles froze in place because everything in his head and mind screamed that something was wrong in this whole situation. According to his logic, I should have been hiding to make it harder for them, but instead the guy was completely exposed, as if he wanted to be noticed right away. So now the blonde was wondering what their opponent was up to. Exhaling, our hero grinned and said in a calm voice that the guys could relax, but these words only made everyone even more tense. After giving the enemies a murderously cold look, Yang Ning informed them that he would do his best to kill those who had harmed him and his playmate. The more emotional Julian could not stand all these words and said that he would never forget what I did to him, so he would kill the guy himself. But Charles asked the young man to calm down and act with a cool head. These words surprised the brunette because he thought that the guy would support him and not scold him, as if he was a small, stupid child who acts on impulse. His boyfriend said that it would be very difficult for them to beat this player because he was not a fool and clearly had some plan of action, behaved so arrogantly and confidently. It was obvious to the blonde that winning this round would be extremely difficult because the enemy had definitely come up with something serious and they should not fall for his trick. Charles was quite uneasy himself because he couldn't figure out what tricks Ian had up his sleeve and what exactly Ian was planning to do. Enjoying the confusion of the enemies, our hero asked what they were waiting for. Did they forget that in this round you can win only by completely destroying the enemy? He reminded that the wounded Andrea did not pose a threat, so in fact, you only need to kill him. Smiling, Ian asked if the boys hadn't achieved what they wanted, now that their main killing target was right in front of them, open and ready to die. Looking at the guys being extremely indecisive, the young man assumed that the two of them were just scumbags who could only fight a defenseless girl. These words made Julian lose his temper. He became nervous and shouted that he would immediately kill the guy. Charles took aim irritably. He thought that his partner was a real idiot who was easily provoked. Exhaling, the blonde finally released the arrow, hoping that it would hit the target directly and the enemy wouldn't be able to dodge it. He was extremely surprised when he noticed that Ian was standing motionless and wasn't even going to move away from the trajectory of the arrow that was aiming to hit him directly in the stomach. The guy just smiled enigmatically, giving the impression that he knew something that was not known to his opponents, who played by his rules. At the very last moment, when the arrow was almost piercing his body, Ian dodged it. The weapon flew just a few centimeters from his face, but did not hit him. And then he did something strange, jumped off the ski jump, and didn't even have time to group up and fly straight into the water. At first, his enemies didn't even know if he did it on purpose or not. The splash of water brought everyone to their senses, because now a couple of bloodthirsty partners realized that they really were drawn into other people's intrigues and were forced to play by their own rules. Meanwhile, the body of our hero had almost reached the bottom of the pool. It turned out that it was quite deep and dangerous for those people who could not swim. Looking out at the water, Charles tried to understand why their opponent had jumped into the pool, because as long as he swam out, he would be an ideal target, too easy to kill. He assumed that the opponent wanted to use the density of the water to defend against his arrows, but that meant that Ian was stuck in the pool, which seemed like a very stupid decision to him. And then there was a loud laugh that belonged to Julian and was a little crazy, as if the guy was in such a state that he could do anything stupid that could be called reckless. The dark-haired man loudly asked if the enemy really thought that they could escape from him if they hid in the water. It seemed that Ian had forgotten that this was his element and his territory. As the boy undressed, he said that if Ian wanted to die so badly, then he couldn't help but help him deal with it. Moreover, he really wanted to do it. At that moment, Charles started to panic. He knew that something was wrong here because Ian's actions were pointless. He knew for sure that Julian was an excellent swimmer, and it was not clear why he put himself in such a disadvantageous position. And these fears were confirmed. As soon as there was a cry of pain, it was absolutely obvious that something had happened to Julian, so Charles immediately asked what it was. Gritting his teeth in anger and pain, the dark-haired man said that their opponent had scattered broken glass around the pool, and now small fragments bit into his leg, which was bleeding profusely. Scowling, Julian hissed that Ian could absolutely say goodbye to his life for such tricks, because very soon he would lose it. Charles shouted at his partner not to rush to take any action because it could be dangerous, but no one listened to him because the brunette was driven by anger, not common sense. On an impulse, Julian jumped into the water. All he wanted to do was strangle the person who had committed such a meanness with his own hands. All Charles could do was stand in front of the pool and wonder how his boyfriend's stupidity would end, because Ian had obviously jumped into the water for a reason. Something bad was waiting for them there. As soon as Julian reached the bottom of the pool, he immediately saw Ian, who seemed to be waiting for him, because he did not move at all and seemed to freeze in place. Meanwhile, our hero was already assessing all the possible risks that could be. There were a lot of them, but this was the only good plan that he managed to come up with. Needless to say, Julian felt very confident in the water because he considered it his element and thought that now all the advantages were on his side because the enemy was on someone else's territory. Meanwhile, Charles was analyzing everything that was going on. He realized that he felt something as soon as he entered this room. Ian's behavior seemed completely meaningless to him, all because he couldn't answer the single question of why his opponent had chosen the pool when he knew that Julian would have an obvious advantage. And looking at Ian's ruthless performance, It was impossible to say that he had come here unprepared and without some sophisticated plan of action that would surprise them all. If one analyzed all of Ian's actions, one could absolutely tell that there was no way he would have put himself at such a disadvantage. Charles only had one thought in his head, and that was that their enemy had already chosen his target, and now she was in the same pool with him, while the blonde was forced to stay on the surface and just watch. This realization came to him so abruptly that he was horrified when he realized that Julian was being hunted. All these conjectures were confirmed exactly at the moment when the dark-haired guy emerged from the pool and screamed loudly. His whole body was covered in some wounds of unknown origin, and blood was flowing profusely directly into the water. But let's go back to the time when Julian first confessed his feelings to Charles. To be honest, as soon as the blonde heard these confessions, he didn't take them seriously because he still didn't believe that someone like him deserved to be happy and loved. Charles had never even considered a serious relationship before, nor had he ever imagined that he would ever have real feelings for anyone inside him. But now there was such a sincere and cheerful brunette sitting in front of him who always wanted to touch him, tell him how his day went, and make him laugh, that it seemed that life was slowly getting better. Julian was always trying to lighten his boyfriend's mood by telling funny stories that happened during his training sessions, at which point he seemed incredibly charismatic. However, every time the brunette sat down next to Charles, Charles started looking around frantically and saying that they should not meet where there were so many people around. Although most of the time it was just paranoia, very often there was no one around them. Dating Julian was very easy, because this guy always thought about Charles, comfort, and liked to take care of him. As they agreed, the brunette kept his promise and did not tell anyone about their couple. So it wasn't long before the blonde began to relax a little in this relationship and eventually realized something very important. This behavior and the sincerity, care, led to the fact that he began to fall in love with Julian because he was never treated as if he was the one and only, literally the center of the universe. At one point, Charles was so alarmed that he asked his partner if anyone thought they could stay together for as long as possible. This question surprised Julian very much, so he decided to ask why his beloved was suddenly worried about this. Smiling broadly, the dark-haired man said that if possible, he would like to spend the rest of his life with Charles because only next to him did he feel truly happy. Those words echoed in the blonde's head, and he never thought that anyone would fall in love with him, much less want to spend the rest of his life with him. Then he confessed to Julian that he always believed that only those people who are able to reveal their love to the world deserve to be together forever, and this meant that their love could eventually come to an end. The brunette advised in this case to concentrate on the present, because for him every moment together was precious. Only now this advice did not seem so good to Charles. After all, if you focused on this particular moment, you could hear terrible screams for help and notice a bloody hand that kept coming to the surface. It was unclear what was happening to Julian, but when he surfaced, his partner noticed with horror that the poor man's body was covered with terrible wounds that bled profusely. Charles's breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him that he might lose the one person he loved. He was scared, really scared for the man who was swimming towards him with hope in his eyes, but Charles wasn't sure if there was anything he could do to help him. And then he noticed a strange movement in the water and dark shadows moving directly toward Julian, and it became clear that someone was there. Apparently, it was these shadows that inflicted such terrible wounds that bled profusely and attracted even more individuals who swam after the injured guy. Despite his intense anxiety and fear, Charles said that he would definitely find a way to help his boyfriend because he didn't even think about leaving him in this difficult situation. Standing in front of this pool, the blonde felt helpless. He kept wondering what his opponent, who still hadn't surfaced, had done. They were both in the water, but the blood and wounds were all over Julian's body, so Charles wondered if the enemy was counting on him to jump into the pool to save his partner. The blonde stood there and wished that he had used up his last reward time, and now he just couldn't throw himself into the pool to help his partner with something. Clutching the bow in his hands, he felt so desperate that it was as if the whole world had ceased to exist for him, because without Julian, it didn't make any sense. Meanwhile, a bloodied brunette with tears in his eyes shouted that Charles should not even think about going into the water because there was a deadly danger there. He wanted to talk about what was in the water, but he didn't have time to do it because he plunged down sharply and a new stream of blood colored the water around him. Charles was doomed to stand there and do nothing because he couldn't get within 3.5 meters of his partner. The guy kept wondering what kind of black shadows flickered under the water. And then he suddenly realized that it was these black creatures that were biting Julian and literally tearing chunks from his flesh, causing unbearable pain and heavy blood loss. The dark-haired man was already beginning to struggle in agony. But even with all that he was going through, he only asked his beloved one thing, not to worry about him and focus on killing the enemy. The tears were rolling down Charles and face completely involuntarily, and he couldn't stop them, even though he didn't try to, because that would release at least some of the pain he was feeling inside. But the thought of abandoning the man he loved so much never crossed his mind, and he was willing to do anything, to make any sacrifice just to keep his dear Julian alive. Walking to the edge of the pool, Charles slowly sat down, looking out at the water, thinking that he didn't need to live in a world where he couldn't save his boyfriend. The only thing that came to his mind was to make every effort to at least understand what was going on under the water and who these black shadows that were rapidly floating around the pool were. To understand what was going on there, the young man plunged into the water in his hand. He tried to splash as hard as possible to attract the attention of the shadows. However, nothing was happening. The water surface was calm and no one was approaching his body, so he was about to pull out his hand, disappointed that the plan had failed. Everything changed very abruptly. At some point, fast-moving shadows appeared out of nowhere with a blood-red trail around them. Charles jumped away from the edge of the pool as fast as he could, as he began to wonder who it was that was swimming, since there weren't many small, bloodthirsty fish. Looking down at his bloodied fingers, the young man understood what was going on. Now Ian's plan became obvious to him, because it was not just that he lured Julian into the water, despite the fact that he was an excellent swimmer. The wounds on his fingers showed only one thing. Their enemy was a vicious genius who didn't intend to kill his opponents with his own hands. He was looking for methods that would do it for him. A real horror enveloped Charles and did not allow him to even move, because he knew that the bloody Julian was the perfect bait for piranhas, which will definitely not leave him alone. These creatures were attracted to the smell of blood, and now they were in an extremely alert state and reacted to even the slightest drop, so they could just tear apart a bloody person. Piranhas were terrifying fish that lived mainly in the Amazon in South America, but they were not so difficult to get. These fish lived in groups and were very sensitive to the smell of blood. Even the slightest trace caused them to be eager and launch a merciless attack, after which it was extremely difficult to survive. The dangerous and predatory creatures that used to live in the water were now swimming right in the city pool, chasing poor bloody Julian, who couldn't get away from them, no matter how fast he swam. Charles now understood perfectly why Ian had spilled glass on the edge of the pool. He needed Julian to get hurt right away and attract the fish's attention. So as soon as the first drops of blood hit the water that was in the pool, it turned the piranhas into ferocious demons that were ready to attack. And the one whose body was not damaged and not a single drop of his blood leaked out could safely swim among these predatory fish, and they did not cause him any harm. Yang Ning had created an absolutely flawless plan that guaranteed the death of at least one opponent, and as it happened, it was unlikely that Julian would ever come out of this pool. As soon as Charles saw Ian come up, he immediately inserted an arrow into his bow and began to shout hysterically that he would immediately kill his treacherous enemy who had harmed his beloved. It was obvious that Charles, always collected, reserved and cold, lost his composure and fell into a complete hysteria, which did not allow him to think straight. In the end, our hero said that it was a life-and-death game, and if he did not kill the opponents, they would definitely take his life without any remorse. As Ian swam closer and closer to the blonde, he noticed that they would both do anything to win. So in fact, they were very much alike. Charles couldn't think straight right now, so the idea that winners live and losers die was too jarring for him to admit. Looking at his enemy, our hero concluded that it looks like he used up all the reward time and now could not help his partner in any way. Ian offered him a deal. Charles should tell all the information about the game, and he will help him save Julian. The bow in Charles's hands trembled, and he knew that this suggestion was clearly a trap, because only one team could win this round, but he still hoped that his beloved could be saved somehow. It was at this point that Julian spoke up and begged to be allowed to just die, because he could no longer suffer this hellish torment. While the blonde's hand continued to shake, our hero pressed him harder and harder, saying that while he was thinking, the probability that his partner would die increased significantly. Charles couldn't bear to look at his bloodied boyfriend and hear the plaintive voice calling his name, and his stomach was bursting with unbearable pain, as if the piranhas were biting off pieces of him. He was immediately reminded of the first time he'd met Julian, the warm looks the boy had given him every time, and the incredible warmth he'd felt every time he'd been around him. Now there was no trace of his beautiful eyes as the bloodthirsty piranhas studied his incredible face, which Charles always secretly admired and loved to admire while Julian wasn't looking. All he could think about was that if his boyfriend died, he would never see the beautiful eyes, the warm smile, the silly jokes and stories about how swimming practice had gone. He didn't want his last memory of Julian to be the screams of pain and the sight of his hands half-eaten by piranhas. How painful it was to remember that beautiful guy who had to live his happy, successful life without thinking that his existence could end right in the pool that brought him fame. Biting his lips until they bled, Charles began to cry, all his cold mask falling off. He didn't see the point in hiding his feelings, which were obvious, and he was very sorry that he only did it under such circumstances. He wanted to go back to the past, to those moments when the dark-haired boy he loved was hugging him from behind, and he really wished that he had kept his emotions in check all the time and shown the real affection and love that he felt. The only thing Charles could do right now was take revenge on the man who had caused his beloved to suffer, so by taking aim, he decided that he would send the enemy straight to hell. There was a whoosh and the arrow was fired, and more than anything, the gunslinger wanted to reach his target and finish what they were here for today. Seeing that the enemy wasn't going to stop there and was still trying to kill him, Ian began to frantically think about how to turn the situation in his favor. The arrows flew one after another, as if they would never stop or end, as the anger that the archer was feeling at that moment would never pass. When the arrows hit the water, there was a splashing sound, which Charles subconsciously hoped would scare the fish away from his boyfriend. The water in the pool had turned a blood-red color, and it looked as if all the blood from Julian's body had already flowed out and filled the tank. Falling to his knees, Charles began to tremble all over his body. Such anger, helplessness, and inner pain he had never experienced in his life. He was not prepared for the fact that he would have to lose his beloved, and not just, but watch all his torment. Panting, he barely found the strength to whisper a word of forgiveness for not being able to save him, despite all the promises he'd made. He wasn't trying to control himself or his tears anymore. He just wanted Julian to hear what he was saying at the last moment and realize that he was sorry it had ended like this. One of the arrows fired hit the brunette directly in the forehead, and it became fatal for him. It is not known whether Charles planned to do this or whether the arrow hit accidentally, but it clearly saved the guy from terrible torment. Shortly before all these tragic events, Ian was staying at the hotel where he and Andrea were recovering from their previous battles. Before starting a new fight, Ian decided that he needed to deal with the old wounds, so he started dressing himself and applying fresh bandages. Just at this moment, Andrea woke up and carefully examined her friend and asked him to be careful, because he will have to take part in a battle where two will be against one. Pulling on his shirt, the young man coldly replied that he knew very well that the advantage was not on his side, but asked his girlfriend not to worry, because he had a plan. Andrea was surprised when Jan told her that he needed to borrow the key to a room that was intended for keeping laboratory animals. It was in the biology department where she studied. When the girl asked why he needed it, he replied that if he participated in a one-on-one fight, the chance of winning was negligible, so he needed to show imagination, and he was sure that there would be something very useful in the biology department. That was how he got access to the piranhas that were now eating Julian's already dead body. Yes, this method of killing was extremely cruel, but only it could guarantee Ian's victory. Sitting at the edge of the pool, Charles tried to process all that had happened, because now his boyfriend was definitely dead. It was his arrow that was the decisive factor that sent Julian to the next world. It was unimaginably painful to look at what the body of his beautiful beloved had become, especially the face that the blonde had admired so much before was badly damaged. Our hero froze on the spot. He assumed that such an outcome of events was possible, but still did not believe that Charles would personally kill Julian. As he gripped the bow tighter than usual, Charles realized that his main goal now was to kill Ian, because only then would he be able to count on the soul of his beloved to calm down. Now that Julian was dead, Charles believed that his opponent had nothing more to bargain for, and he had nothing to lose, so now the real carnage would begin. Ian also knew this very well, and he also knew that he was in an extremely vulnerable position, because the arrow would still reach him faster than he would get out of the pool, and it would not be possible to hide under the water forever either. But he still had one advantage, and that was knowing that piranhas can be merciless, but without the smell of blood that provoked them, they didn't do any harm. Even now, these bloodthirsty creatures were calmly swimming around him and were completely harmless, because Ian didn't have a scratch on him, which means he didn't provoke them with his blood. Meanwhile, Charles was going over Ian's plan aloud, thinking about how the guy had chosen the pool because he knew Julian was a great swimmer, and then deliberately scattered broken glass around the pool so that he would step on the pieces. The blonde admitted that his opponent was a great manipulator who deserves all the praise for such an unsurpassed plan that worked with a bang and led to the desired results. Charles didn't know what Ian had done to the wound on his chest, that it had stopped bleeding and thus not provoked the piranhas, but he was sure that if even the slightest drop of his blood got into the water, the fish would tear him apart just like Julian. It was true that fish didn't care who they chewed. They were only interested in the blood, which made them want to cling to their prey with their powerful jaws. And to draw a drop of Ian's blood, Charles would have been willing to shoot for days at a time. So now he pulled the bowstring and aimed to send the enemy after his boyfriend. The fish were already swimming closer to Ian, as if they sensed that he might soon be their dessert after the heavy meal that Julian had served them. Charles's body steadied, calmed down, and braced himself, because right now he had to do everything he could to make sure that the reckoning was over and that his opponent got what he deserved. He whispered to himself that I might not even think that he would have any chance of getting out of the pool, because now it would be his only grave. And after he has dealt with the enemy, then go straight to his beloved, perhaps, at least in the next world, they will be able to become happy and regain the opportunity to touch each other. The blonde man urged Julian not to rush to leave, because very soon he will join him and they will be able to be together for all eternity. As they wanted, it is absurd that their dreams will come true in this way. All of this was interrupted by the voice of Ian, who asked if Charles had ever thought about why he was staying in a pool that was filled with bloodthirsty piranhas. Without thinking twice, the gunslinger replied that he thought his opponent wanted to use the water as a natural shield against his arrows, because that was the only logical explanation. Grinning, our hero said that this assumption was only half true, and then added that he was staying in the pool only because it was the safest place right now. The blonde's body tensed, but his hands didn't start to shake yet, but he was really scared after saying that. Unfortunately, he had rejected Ian's offer earlier. Pulling something that looked like dynamite out of his pocket, Ian asked with a small grin what Charles thought about ending all this right now. After these words, he waved his hand and the dynamite flew behind Jan. While it was not clear what he wanted to achieve with all this, but one thing is clear: nothing good should be expected. Ian showed an open air of self-satisfaction, and when the dynamite was thrown, he dramatically said goodbye to his enemy, with whom the battle was quite interesting. As soon as the explosive object touched the floor, the room turned into a real branch of hell on earth, because everything broke out and was instantly covered with fire. Flames engulfed the entire area around the pool, forcing Charles to seek shelter, which was only in one place, in the water, where he would have to face not only the enemy, but also bloodthirsty fish. Shouting loudly from the pain caused by the sharp burns, the guy could not understand where the fire came from. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Looking at the enemy's smile, the blonde just couldn't believe that this whole nightmare was the original idea of Ian, who just brilliantly planned literally every step of his life. Now the guy finally understood absolutely everything. His enemy did not plan to kill only Julian, because from the very beginning, he wanted to achieve something completely different. Ian had tried to kill two birds with one stone, and as much as Charles hated to admit it, the enemy had succeeded, had managed to trick them into playing by their own rules. The fire quickly consumed the body of the young man, who still did not want to jump into the pool, because he knew that this would be the cherry on the cake in the plan of the treacherous Ian. However, the pain left him no choice, so his body instinctively began to move towards the water, and there was nothing he could do about it except to submit to his instincts. So in order to be relieved for a second and escape from the all-consuming flames, Charles jumped into the water without thinking, just as Ian had planned. Once in the water, the guy relaxed for a second, because the pain receded and relief covered his body. But the happiness did not last long, because the trouble was literally swimming right at him. Dozens of piranhas swam closer as they moved slowly, because Charles' wounds hadn't started to bleed much yet, and the smell of blood didn't affect the instincts of these fish. But he knew it was only temporary, because soon the wounds would bleed and the creatures would tear him apart. And that was when Charles realized that Ian was truly evil in the flesh. Meanwhile, I was already swimming up to the stairs that led to the surface, but the fish still didn't react to him, so he felt absolutely calm in the pool. Now his enemy was absolutely clear that our hero was using himself as bait and was tricking them into his trap step by step. First Julian and then Charles, and they both fell for it, so his plan worked perfectly. Looking into the empty eyes of the bloodthirsty fish, Charles only wondered if they could really lose, so the last moments of his life were filled with absolute frustration and pain. There were tears in his eyes. They were from despair, but in reality, the young man had already accepted that today he would leave this world. He was only afraid of the pain that he would have to endure before death. The bloodthirsty fish approached very quickly, their jaws snapping with such speed and force that the sound could be heard even underwater. Even though Charles was well aware that he had already lost this round, he still tried to swim away from these creatures because he liked dying fighting better. Even when he surfaced, the guy was well aware that he lost this round at the moment when his beloved person lost his life, because after that, he did not see the point of staying alive. Noticing Julian's body lying nearby, Charles came up with an idea that he wanted to put into practice before being torn apart. The way his dear Julian looked just now brought back strong emotions inside him that brought a flood of tears that would never stop again. Seeing him like this was a nightmare that was hard to come up with, but now it was a reality that had to be accepted. So when the fish started eating his flesh, he didn't feel much physical pain, because the mental pain was so much stronger. Just looking at the dead, Julian could have torn Charles' heart to shreds. The piranhas were already so excited by the amount of blood that they even started biting Ian. Even though he didn't have any scratches on him, thanks to the fact that he managed to get to the edge of the pool in time. Powerful jaws began to bite into his arm and legs, but this was no longer something terrible for the guy because he finally got out of the pool and now he had to get through the wall of fire. One persistent fish was not going to let go of our hero. It seemed that it did not bother him at all, but still he decided to tear it off from his hand so as not to lose a lot of blood. Finally, the creature was able to tear off a decent piece of the young man's body, which caused him a lot of pain. But as we remember, Yan was not too sensitive to pain, so he endured it without any problems. As he got to his feet, he turned his gaze to Charles, who no longer even tried to get out of the pool and completely accepted his unsightly fate. His ending was not a happy one. Whatever it was, Ian was only glad that the round would finally be over, that he and Andrea would be safe for a while, and that they would be able to fully recover from their physical injuries. The blonde boy had managed to get to the body of his beloved, so now he could hug him one last time, even though Julian wouldn't feel it anymore, because his soul had passed away. Charles was well aware of this, but touching his beloved helped him calm down as much as possible in the situation he was in, and he wanted to express his gratitude to his beloved for all that they had gone through together. In the last moments of his life, he recalled the most vivid and sensual moments that are associated with Julian, and there were so many of them. They spent a really happy time together, which was filled with love. Kissing his lover on the lips, Charles was finally able to admit to himself that he really loved this guy and could not imagine his life without him, because he gave him something that he could not even dream of: complete acceptance and boundless feelings. Closing his eyes, the blonde saw a light, and then a man's figure appeared, standing with his back to him, but this back he could recognize out of 1,000 because it belonged to his beloved person. Julian turned his head and looked at Charles intently, as if he was inviting him to come with him and waiting for him to make up his mind and join him. Charles finally made up his mind and started walking towards the light with a smile, while apologizing for keeping the guy waiting, because now they can go together to a place where they can be happy. Everything was over, the round was won, and our hero was able to go to the hotel with a calm soul, where his girlfriend was anxiously waiting for him. The girl lay in her bed and could not sleep a wink. She listened to every rustle, fearing that the place of John's return would be waiting for the arrival of enemies who would kill her again. She stared at the ceiling and kept thinking about how much effort she had put in to win this round. It felt like she had done very little, and it wasn't fair to Ian. It seemed to her that the last act was aimed at protecting the guy, but in reality it was he who protected her all the time and pulled her out of various scrapes. As she continued to stare aimlessly at the ceiling, Andrea wondered if maybe it was time for her to do something else and finally take her full place on the team to be useful. Suddenly, she was startled by the system notification that Team 233 had won this round, which meant that Ian had managed to destroy 2 enemies at once. The system also reported that they had 3 rewards. The first was 3 hours of lifting the death limit, the second was reward points, and the third said that the guys were given extended access. However, none of this pleased the girl at all, because it hit her head that the best friend she had known since childhood was capable of killing 2 people with his own hands. She noticed that the wounds on her body were beginning to heal themselves, as if an unknown magic power was healing her right now, which was probably the case. It was all so amazing, and she found herself thinking that now she didn't feel any pain at all, and now she could finally get out of bed. As she struggled to her feet after a few days of bed rest, she tried to wrap her head around the fact that Ian had finally won and that they could relax for a while. Quickly dressed, Andrea rushed out of the hotel room and wanted to meet her friend as soon as possible. Along the way, she dialed his number, but the operator reported that the subscriber was out of the access zone. She felt incredibly angry and anxious inside, wondering why the guy wasn't picking up the phone, because right now she just needed to hear him and make sure he was alive. She prayed to the higher powers that Ian would be all right, that he would answer her phone and tell her that he was safe and sound after what happened. Our hero could not answer his girlfriend for one simple reason. He was still in the pool, which was surrounded by a ring of hot flames. After looking at his enemy carefully, Charles was surprised to ask why he was still here, because in fact the game was already over and the system reported his victory. Charles, who had already fully accepted his fate, smiled sadly as he asked if bloodthirsty Ian wanted to watch them get torn apart by piranhas. But this was absolutely not part of the plans of our hero. Yes, he did not feel sorry for them, because in principle he could not feel any emotions, but he did not get sadistic pleasure from such actions. The guy admitted that he was hoping that the enemy, who did not have long to live, would show his last mercy and tell him a little more about the game they were all in. His response was a high-pitched laugh that seemed even more terrifying than the piranhas in the pool or the fire that was engulfing the entire room. When this fit of laughter subsided, Charles said that his opponent had been quite persistent in thinking that he would help him after he had brutally murdered his partner and condemned him to death. Ian looked coldly at the blonde man and said that he had never intended to kill the boys, but they were all in a desperate situation, and if he hadn't done so, he and Andrea would have died instead of Charles and Julian. He also reminded that those who entered the game had no choice: life, death, victory, and defeat, all of which they had to experience for themselves, whether they wanted to or not. Ian also added that some things didn't just disappear because of death. So if Charles had some unfinished business or request, he was willing to do it in exchange for information. There was silence in the room, because the blonde knew perfectly well that his opponent was completely right, and that what he was suggesting could even be considered a favor to some extent. After a brief silence, Charles asked what Ian's current level of access to the game was, which seemed to matter more than our hero thought. But first, he really wanted to know what this level of access meant, because he had never encountered such terminology before and did not understand anything. Charles rephrased his question and asked how many times Ian had taken part in the game, but Ian said that he had only encountered enemies twice. When Charles found out that this was only the boy's second game, he laughed enigmatically, his expression showing that he knew a lot more than he was letting on. In fact, the blonde guy was very amused that they lost to the newcomers, because neither he nor Julian could have imagined such a turn of events. The blonde immediately clearly identified that Ian was incredibly violent, determined, and calculating, but the craziest thing he could notice was that the guy seemed to be devoid of any emotion. He didn't know how accurately he described Ian's personality, but he also added that he thought it was a real monster standing in front of him. After a pause, Charles added that his opponent was just like those disgusting people with distorted morals who would have been perfect participants in this game. Completely distraught, Charles laughed again and asked what Ian could offer him in exchange for information. He pretended to be very interested in it. There were still people walking around the city pool who didn't even know what kind of nightmare was happening inside the building, and a worried girl in red sneakers was running straight there. Even though Andrea's body had fully recovered, it looked like she still needed to rest, as she couldn't be as fast as before and would tire much faster. When she reached the door that led to the pool, she was so short of breath that she couldn't even try to take a full breath. She knew she should go inside, but something was holding her back, some subconscious sense of danger that prevented her from going any further. Andrea was very worried that John hadn't answered any of her phone calls, which made her think that something terrible might have happened. Swallowing nervously, the heroine began to think about what she could do to find out where her friend was and if everything was all right with him, because these thoughts did not let her rest. Opening the door was so scary that Andrea began to quietly beg her friend to just be alive. She was very afraid that she would go inside and see the corpse of the person closest to her. Finally, she plucked up the courage to open the door and decided that she would bear absolutely everything she saw there, even if it was the most terrifying picture of her life. The fire was already out of sight, and the diving board looked as if it hadn't witnessed all the horrors that had taken place half an hour ago. Sitting on the edge of the pool, Charles said in a matter-of-fact tone that he had now told them absolutely everything he knew about the game they were unlucky enough to get into. After some thought, our hero asked what Charles thought. He was surprised or was in despair because John did not think that everything would turn out this way, so he was in some confusion. As he sank back into the water, the blonde man said that unfortunately, he wouldn't have the same pleasure watching them monsters fight each other to the death. Chuckling, the guy said that the deal was completed, and now he could finally join his beloved and reunite with him in the other world. Finally, Charles added that he and Julian would be waiting for them with Andrea in the other world, because sooner or later they would still be there, because the game did not spare even the most powerful and cruel. After saying this, he voluntarily jumped into the water, knowing that his bloody wounds would attract the attention of the merciless fish, who would immediately sink their jaws into his body. It was at this moment that Andrea threw open the doors, so that she did not witness the most terrible thing that could be. Otherwise, what she saw could have severely traumatized her psyche. When she saw Ian standing there almost unharmed, her heart suddenly felt very light, because she knew that today she would not have to bury her friend. The boy was standing on the edge of the pool, which was filled with the blood of two lovers, and Charles's last words about how sometimes death was the best outcome were running through his head. It was really scary to admit it, but he thought so too. But he was determined to keep the promises he'd made to his mother all those years ago, to survive at all costs. At the moment when Andrea went to the pool, he suddenly wanted to sink into the ground, because now there was a moment when he absolutely did not want to talk to her, because he had to digest everything that had happened. When the girl entered the room, a heavy smell immediately hit her nose. Since she was a student of the biology department, she immediately realized that this was the smell of blood. The moment when she saw Ian standing next to the bloodstained pool was forever etched in her memory, and every time she saw him, it gave her unpleasant goosebumps that crawled on her skin. After all, then he looked at her in a way that she had never seen before. The guy's eyes seemed completely empty, and worst of all, alien. Not much time had passed since then. Spring had arrived, and life seemed to be blooming along with the trees that had woken up after a long sleep. It seemed like an eternity had passed since the second victory in the game Kill My Love, but in reality, only 1 week had passed. At one point, Andrea found herself thinking that the game could erase all traces of previous players because no one seemed to remember the missing students. It was hard to believe, but everyone was acting as if the dead guys just never existed. And this made the outcome of the game even more terrible because you were simply erased from history as an unnecessary character. Looking out the window, the girl admired the beautiful views and wondered what this spring would have been like if fate hadn't dragged them into this bloodthirsty game, and it was a great pity that they would never be able to return to their old lives again. As soon as Andrea returned to the university and continued her studies, her classmates immediately began to approach her and say that they had not seen her for a long time. The girls assumed that she had taken a letter from her lips and asked where her friend had disappeared. Smiling, the heroine said that she just had very important things to do. Her friend insisted that she tell them, because they communicated very well and they had no secrets. But now the girl did not feel connected with others at all. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a sharp sound that came from the audience that was not far from where they were standing. Some guy was screaming and hysterically asking who had taken his piranhas. After all, he had spent ages trying to get them approved as living material for his dissertation, and now his research had failed. The girl started whispering, wondering what kind of daredevil would make such a mess with Professor Wei's fish. They didn't understand who would want a bunch of piranhas. However, Andrea did not ask such questions, because puzzles immediately formed in her head. Jan asked her for the keys to this office, and then the piranhas disappeared, which could easily devour a person. The guy did not just ask her for the keys to the vivarium, but he took not only piranhas, but also something very important. Of course, the girlfriend was not going to tell anyone about it. Her friend had also taken a solvent called pentane, and it didn't take long to figure out what it was for. This substance was transparent and completely tasteless and odorless. It was also considered an anesthetic, which was extremely flammable. So now it is clear how Ian managed to set the pool on fire. Apparently, the guy immediately noticed these items and took them to deal with Charles and Julian, who had more advantages. So Ian decided to create the perfect death trap with just these two things and turn the events around so that they worked for him. There was no denying that Ian was just extremely smart and resourceful, but sometimes these abilities of his were very frightening because they went to extreme cruelty, especially when you consider the fact that the guy had no emotions and was able to turn people into puppets, which he only pulled the strings, forcing them to do what he wants. This is exactly what happened to Charles, who always thought that events were going according to his clear plan. It was his self-confidence that failed him and led to his death. Andrea was always surprised that Jan was able to think through all the possible outcomes and solutions for each situation. He was one step ahead, even though he tried not to show it. The guy always chose the strategy that could bring the best result. His plans worked flawlessly, as if he could look into the future and know the outcome in advance. It seemed to her that he considered every action of his enemies as a calculated program, and as soon as he understood the principle of this program, he immediately destroyed it. The last time Andrea had seen him had been a few days ago, and after what had happened, he hadn't been very sociable, and something seemed to be eating at him. All this time, all she could think about was their last meeting and that look that had scared her so much that it still couldn't get out of her head. Needless to say, the girl was very scared after she saw a friend, and it seemed to her that a complete stranger was standing in front of her, who is capable of unthinkable cruelty. That same look reminded her of little Ian, who was like a frightened, downtrodden animal that was ready to beat up anyone who came within a few meters of him. It was scary to realize that the guy was returning to his previous identity. She knew that if she didn't make contact with Ian now, she might lose him forever, because there would be a wall between them that would be impossible to overcome. She really wanted to talk to her friend, but she lost him in the crowd. And when she wanted to catch up, she was distracted by the sound of her own name being said by a guy standing behind her. Turning her head, she decided to take a look at who the person who had so persistently called out to her was. In the light of the spring sun, Andrea looked even more charming. Andrea didn't expect to see a guy with a bouquet of red roses in front of him, who was incredibly embarrassed. But despite this, he was able to tell that he really likes her and would like to date her. Of course, somewhere deep down, the girl was flattered by this attention, but she knew that she simply could not agree to this offer because she was connected with Ian. Her friends were already whispering that this guy was a cute guy from the basketball team, not very popular, but a very promising young man. Of course, it was unpleasant to refuse him, especially when the guy's eyes lost all hope and were extremely sad, but the heroine had no other choice. So she said that she was very pleased that the young man was interested in her, but she didn't need it right now. Andrea expressed her hope that the basketball player would meet someone more suitable than her. She was impressed that the guy plucked up the courage and confessed his feelings to her, She was even a little sorry to say no to him, because in fact she was free and they had a common past with Ian. As she left, she wondered if this was really the case, because her feelings for Ian were too complex to be called just a simple attachment or friendship. Andrea knew that the world was still full of sunshine, flowers, and joy, but she no longer felt like a part of it, because it was as if she was always in the dark and cold. But of course, there were places in this world that weren't affected by the blooming trees and the beautiful bouquets of flowers. There were only cold, multi-story buildings and blue screens. Not to say that the locals were too sad about this, because they had things to do that were much more important than the joy of the arrival of spring. However, they still found this gray, cold world a rather boring place and would not mind leaving it if only they had the opportunity. There lived a couple with an extremely interesting style. The guys were very extravagant, and their behavior did not differ from the appearance, because they missed the feeling of living on the edge. When the guy said this, his girlfriend didn't even bother to look at him, only coldly said that it didn't matter where he was, because he always ran away first. Looking at the dice in his hands, he pondered these words while his partner talked about how no one can escape from this damn game. She also said that a new round will start in a few days, and she heard that this time there will be newcomers who just got access. Hearing these words, her partner was very interested, as he couldn't wait to find out how strong these newbies were since they were already able to gain access. He was even a little sad to kill them, because he wanted to see their reaction when they found out what this game called Kill My Love really is. The girl listened to chuckles and words that the newcomers would probably want to die as quickly as possible, but she added that she had heard that it was the new team that gained access after only 2 rounds. For some reason, this news surprised her boyfriend very much, but he said that you should not believe the rumors because they can greatly exaggerate the strength of these guys in order to intimidate those who encounter them. Now that the boredom seemed to have subsided a little because a very interesting fight was brewing, he couldn't wait for the next round to start. He liked to walk around the edge, both literally and figuratively, and it was clear that this man was not afraid to risk his own life at all. And his partner didn't care so much that she was much more interested in Candy than the fact that her boyfriend could fall off the roof in front of her at any moment. It didn't surprise her at all that the guy jumped off the roof and flew down, shouting that life was getting more interesting. It seems that she was already used to this behavior. The young man controlled his jump, but all his thoughts were about what abilities the newcomers would show. He really hoped that they would not disappoint him. If one listened closely, one could only hear one thing in the silence of the night, his mad laughter that didn't stop for a second. Meanwhile, our hero allowed himself to fall asleep. He was so tired that he did not even bother to climb on the bed, but fell asleep right on the floor, around the papers with which he was familiar. His sleep was restless because it seemed that his brain still couldn't process everything that had happened to him. Because even if he didn't feel any emotions, the death of other people was unnatural. He was woken up by the system notification, which informed him that a new round of the game would start very soon, and she congratulated the participants on this. He also found out that since he and Andrea had gained access, they would have access to a new mode called Divine Revelation. A new day had arrived and only the higher powers knew what it would bring, new victories or deadly disappointment. Andrea started pestering our hero with questions about access and Divine Revelation, and the guy said that according to Charles, it was an ability that is awarded to players with outstanding results. The girl didn't understand how they could achieve anything meaningful in just 2 times. Ian was wondering the same thing. Both of them also didn't know what to do next, because it seems like they can only play blind. When the guy said that as soon as Andrea was ready, they would enter a Divine Revelation, she said that she was a little worried, and Ian tried to convince her that everything would be fine. But in any case, they didn't have much choice. He sighed heavily. The girl realized that all these consolations no longer work, because it was time to accept that they would not get out of this terrible game, and each time it would only become more difficult. As soon as she decided to activate the access, her eyes flashed with an otherworldly light. It seemed that her consciousness was beginning to be drawn somewhere. She found herself in a strange place that resembled a universe that was falling apart into small pieces, and she decided that by all means she would get to the Divine Revelation. The moment she applied the access, the system reported that her identity was confirmed, so given her outstanding performance in the game, she was granted access to the hidden level. Next, the system greeted the girl in the Divine Revelation. The heroine did not understand anything, so she just waited for what would happen next. The place in which she found herself was so strange and exciting that it took her speechless. Everything seemed very beautiful to her, but incredibly frightening. There were screens everywhere with strange writing on them, so Andrea thought it must have been some kind of hypnosis, because a second ago she was in her room, and now she was in an incomprehensible space. It was at this moment that a voice was heard ordering the girl not to use her limited knowledge to judge Almighty God, since she was not in a dream or under the influence of hypnosis. Looking around, the heroine tried to understand where this voice came from, because it seemed to be right in her head. But it is quite obvious that somewhere there must be a source, someone who communicated with her. When she turned her head, she saw behind her a huge glowing creature that was this all-powerful god. It looked like some kind of strange jellyfish. At that moment, she became really scared because she realized that she had already dreamed of this creature before, which means that it was not some kind of hypnosis or delusion. She realized that the monster she had seen last time was a diploid of her imagination, because he also called himself a god, and the voice was one in one. The huge jellyfish announced that it was granting the girl access. Andrea was interested in this phrase and asked what it meant, because so far no one has given her a clear explanation. Touching her cold limb to the girl's body, Medusa said that she could consider it an ability that surpassed anything available to humanity. It was a precious gift. Then crystals appeared in front of the girl, and the deity stated that each of them had an ability sealed inside, and Andrea could choose one of them right now. Some abilities were strong, others weaker, but the participant of the game must independently determine which is which, and this was the whole difficulty. Medusa said that she immediately opens access to the first level. She reminded that the girl had only one attempt, and she could not change her choice if something did not suit her. At first glance, everything was clear, because everything depended only on Andrea's luck and her judgment. The girl remembered how Jan told her that you need to make a choice. A variety of crystal names began to appear in front of her, some sounding strange, others large-scale and attractive, and it was difficult to determine the strength of crystals using intuition. It was absolutely clear that even if Andrea could read the words, she had no idea what these abilities would give her, what kind of power they had. She guessed that a crystal called Desperate Cook could heal and feed, and a young lady with a shield could probably increase defense. There was also a crystal called Black Wings Send to the Sky. The girl decided that this ability could give her the ability to fly. Looking at the thousands of these crystals, the girl just couldn't understand how she should make a choice at all, because she didn't understand anything about all this. Her playmate was in the same circumstances. The conditions were identical, so right now he was racking his brain over which crystal to choose. The names of his crystals were just as strange, which said absolutely nothing about what abilities they might endow the player with. Needless to say, it was extremely difficult to make a choice, and Yang Ning always doubted that his finger would fall on a crystal that wouldn't bring him the desired skills. However, Ian decided to take a chance. After listening to himself, he made a choice that fell on the crystal called Puppet Master's Apprentice, after which all the crystals shone with a dazzling bright light. After that, a single crystal appeared in front of him, which immediately cracked and began to break into small fragments right in front of the hero's eyes. Suddenly, a strange creature with two heads appeared in front of him, saying that every fate was controlled by an invisible thread, and everyone in this world was his puppets. Now, this puppet master ability was bestowed upon Yang Ning, who had to figure out what to do with it next and how to use it in the battle against the enemies. A small glowing sphere appeared in the boy's hands, and the young man immediately thought that it was the physical embodiment of his puppet master ability. But on his palm was not just a sphere. When the radiance dissipated a little, the guy noticed that he had a new pet in the form of a small monster. It was a puppet that was called a first-level demonic eye. In its raw form, it couldn't attack the enemy or protect the host, but it could skillfully become invisible and share its vision with the host. The ability that concerned vision seemed very interesting to our hero, because if you develop it and pump it to the maximum level, it could bring benefits. When all these adventures in the other world ended, our heroes decided to meet in some busy place to distract themselves from what had happened. When the girl arrived at the designated place, she immediately asked what was so important that they should discuss in person, since they had to use their reward time. Ian said that he thought they should discuss some things face to face, as he wanted to know what ability Andrea had chosen after meeting the deity. The girl told him that her choice fell on the Black Wings Sent to Heaven because she thought that it would be something powerful and something that would benefit them both in battle. But the reality was a little more frustrating, because now she just had a black bird that could attach to her and increase her speed. She thought that she had chosen something wrong. However, Ian said that he chose puppeteers, but his ability was only apprentice. He believed that it was because they only had first-level access. Our hero meant that since they were at the first level, it means that there were others. So in theory, next time they can choose an ability that will be much more powerful. He thought that their abilities might be of some use at this stage, and it was also a good thing that their new skills might not overlap. After that, he suggested that later they could level up in the game, and the abilities would become more impressive. Andrea suggested that in this case, the game might become easier, but her partner said that it was exactly the opposite. Looking carefully at his friend, the brunette said that in theory, with each new level, the games will become more dangerous, and they need to be prepared for this. After all, it was already clear that Kill My Love wasn't a big-hearted game, and the guy believed that there were only two possible reasons why the game gave them access to increased abilities. The first is to ensure that their results will only improve from now on. And the second is that it is possible that their future opponents will be incredibly strong. As they sat in the usual cafe on the square, it was easy to forget that they were participants in a deadly game, as if they were discussing the plot of a fantasy movie. But that was not the case. They lived in a reality that was difficult to understand and accept as a given, which made the task more difficult. Andrea asked if her friend really believed that each new level and opponents became stronger, and I nodded my head in the affirmative. He also added that given the scale of everything that was associated with the game, he was extremely curious to find out who was behind all this. Who was the creator of this madness? Also, the guy was too interested in what kind of creature calls itself a god, because it was clearly an illusion created by the creator of the game to add an ominous atmosphere. So far, Kill My Love has demonstrated incredible powers, so it would be fair to call it the work of God. But all this tremendous effort was made for a reason. The creator is clearly trying to achieve something. Ian couldn't believe that some incredibly clever sadist just wanted to watch couples fight each other to the death. Something in his head clearly didn't add up. The girl jumped at the phrase and asked if Ian really had the guts to interrogate God, since he was always trying to put all sorts of facts together. Our hero said that he conducted research that consisted in understanding how people perceive the concept of God. Religions and cultures described it in different ways, but still found many common features. God was omnipotent, was beyond the material world, and represented the world's dictator. He was seen as the supreme being in religion and faith. Given our hero's experience with this game, it was possible to conclude that the Kill My Love God might have an ability that made people worship him, but he couldn't be absolutely omnipotent. Nodding her head, Andrea said that she also doubted this god and did a lot of research, but still found nothing. Ian said that he had the same results. The only thing that kept nagging at him was that if this game was really the work of some god who didn't know any religion. Even if that was the case, our heroes already had to face it and had to find a way that would help them survive. After all, none of them wanted their lives to be controlled by some unknown entity while they were just puppets. Our heroes had similar thoughts in their minds, wondering if this god might not fall from his exalted throne. The guy also said that he thought about all the possibilities that the game showed so far. At the very beginning, it showed two abilities, the death limit and the death cut, after which the possibility of self-healing was added. After they gained access and entrance to the divine revelation, they were drawn into some kind of virtual reality. And as you know, a person can only get an ability through the transformation of their mind or body. Gradually, the game showed its capabilities and showed what was behind all this. But so far, they have not managed to reveal the secrets and understand the goals of Kill My Love. While the boys were still thinking about what to expect next and how to avoid the terrible fate that befell their enemies, someone was watching all this while sipping wine. He was a white-haired man with long hair, glasses on his face, and a satisfied smile as he found out that 4 rookie teams had been granted access, which was quite a lot. There was a huge blue screen in front of him, and the man was tapping his dainty long fingers in different places to get more information. He understood that since the newcomers had received something from God, it meant that their results should become even more outstanding, so it would be more interesting to watch them. With an evil grin, the man quietly whispered that now heroes can be welcomed in the death zone of the gods, where it was simply unrealistically difficult to survive. It seemed that he lived in the same strange, cold, and technological world as the extravagant couple discussed earlier. Yes, that's exactly what happened, because soon these guys appeared on an empty street. It was very strange that there was no one there but them. They were calmly moving along the road when suddenly their attention was drawn to the system alert, which beeped disgustingly. The girl immediately understood what the sound meant, so she called her boyfriend named Larry to see if the system alert came to him too. The plot unfolded in such a way that the notification came to another person, a man with a scar on his eye. It seems that Jack asked for his death in the last moment of his life. Also, the nasty sound was heard by a very young guy and girl who were not happy with the congratulations of the system that they got access. No one understood anything, and they were not in a hurry to explain what it means if the guys fall into the death zone of the gods. After all, this area was now open to them, and it was because of it that the white-haired man was so happy. Andrea walked down the street and thought about how she didn't feel like a part of this world anymore. People were rushing to work or home, and she thought about that. What to do in order not to die. She had a whole bunch of thoughts in her head about Ian mentioning that the game modes were going to get more dangerous, and she wanted to understand what he meant. She was well aware that her friend had been protecting her all along, but she could no longer continue to depend on him. When the system again gave the opposite signal, the girl's face became even more serious and sad, because she realized that soon a real nightmare would begin again. This time the system announced something new, not just announcing the start of a new round, but letting you know that the death zone of the gods would soon be launched. Now, there were 4 teams participating in the round, These were exclusively those players who got access. The game was a 5th level of difficulty. The main goal was survival. Ian was nervous and very wary when he found out that the game would start in an hour, and they had very little time to prepare in any way. Exhaling, the guy began to say to himself that, in any case, he was ready. No one knew what they would have to face, so it was simply impossible to prepare for all possible outcomes. He stared at his computer screen, which was glowing with the same light as the system window, and thought that the quiet moments were over. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the computer that players would be transferred to the death zone of the gods right now. Tired guys thought that they need to fully focus on winning, because if they do not do this, they may die. Laughing at one could cause the death of the second. From these thoughts, they were distracted by a blinding bright light that suddenly appeared right in front of their eyes. It seems that this is how the transfer between universes took place. Closing her eyes, Andrea tried to block out all the disturbing thoughts that were creeping into her head. She was afraid, because she didn't even know what she was going to face. But then she decided that she needed to be strong and brave, so she opened her eyes and decided that facing danger head-on would be a match for her partner. When she opened her eyes, she saw that she was standing in front of 2 huge statues that seemed to be living creatures. There was a passage between them. Apparently, she should go there. Despite the epic scale of the structures, the door seemed completely ordinary, even somewhat simple, but there was a strong glow behind it. Frozen in place, she tried to figure out what she would have to face once she passed through that door, since there was clearly no portal that would bring her home. There was real fear in her eyes, more like dread of the unknown, which clearly didn't bode well. Suddenly, Ian appeared right in front of her, telling her that most likely they would have to go through the teleport and go wherever the system or whoever created this game wanted them to go. The guy appeared so suddenly that Andrea jumped back and screamed, asking what was going on, because they were so close to each other, but nothing happened. Without making eye contact with his friend, our hero said that they did not fall to pieces just because the rules had just changed and now they could be together. Andrea didn't understand, because if they appeared here at the same time, it was like they had just entered the game, and Ian knew what she meant. But he reminded her that people were dying in this game, so you need to look for clues first. Our hero wasn't sure, but he assumed that the battlefield for this round was right behind the door that was located between 2 huge statues. Suddenly, the girl froze in place and asked her friend to pay attention to these strange statues. She always had the feeling that they were watching them. The children noticed the words that the statues were holding in their hands, saying that the only way to find the last light on the path of death is to remain resolute. After reading these words, Andrea tried to understand their meaning, but all the time she came to the conclusion that this is not at all like the game Kill My Love. Jan also found this all extremely strange, but despite this, he asked his friend to read what was written on the other side, because the second statue also stood here for a reason. Looking at the second statue was much more creepy, because it seemed somehow deadly, and its luminous eyes looked directly into the soul. She held a tablet in her hands that had these words written on it: break the shackles of emotion, and only then can you cross the path of death to the side of God. These words echoed in the boy's head, as he could pick up the hint that his complete lack of emotion might help him get through this round. After a moment's thought, Andrea asked if the 2 tablets were opposite, which meant they should choose, but he wasn't sure, so he just didn't say anything for now. He also felt that he had to choose between hope and utter despair, because these statues were 2 complete opposites, just like he and Andrea. Standing in front of this gate, the children did not know what to do, because no one gave them any explanations. No one told them about the rules of the game and the dangers that may await at every turn. Ian said they might find the answer behind those doors, so he took the first step and started up the steps that led to the passageway. As soon as they got close to the door, they noticed that there was also a sign with some kind of inscription. The guys hurried to read it, hoping that there was some useful information there. On the blue screen were words about opening your door and taking on the challenge of the abyss, and the poles of the magnets were the only reliable raft to cross the river. The words about the abyss of magnetic poles made Andrea think that they would have to separate after all, because every phrase seemed to suggest just that. The guy didn't know what to say because he didn't understand anything, so he decided to just act and reach forward, wanting to touch this inscription in the door to find out what was behind it. His fingers didn't even twitch as he felt the strange chill that radiated from the glowing door, and he was sure that the worst would be yet to come. As they were entering the new mode for the first time, our hero warned his girlfriend that he was not sure of anything, so she should also be extremely careful. Nodding her head stubbornly, Andrea decided that this time she would act completely independently. She was tired of always demanding to save Jan. Touching the door, the guy realized that it was unusual because his hand began to literally fall through space, and he felt how it literally dissolved in the passage. The texture of the door was so strange and incredible that Ian instantly wanted to run away, but at the same time, he couldn't wait to get through the door completely. He gave in to the last impulse and closed his eyes as he walked through a passage that felt like water, and it was more pleasant to walk through than Ian could have imagined. As he walked forward, he realized that the footsteps were absolutely silent in this space, which made him a little tense, because this way, he wouldn't hear the enemies approaching. To focus, our hero decided to close his eyes and at least a little realize everything that had happened to him, because he and Andrea were literally in another dimension. Then his eyes flew open, and he still didn't feel anything, but everything inside him screamed that soon they would face something that could surprise them, and very unpleasant at that. This is exactly what happened in the next second, so that our hero did not even manage to immediately understand how to proceed, because everything seemed too surreal. He was transported back in space and now found himself in a strange cave with a semi-transparent bridge spanning it. Everything looked so strange that Ian didn't know what to do. All that was clear was that the young man would absolutely die if he jumped off from here, so it looked like the only way to go was on this suspension bridge, which would lead nowhere. Nothing so intimidating could exist in real life. Jan was well aware of this and decided to voice his thoughts to Andrea, but the girl was not there. Suddenly, the ominous silence was broken by the cry of his girlfriend, who called the guy by name. Our hero immediately did not even know where to look, because he did not see his girlfriend anywhere. Her voice was so close that Ian kept looking around, but he couldn't find anyone. So he started thinking that he was hearing an illusion. And then he suddenly realized that he had been looking in the wrong direction all this time and noticed his feet, because there he noticed the soles of Andrea's sneakers, which had been right under him all this time. It seemed that the girl also absolutely did not understand what was happening and where she was, of course. All this frightened her, and she began to call for help from the one she trusted most. The confused guy asked how it turned out that Andrea was right under him. He did not expect an answer, because in his heart of hearts, he knew that the girl also did not even know how it happened. Even more confused, Andrea asked him what he was talking about, because he was the one under her, not the other way around, so it was strange. Only one thing was clear. The guys were turned over for each other, and it seemed that this was the condition for the next round, no matter what he demanded of them. Noticing something interesting up ahead, the young man began to wonder what it was. He was curious to go ahead and take a close look at it. His wish was voiced by Andrea, who said that they should just go straight ahead, because they couldn't stand here forever and wonder what they were going to do next. It was the girl who took the first step, and it was amazing. It seems that she really decided to keep her word to herself and be more courageous than before. Meanwhile, Ian was thinking about what the abyss of magnetic poles meant, and thoughts began to form in his head that should lead him to the right conclusions. He began to remember the words that had been written on the door, and all this gave him no peace. It seemed that he was about to grasp the right idea, but so far it had not occurred to him. The realization hit him so suddenly that he was in shock, and it is worth recalling that our hero cannot experience any emotions, and even if it shocked him, what can we say about others? Meanwhile, Andrea had already moved forward a little, taking just a few steps, but it was a lot for her because she showed courage and acted separately from her partner. At that moment, her eyes opened wide because she discovered one very unpleasant oddity that prevented her from continuing on. As soon as the girl took the first steps that separated her from Ian, she literally began to levitate in the air. The fear of simply being lost in this space was born inside her. Ian's body jerked back sharply, his teeth clenched, and he could barely stay in place. It was clear that some balance was broken, and now they could not move on. Terrified, Andrea kept saying that something was wrong, and now she seemed to regret that she had decided to act first, because her action had not led to anything good. The girl said that she felt as if she was about to fall, and that's exactly what happened. Andrea screamed and began to run down quickly, as if she was being dragged by some unknown force. Ian also lost his balance, but at the last moment managed to grab the edge of the bridge and now held all the weight of his body with one hand. He tried to figure out how to help his friend, but when he saw that she was flying straight to the sharp rocks, all thoughts disappeared in his head, and only fear appeared. It was absolutely obvious that if Andrea stumbled on such a rock, then nothing would be left of her poor body, and she would die on the spot. The girl knew this too, but there was nothing she could do, so she decided that at least she wouldn't close her eyes to face her death with dignity. Without thinking twice, Ian decided to summon his puppet, because that was the only thing that came to mind. So he decided to act instead of waiting for his girlfriend to die. A small monster flew out of the light and rushed straight to Andrea. Our hero did not understand what to do, but an inner voice told him that the girl should jump back with all her strength. Her body froze right before it hit the rocks. Realizing that Ian's monster was protecting her, she thanked him and summoned her black bird. This helped her do exactly as her friend advised. Push off and jump back with all her strength to return to the starting position on the bridge. The little bird was not so tiny and useless, because it was able to lift Andrea on its back and carry her wherever the girl wanted. Now her eyes sparkled with determination and self-confidence, because she realized that not only did Ian have some abilities, but she could also fight for her own life. After determining the location of the monster that her friend had sent her, she reached out to do as Ian had advised. It was extremely difficult to get to it, so the girls had to perform various acrobatic tricks several times to finally grab the creature with their hand. After that, she managed to shift the weight of her body and finally touch the monster with her foot, all in order to push off from it and jump high up. Her body felt so unnaturally light and lithe that Andrea thought if she could keep it real, she would never have had to go to the gym. She felt like she could move mountains. Every cell in her body was filled with strength, and her confidence was strengthened even more. Andrea was finally on the bridge, terrified, and the first thing she did after catching her breath was ask Ian if he was all right. After saying that he was fine, the guy also added that he seems to know what happened, because the bridge was the border, and they were about directly opposite spaces. He added that the poles of the magnets most likely meant him and Andrea. It was not a metaphor, but literally a direct hint. The guy continued by saying that they were just like the north and south poles of magnets that should attract each other when standing safely on a bridge, so they were the only safety thread for each other. So as soon as their positions change, they risk falling into the abyss, as it happened at the moment when Andrea broke her balance. Now, the young man suggested that we act in perfect sync so that we can safely cross the bridge and no one else has to risk being killed by sharp rocks. A little embarrassed, the girl said that she agreed with this proposal, but there was one problem that should have been mentioned right away. His friend tried to look at her in disbelief, but it was incredibly difficult to do so in their situation, so he waited for her to explain everything to him. What was there to explain? There was a hot flame burning on the bridge where Andrea was standing, coming straight for her and threatening to engulf her in its hot embrace. Trying to see what was happening on the other side, Ian kept looking down, but he couldn't find anything, despite the fact that the bridge was completely transparent. Then our hero realized that despite all this, he could not see what was happening on the side where Andrea was standing, and there was no chance that the game would somehow make it easier for them. Deciding that the fire might just be an illusion, the young man asked if Andrea could check if the flame was real or not. Perhaps there was no reason to be wary of it. At first, the girl thought that her friend was just a madman, and then decided that his words made sense. So she decided to do as he says and began to take off her wristwatch. Of course, I didn't want to risk my own life and jump into the fire, so she decided to throw the item in there to see how the item would react to the flames. She wanted to believe that the fire was just an illusion designed to frighten her, but the watch that had been caught right in the blaze proved otherwise. Laughing awkwardly in fear, the girl informed her friend that the fire was so hot that her watch simply disappeared, as if it had never existed. Realizing that the temperature of the fire was really high, the young man concluded that everything was for real, and they really would have to deal with it somehow. Andrea reported that the fire was now wider than the bridge and about a meter high, completely blocking her path, and there were no detours. The color of the flame was also constantly changing. It was also yellow, then red, orange, white, then blue and green. It reminded her of neon light. A new pillar appeared every 5 seconds. She was afraid that she might burn out. Normally, there would be no way to escape here, but Kill My Love wouldn't try to kill players for no reason, which meant there was still a way out. Ian mused aloud that the fire was super hot, blocking the bridge and constantly changing colors. These words prompted the girl to think that the color might be a clue. Finally, Andrea realized that the color of the flame meant temperature, which meant that it was possible to choose the moment when the fire did not burn at all. Looking at the blazing bonfire that was directly in her path, she knew that she simply could not make a mistake because it could cost them both their lives. She decided to share with Ian her thoughts that when the color of the flame column changed, it meant that its temperature was either higher or lower. However, right now, even the red flame with the lowest temperature still reached 1,500 degrees, and that was enough to kill a person. And then an interesting thought popped into her head, one that kept nagging at her and made the gears in her brain move even faster. She wondered if it wasn't the type of fire they were used to. Maybe they should have acted bolder and tested their theory. When she had collected her thoughts, she said boldly that she believed there was only one way to find out if she was right or wrong, and that was to put it into practice and start acting. When his friend told him that she was going to go straight into the fire, the young man did not try to dissuade her, but even he, a person deprived of any possibility of feeling emotions, began to worry about her. In order to avoid repeating the situation when Andrea flew off the bridge, the guys now voiced their every step and said how many inches they were moving forward. Needless to say, the girl was truly terrified of flying headfirst into the sharp rocks that could easily pierce her through. So now she moved very carefully, checking each step with her partner so that no one would get ahead or fall behind, because the balance should have been fine. Her mind also flashed with the most terrifying images of death by fire, and she was uneasy at the thought of dying in such terrible agony. Closing her eyes, she ordered the guy to start walking forward. As soon as the fire touched her skin, she was so scared that she decided that she would go to the next world right now. Each step was difficult for her because she was literally fighting an internal struggle not to burst into tears from fear and not freeze in place in a daze. Her silhouette reached the brightest point of the flames, and she was completely engulfed by the fire, so that only a few features could be distinguished. Finally, she opened her eyes and decided to run her palm right over the center of the fire to convince herself that she was still alive. Realizing that nothing had really happened to her, Andrea laughed and said that this time they had guessed right, and the fire had done absolutely no harm to her. She hadn't even felt it. The guys correctly identified that the colors of the flames really determined the temperature, but Andrea added that among all the colors noticed one unusual. Its name was phosphorescence, also known as will-o-wisp, the wisp, and its temperature was very low, so it was practically safe for humans. The guy and the girl knew this very well, so they decided that as long as they were going through the green fire, they would definitely be able to pass over this ill-fated bridge. So the guys started to move more confidently, maintaining synchronicity and composure. Now they have a little more confidence in their own actions. On an identical bridge, another couple was moving, very young guys, who I also became hostages of this terrible survival game. The guy was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that his girlfriend, whose name was Lisa, was in a hurry all the time. The young lady did not listen to his comments and asked him to shut up, accusing her of being hurt because of him. Then the guy apologized and asked her not to be angry, because he did not know that the bridge could collapse at one moment, so the accusations in his direction were not entirely fair. But now Lisa wasn't interested in apologies, much more attracted to the monsters that were constantly flying around. She knew that it was only a matter of time before they attacked them. She didn't expect that a huge dragon would appear behind her, its ferocious eyes directed directly at her. At that moment, Lisa realized that she was only prey. There was real fear in her eyes because she knew how to resist people, but she didn't know how to fight monsters, and she didn't even want to be eaten. The dragon was not alone. There was a whole horde, which decided that right now it was necessary to attack the guys because they were at a very disadvantage for protection. Whatever happened, the guys agreed not to move so as not to upset the balance and not fly down, because so the dragons will definitely tear them apart. The monsters' jaws snapped viciously, and their sharp teeth constantly wounded the body of the poor guy, who, despite his own pain, asked his girlfriend not to move. Lisa screamed in pain and said that it was simply impossible to fulfill this request because the creatures were literally killing her and she could not do anything about it. And then she took off because she thought that if she didn't run right now, she would die on that bridge without even trying to protect her own life. Her boyfriend remained standing in place. He froze in horror because he didn't even know what to expect now, because the game is unlikely to forgive them for such a blunder. Immediately, both of them knew that something was about to happen, but they couldn't resist it because the game was much more powerful than either of them. The guy fell down. He screamed loudly, but nothing helped. It only attracted the attention of monsters that hovered nearby. He didn't even know whether it was more terrible to die from sharp rocks or fangs of bloodthirsty creatures. The scream was so deafening that Lisa wanted to cover her ears, but she knew she had to pay at least one last tribute to her partner. Meanwhile, Andrea continued to walk calmly across the bridge, already used to the fact that her footsteps could be heard in this absolute silence. The guys had already overcome the fire a long time ago, but so far nothing else had happened, which was alarming because it was unlikely that the game was going to give them such a long rest. An optimistic girl said that maybe the level will be completed when they just reach the end of the bridge, but I didn't think so, because the game was much more insidious. He expressed his doubts about that and said he didn't think it would be that easy, but whatever happened, they just needed to make sure they were in the right position. Andrea laughed uncomfortably, and she knew it too, but she just wanted to make a joke to ease the tension. The boys hadn't noticed yet, but monsters were already beginning to gather around them, the same ones that had recently attacked Lisa and her partner, who was unlucky enough to fall down. As long as the girl was completely calm, she had the confidence that they would be able to pass this path and cope with all the challenges that the game had prepared for them. But then her ears began to pick up strange sounds, as if someone was shouting, but somewhere far away, or the echo that was beating off the rocks was playing a trick on them. Despite the overwhelming sense of inner anxiety, Andrea and Yan continued to move forward because they had no choice, and they wanted to finish this task as soon as possible. At some point, the girl still couldn't stand it and asked her partner to stop. She wanted to believe that strange sounds were just heard, but this was not the case. Of course, Ian stopped right away. He hadn't heard anything yet, so he asked his friend what was going on and why her voice was so tense. The girl carefully looked around and then asked a friend if he had heard that there would be no, because on her side there were some strange sounds. For a while, she just stared into the darkness, and then the darkness looked back at her because she saw flying figures bursting out of it, heading straight for her. At first, she thought it was an illusion, but when the dragon approached her with incredible speed, she wanted to scream because she simply did not understand how such a thing was possible. The first thing she thought of was Ian and asked him to be as careful as possible. Even now, she was prioritizing him over herself, which was saying a lot. The ferocious dragon was getting closer and closer, its eyes glittering with otherworldly fire, and just looking at it made one feel terrified to the point of horror. The monster was not alone. They flew up in a whole flock. The first impulse was, of course, to run away as far as possible, but they were not allowed to do this. The creatures began to bite and scratch the girl. She screamed that it was very painful for her, but her friend urged her not to move because otherwise they would both fall down and break on the rocks. He said that the game specifically sent these creatures to move and fall into the abyss, so they just had to keep going forward and not change their direction. It was all very simple in words, but she knew that this ordeal would be incredibly difficult because the pain was simply overwhelming. But she knew that Ian was right, because they would both die if they lost their concentration and gave in to the urge to run. So they moved their shaky legs and continued walking, despite the dripping blood. The girl's heart began to fill with anger. She screamed that she was not going to die in such a place, so the vile creatures could get away, because she would not allow her life to be taken away. Our hero did not want his girlfriend to lose her composure, so he gave his voice the most calm notes and asked the girl to listen to him. When he was sure she was calm and ready to take in the information, he told her to step forward with her left foot an inch and a half. Exhaling heavily, Andrea tried to ignore the nightmare that was happening around her and focused only on Ian's voice, which clearly explained what to do. The young man himself was covered in scratches and deep abrasions, and the jaw and the creatures snapped their sharp teeth right next to his face, but he did not give in to fear. He knew that right now everything depended on how well they would complete the task and go their way, despite all the obstacles that fate threw at them. There were wounds everywhere, her clothes were torn and blood was running down her skin, but Jan wondered if Andrea was okay and if her condition allowed her to move on. Wiping the blood from her face, the girl stubbornly said that she was ready to take all the blows of fate so they could continue on their way. The guy asked if his girlfriend remembers the words they saw on the door, and he reminded her that the key to winning this round is mutual attraction. So if they lost this connection, they would fall into the abyss and disappear forever, which meant that they had to make every effort to cross this bridge to the end. The heroine listened to the words that it didn't matter if they were hindered by fire or these monsters. All this was just a distraction. She understood all this very well, but it didn't make her path easier. The tired young man listened to what his girlfriend said, that he should not worry, because she can do everything that depends on her and will not show weakness. So they went on, covering their ears in fear and trying to ignore the fact that everything around them was a complete nightmare, which reminded them of a horror movie. The guys walked even when their feet left a trail of blood, which testified to all the pain and suffering that they were going through at that moment. For a moment, Andrea thought she was going to die here, surrounded by creatures that were ready to tear her apart, but she didn't want to die like this. She wondered how long they had been walking like this. This bridge seemed endless, it was incredibly cold, and the monsters circling around only made things worse. The girl realized that she was cold because she probably lost a lot of blood, and if things continued like this, she could lose consciousness. It seemed that the smell of her blood attracted even more monsters, who were roaring with excitement and wanted to feast on fresh flesh as soon as possible. At one point, the dragon flew so fast that Andrea froze in place because she thought that he would knock her off the path with his powerful wings. And then everything ended abruptly, and all the monsters flew away. The girl looked up in bewilderment, but her friend said that she should look ahead. She did exactly as Ian had ordered, because he obviously wouldn't ask her to do something just like that. And when she realized what was right in front of them, her eyes widened in surprise. In front of them was the very door they had entered, indicating that their journey was over and they were able to pass it successfully. There were 4 doors located on the sky floating platform, and 4 teams that had passed the test were supposed to come out of each one. The first players were already beginning to appear there, who were indignant about the fact that this level was invented by a real madman who liked to watch human torment. They were the same extravagant couple who hailed from that cold technological world. They were sure that only their team was able to make it through. However, the girl was quick to disappoint her partner, saying that 2 silhouettes were beginning to appear from the opposite door, which means that they were not the only winners. Oh yes, they were far from alone, and soon they would meet opponents who would take their breath away because these people really enjoyed violence. One of these people was a man who was obviously older than the other participants and always acted alone. It seems that his partner was forever lost to him. This was the same scarred man who had once tried to kill Ellie, and that was how he'd gotten her and the boy into this terrifying game. The extravagant couple froze in place, unwilling to believe that this time they were in such a mess and that they were so unlucky. Larry gritted his teeth in anger and asked a rhetorical question about why they should run away from this bloodthirsty bastard who thought violence was just fun. As he hid behind his friend, Taz asked with a grin if he was really afraid of another challenge that they were sure to face. These words brought the young man to his senses, and he said that she was making it up because he was able to protect her from everything that would happen. While the guys were arguing about who would defend whom, they almost missed the moment when another couple appeared on the platform, which will be their opponents in this round. Not only were they surprised that the newcomers managed to pass this terrible test, the scarred man narrowed his eyes and decided that they were his new target. Andrea and Jan were battered, scared, and trembling, but their looks spoke of a self-confidence that was now proven not by words but by deeds. Everyone was looking at them because no one was betting that the newcomers would actually be able to survive in this mess, which impressed even those who had been in the game for a long time. When Andrea realized that there were other people in front of them, her eyes widened in horror, as if she was more afraid than when she saw the bloodthirsty dragons. Ian didn't like seeing other people here either, because he was well aware that it was their opponents who could be far more dangerous than the creatures they had encountered a few minutes ago. While the pigtailed girl waved at her opponents, her boyfriend Larry looked at them appraisingly, as if he understood that they were in real danger. The man with the scar was also very aware of this, so he caught every movement of the guys, although he tried to look completely invisible. When our hero noticed this loner, he immediately drew attention to him, because his face was quite remarkable, and he immediately remembered the old promise. As soon as they won their first round, he promised Jack to comply with his request, which was that he needed to kill a player with a knife scar on his face. Ian was absolutely certain that this was the right man to be his target, so that the promise he had made to his first victim would be fulfilled. Noticing that her friend's mood had somehow changed too much, she wanted to call out to him to look at her, but she knew that her opponents might perceive this as a weakness and think that they were codependent. Soon the system broke the silence and congratulated the players on passing the previous level and entering this platform. And it also added that within 10 minutes, all players will be sent to the next level. The children were told that they would have to play Russian roulette. Needless to say, none of them liked the idea, because it seemed even more terrifying. Being in this limited space, each of the survivors understood that a real nightmare would soon begin, and now it was not monsters that they should be afraid of. No one was happy about the prospect of a new round starting, because everyone was too afraid of the unknown. Keeping her voice as low as possible, Andrea asked him what Russian roulette meant, and Jan wasn't sure, but it was the first time he'd ever heard it. The girl tried to remember something and went deeper and deeper into her thoughts, until she was pulled into reality by an unfamiliar voice who greeted her and said that it was nice to meet him. It was Larry, who was surprised that the newcomers actually managed to pass that difficult level, and he didn't hide the fact that he was impressed with their skills and strength. His girlfriend immediately jumped up and rebuked the guy, saying that you should not tell your real name here, and then she told our heroes that everyone who shook Larry's hand was now dead. Without thinking twice, Andrea immediately pulled back her hand, which was about to reach out to her new acquaintance. She decided that it was better not to do this. After that, she laughed awkwardly and asked Larry if he knew what Russian roulette meant, wanting to take every opportunity to understand what to expect. With a wink, the guy said that he wouldn't reveal the details even to such a red-haired beauty, after which he added that he wasn't as dazed as everyone else and could give the girl a couple of tips. But he wanted to get something in return, preferably an equivalent exchange, and after a moment's thought, she said slowly that she was ready to discuss options. Smiling contentedly, the blonde guy asked her to relax a little, because he would not ask anything complicated, according to him. He could answer a question from each of them. And in return, they had to promise that if any of them had the advantage during their fight to the death, then each of them should let him win once. Andrea was indignant and asked why they should suddenly do this, but her partner made the decision for her and agreed to these conditions, saying that now Larry owes them answers. The girl was so outraged that it was at this moment that she wanted to lash out not at Larry, but at Ian, because he acted without her consent and, in her opinion, made a stupid decision. The blonde guy started talking about what Russian roulette is, as the name implies. It was based on the game of roulette. This was the basic information. After that, he said that the ball on the wheel gets into the slot and activates the disaster indicated on this slot. All this happened absolutely randomly. The rank of misfortune ranged from minor mishaps to shocking disasters. And Larry said that according to rumors, some poor guy even knocked out a meteorite. There was only one way to win: if the team stayed alive until the end and got to the top without suffering or dying from any disasters. After carefully looking at his opponents, the blonde said that this question was completely uninteresting, and he thought that Ian had wasted his opportunity. But he asked his opponents not to worry because they had one more question in their arsenal, and he urged them to think carefully before asking it. However, Ian didn't bother to think about it, since he already knew what he was interested in, so he asked if the world of divine revelation was real, or if it was all some kind of illusion. Now Larry was pleased because he had heard a wonderful question, which was interesting to answer, because this information was worth its weight in gold. After looking at his enemies mysteriously, the blonde smiled slyly and said that now they will hear an answer that will amaze them to the core. Yes, the answer was really amazing, because Larry said that he had no idea whether this world was real or not, because he himself would like to know what was happening around him. He explained that this was the main question about the game Kill My Love. Everyone wanted to know this information, but so far no one has been able to get answers. Andrea was outraged, because that wasn't what she'd expected to hear, and she was outraged that they'd been tricked, and now they'd lost the opportunity to learn something valuable. Wanting to protect her boyfriend from unfair accusations, the girl with the funny hairstyle said that he was not lying, and none of the players really knew the answer to this question. According to her, the world of divine revelation, although it looked like a virtual world, was actually quite real, and she supported her guesses with the fact that they all had real bodies. And yet in this world, you could die or suffer. She didn't know how this place came to be. Maybe some advanced technology, magic, or divine power was involved. Maybe it was a parallel universe anyway. This was their reality. With a sinister smile, the girl said that if her opponents thought that everything around them was unreal, and this was just a game, then they would die very soon, which was only to her advantage. The conversation was interrupted by a system notification that announced that 3 teams would be participating in the new challenge. After it was announced that Russian roulette was starting, the same roulette game appeared in front of the guys, and now they at least had an idea of what to expect. Andrea imagined something like roulette in a casino. She never expected to see a huge platform that rose several meters into the sky. Then Larry said that everything was about to start. There was a clear note of fear in his voice, and this strained even Ian, who was always quite collected. From somewhere above, a blue ball fell, which was aimed directly at the center of the roulette wheel that was on the platform. This action started an irreversible process, and these blue balls began to fall from different ends of the roulette wheel, which pointed to the desired sections. She looked so intimidating that Andrea could barely stop the urge to take Ian's hand, because she didn't want her enemies to see her as a weak link in the team. Larry seemed to notice the impulse, for he grinned and wished them luck, and said that to be honest, he wasn't betting on them, and didn't think they'd live too long. In addition, he said that he would give them a final gift, which consisted in the information that the biggest threat was not the roulette disasters at all. According to him, it was necessary to be wary of the same man with a scar, who sat separately from everyone and carefully pretended that all these events did not concern him. He didn't seem at all interested in the huge roulette platform that was positioned right in the center of the space where they were, and he didn't even turn to look at it. When the balls rolled, it seemed that the ground was shaking under the guys. However, even this did not make the man turn around. The extravagant couple thought him very strange, because all this time he just sat near his door and did not look at anyone. Andrea noticed that the man was completely alone, and she wondered where his girlfriend had gone and why he was still a participant if she was dead.